Welcome back to Season 2 of Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thank you so much for coming back to join us. We have really missed making these videos and making these puppets, but as you can see, things are a little bit different and we needed some time to develop all of this. But we are very, very excited to be back for a whole new season of creative chaos. So today's episode is going to be a little bit of a dress rehearsal for us and for you as well, so we can introduce you to the new format, the new set, the new characters, everything. And a little bit of a dress rehearsal for us as well, because there's a lot of changes and we're very excited and a little bit nervous. So welcome to the underground Burrow Brownie Kingdom. They are the wise guardians of the realms of Dartmoor, and they'll be guiding us as we get our messages from the dice gods. And now on to the little dress rehearsal. We're going to take you through the process of creating a new character. First off, we have a brand new dice that is covered in rune stones. And those runes that we roll will correlate to the sheet behind, and they indicate a special realm and a type of creature that we will be rolling for. And these can be anything. They can live in trees, they can fly, they can look like humans. We have a lot of variety to show you, but for today, for our dress rehearsal, we are going with Pixie's Pool. And that rune correlates to the Pixies, so they are magic and wind, a mischief-causing, shape-shifting creature who lives around Pixie's Pool. They have no bad intentions towards others, but they can be careless as they love being the center of attention. So we will be creating a pixie today with our rune, and then we have our second dice, which is our personality dice. So each character can be evil or good or cute or lawful or mischievous or mythical, which is what we're going to go for today for our little dress rehearsal, as that's quite a popular dice roll and also it goes well with the pixie. So we have a mythical, mischievous, shape-shifting pixie to create today. That is our character and personality sorted, so now we're going to move on to drawing around our pattern on our reticulated foam, and then cutting it all out on the bandsaw, which is currently working, thank the Burrow Brownies. And once that's cut out, we can move on to gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for everybody's favourite, our first Forbidden Honey Sandwich of Season 2, which, surprise, you can now get on your very own Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt available on our shop. More information coming soon, go check that out. Anyway, we then press it together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And then we move on to our first S for Sexy for Season 2 on our mouth plate, which then gets glued onto the black fleece of the mouth plate with our Forbidden Ice Cream Sandwiches, which is then all glued into the head of our puppet. For our first reveal, are we all excited? Are we ready? For our skeleton reveal on the new set, there is our pixie head shape and they're ready for some colours. So we wanted to add more variety and more colour into Season 2, so we're actually going to start by rolling a 1d4. And the lowest that we can roll on this will actually be a 2, so if we roll a 1, that's still 2 colours, but we can have up to 4 colours per puppet this season. We thought that would be really fun and add a lot more variety to the puppets, but today, as it's our dress rehearsal and we just want to keep things running smoothly, we have rolled a 2 and we have pink and green. So we're going to grab our materials, and we have some pink fleece for the puppet's head, body and arms, which we're going to cut out and sew together, and then we're going to have the green for some of the puppet's hair. We'll show you in a minute. We're going to sew that all together on the sewing machine, and then I'm going to move on to hand stitching the fleece on the puppet's head. And I just find threading the needle to be a very satisfying shot, so you had to watch it with me too. And the pixie head shape is quite a difficult one to sew. It's probably the most complicated shape just because of the way that the lip goes under, and so this one took a little bit of time. But then moving on to the puppet's body, of course a little pixie needs a belly button. And then finally cutting out the fleece for the hands and the arms of the puppet, sewing it all together, and then it gets doll jointed onto the body for our first extra long, extra happy dance of the season. Like, really happy. And then we're moving on to this olive green mythical fur for a little tuft on top of the puppet's head, which looks very natural and looks really good on a pixie. We liked it for the theme. And here is our colourful puppet reveal. I love these two colours together. It looks very natural, very cute, but now it's time for our eyes. And same as season 1, we have 6 options for our eyes, and we'll roll it as normal, but today, again, with the theme, we wanted to go with a 1 for cab eyes. And I forgot to show you the roll sheet for our cab options. This is why we do a dress rehearsal, this is why it's very important. So we will have the sheet ready for Monday, but we're going to move on with these beautiful green mossy cabs. And we're just going to glue them into place. They go really well with the colour scheme. They look nice and bright next to the pink. And then we're going to attach some pink fleecy eyelids and screw them onto the puppet's head. We're ready for our eye reveal. And they look pretty grumpy, but I think they want attention. As pixies are known to be pretty attention-seeking, mischievous creatures. And they're looking pretty adorable, but of course we can't leave it there. This puppet needs some features, so moving on to our next roll. And this is the same as last season. We have a 3d20 on the features roll. A few new options on there, but for our dress rehearsal today, we're going to go with teeth, nose, and ears, as they all complement the pixie really well. And we want this first puppet to just be a fully realised Dartmoor creature. So starting with our nose, we have this EVA carved nose in this adorable little upturned shape, and the pixie sits there and watches its nose being made, and then we sew it on with the pink fleece. And then on the machine we created these little pointy pixie ears, which we then hand sewed onto the puppet's head. Just like this, and we didn't actually have foam inside the fleece this time because we didn't want the ears to look too stiff. But once they were sewn into place, we moved on to a little mythical waistcoat. We couldn't have this puppet just be completely naked, and so we made this little green fluffy waistcoat for them, which looks absolutely adorable. And of course you can still see their little belly button, and then to hold it together for an extra whimsical touch, we have this little bell which we sewed on. And if you can't tell already, we are absolutely in love with this puppet, but the final finishing touches, we have these little EVA teethies which we glue in place. And then a beautiful pink F3 tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And everyone take a deep breath as the pixie receives their very own rune from the leader of the Borough Brownie Council, as a sign that they are complete and ready to serve on the council or find their new home, but so they never forget where they originally came from. And after all that, are we ready for the finished puppet reveal? Here we have the first puppet of season 2, so what do you think? Thank you so much if you've stuck around this long, if you've watched this whole nearly 10-minute video. We had a lot to explain and a lot to show you, but next video will be shorter, don't worry. But here is the finished mythical pixie from Dartmoor. We hope you love it. Thank you so much for watching, thank you for sticking around. Obviously today, for the dress rehearsal, to make things go smoothly, we did make a few decisions, but as of Monday we'll be back to 100% trusting the dice, trusting Dartmoor, trusting the fates, and bringing you some wonderfully chaotic puppets. But for now, they must join the council to help judge your fate. I think they don't quite know how to behave on the council yet, but hopefully they'll learn. If you're interested in taking this one home, the first puppet of season 2, then they are available for adoption through our website. And of course, don't forget you can now get your very own Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt, which we're so excited about, and we hope you love it. There will be more t-shirt designs coming soon as well. We're working with a designer. But for now, we must say goodbye. So thank you for watching, and don't forget to join us on Monday for another episode of Roll for Puppet Season 2. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thank you so much for coming back to join us for the second episode of the second season. Thank you so much for all of your kind comments and support on the first episode. We were really nervous to put it live, but your comments have been amazing, so thank you. And let's get started by rolling for a brand new character. First off, with our rune dice. And we have rolled the Wisman's Wood rune, which means today we are going to be making a tree bee, which is very exciting. I cannot wait to show you a little tree bee creature, possibly one of my favourite characters in the whole of the lore. And they can be a lot of things, so let's find out their personality by rolling our chaos dice. And this tree bee is going to be mischievous, which is kind of the perfect role because the little tree bees, they do love to cause mischief. So to give you a little bit of an explanation, I'm going to read you the Treebee character card. They are nature and dark, and they are tiny cat warriors that live in the ancient woodland of Wistman's Wood. They will never shy away from a battle, regardless of their size. So they're troublemakers, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm excited for you to meet one. So we're going to start, as always, with our reticulated foam. We're going to cut it out on the bandsaw, and then moving on to gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And thank you so much to the people who've bought t-shirts already. That's so exciting, and I can't wait for you to receive them. The design is so fun, and I'm really glad that you're enjoying them too. And then once the glue is dry, after about 5 minutes, we press them all together to form the shape of the skull. Just like that. And then we must move on to our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together on the black fleece of the puppet's mouth with our forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and then it gets glued into the puppet's head. And then to help the eyes sit a little bit better on this head shape, we're cutting back on the foam at this stage before the fleece goes on. And here is our little puppet reveal. They're looking very cute, but it's time to find out how colourful, and we're going to go for 2 colours again today. So now we're going to roll for our colours, and we have a 7 for blue and a 1 for red. Not normally the colours that I would think of in my head when I think of a Treebee. They're more like green and brown, but that's the fun of this series. It makes you try all different things, and each puppet comes out unique. So we're going to grab our materials and move on to carving the little snout for the Treebee. Because, as the character sheet says, they're tiny warrior cats that live in trees. So we're going to carve this feature in the EVA foam. And once we're happy with the shape, we're going to cover it in glue so it's nice and shiny, because that's how you know it's healthy. And then we're going to cover that in some baby pink Nyla fleece so that it looks like a tiny, cute, soft little cat nose. And whilst that dries, we're going to move on to the blue fleece on the face of the puppet, which is going to cover about half, and then we're going to have blue fur moving on back from that. So it's a nice fluffy cat puppet. And then we wanted the blue to fade into red on the body and the arms, so we're going to cut it in a couple of different parts and then sew it together on the sewing machine. So the 2 colours will fade into each other nicely, and this creature will just look magical. As they deserve to, because these are... I just love them. I love Treebees. And then I'm going to hand sew around the edges just to blend the fur onto the fleece, and then I'm going to hand sew the little muzzle onto the puppet, which was hard to get through the dried glue, but we made it work. And then one of my favourite activities is just blending the seam, blending the stitch so it looks nice and natural. And then we're going to move on to the hands and the arms of the puppet. We only wanted the hands to be fleece, so it was like little paws, little gloves. And then I'm going to hand sew that onto the arm, which is also faded between red and blue, and then that gets dull jointed onto the body for our little Treebee happy dance. Mischievous happy dance. And here is the colourful reveal. They're having a great time. They have no eyes, so they're not quite sure where they are at the moment, but we're going to roll for them next. And we have a 1 for cabs. So I will get the cab sheet sorted this week. Don't worry, we have lots of cab options coming that you haven't seen before. But for today's roll, we're going to go for something that suits the cat theme really well. And to help with the mischievous theme of this puppet, we've gone for top and bottom eyelids, which helps make them look kind of like they're squinting, kind of like they're smirking. And here is the eye reveal of our little mischievous Treebee so far. They're kind of nervous, they're kind of maybe plotting something against us. I really love the vibrancy of these irises. I think they'll work really well with the cat theme, and also the mischievous theme with the eyelids. I think it's looking really cute so far. But of course, we now need some features. So we have rolled a 6 for airbrush, 9 for eyebrows, and 2 for teeth. So those are the randomized features, but the Treebee puppet does actually come with ears and a tail as standard, because they have to look like a cat. So if we had rolled either ears or tail, then we would have had to roll again for those features, because they're included. But we're just doing a little bit of blending work on the muzzle of the puppet, and of course, gluing a little heart-shaped tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And we're also gluing in some whiskers, because every cat needs whiskers. And moving on to eyebrows, we wanted to have a nice contrast between the 2 blue colours on the head. And so we're gluing some red furry eyebrows just behind the eye. And I think that really helped. It could have looked a little bit flat before with just the blue on the head. And moving on to our mandatory ears, we're just sewing up some of these pointy cat ears in the dark blue fur, and then we're just shaving them down for a little bit of definition, and then sewing together the furry cat tail as well, and then hand sewing the ears into place before moving on to the airbrushing, which I'm really glad we rolled actually, because that can help bring a puppet to life. And so we're adding some dark blue shading around the eyelids and around the muzzle of the puppet, and just helping everything blend into each other a lot more. Attaching the tail by doll joint to the puppet, and finally moving on to the little teethies. We wanted them to be really soft EVA teeth but pointy at the same time so that the mouth can close but it looks like a little kitty cat. And our final mischievous addition, because you cannot make a tree bee without making some weapons, because they're tiny cat warriors that live in trees, and so we have actually created this little bow and arrow out of sticks with a little quiver full of arrows tied around the puppet's body, and this was just so cute. I actually couldn't deal. This is me getting cute aggression for this puppet. I love the little bow and arrow, and here is our finished puppet. Our first tree bee of season 2. Again, it's not how we would normally see a tree bee. It's not how we would normally design one. Definitely not blue or red. But the dice knew what they were doing. This puppet is absolutely adorable. So what do you think? Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. What is their favourite thing to do? All of the lovely creative stuff that you normally come up with in the comments. I cannot wait to read them. We really enjoyed creating this little tree bee. I absolutely love the accessories, the bow and arrow, the whiskers, the two-toned body. Thank you for watching them be brought to life, but of course now, they must fulfill their sacred duty. In the underground Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they are presented with their rune. So whilst they serve on the council, or if they find their new homes, they'll never forget where they came from in Wistman's Woods. They'll never forget the magical stories of the ancient woodland, and they'll never forget the battles that they fought there. But for the meantime, they will serve on the council. But in the meantime, they will serve on the council as they have a lot to learn. So thank you again for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. And don't forget to join us on Wednesday for episode 3 of season 2. We're so excited to see what the dice are going to have us make next. But if you would like to take this tree bee home, they are available for adoption on our website. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks so much for coming back to join us for episode 3 of season 2, and we hope you're enjoying the season so far. We're really enjoying it so much already, and hopefully that's coming through in the finished puppet designs. So the council are chatting excitedly. They can't wait to see what we create, and this one is for you, order 1308. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice for the first time this season to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started by rolling for our runestone. And we have the Virtuous Lady Mine rune, which is a deep, dark cave where the goblins live, and they are of dark and earth. They live a slow, solitary life in the dank caves and crevices of Dartmoor, plotting and planning the downfall of the Brownie Kingdom. So let's go for our personality roll, and we have a mythical goblin, which to us says Goblin King. The most powerful of all the goblins, but also the most cruel. So let's get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, before we move on to creating our forbidden honey sandwich. And it's been very, very exciting to see some of your t-shirts have arrived already. I hope you love them. Don't forget you can order your very own forbidden honey sandwich t-shirt from our website if you'd like one. And then once the glue is dry, we press it together to form the shape. And of course we have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which all gets glued together with the black fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the head of the puppet, ready for our first skeleton reveal. Now the goblin head shape is actually the Burrow Brownie head shape, just modified to have an underbite instead of an overbite. More on that later, but we have a 1 for our colours roll, which means we need 2 colours because that's our minimum, and we have rolled a 4 for purple and a 3 for green. I really like this colour combination for a goblin, to be honest. I wouldn't have chosen it myself, but I love the idea of green and purple together. So we're going to start with our green F3 fleece, And this is going to be the head, the arms, and the body of the puppet. So just drawing and cutting out all of our patterns in the fleece, and then sewing it all together on the sewing machine in one long satisfying shot, before moving on to hand sewing the head of the puppet. And I meant to put the little stopwatch timer on in this shot because a lot of people enjoyed it last time, but I forgot, so next time, I promise. And then to get started on a little bit of purple, we're actually going to have some purple spots hand sewn onto the body of the puppet, because the goblins have very slimy skin with sores and spots. And now the arms are doll jointed onto the body for our little goblin dance. Ready for our colourful reveal, and here it is. I love these colours together so much. I love the underbite, I love the spots, and I can't wait to show you the rest of the goblin. But now, for our eye roll, we have a 6 for dealer's choice. So we've actually gone for painted eyes this time because the goblins rarely see sunlight. They're not going to have bright white eyes. They're going to have dingy yellow eyes. And then we've gone for these kiwi irises. And whilst we're waiting for the eyelids to glue on, we have actually created some puffy under-eye bags in the purple fleece. Because the goblins, they don't get out much, they don't sleep very well, they don't eat very well. They're not the healthiest creatures on Dartmoor, and so we're just screwing the eyes into place. And here is our eye reveal. Starting to look pretty creepy, very goblin-like. But now, for the finishing touches, we have to roll for our features. And we have a 4 for ears, 5 for hair, and 12 for prop. So those are really great features rolls for this character so far. I feel like it definitely needed some hair, and every king needs a prop. But we're going to get started by carving into these 3D printed teeth, adding some damage, adding some texture before we airbrush them, because every goblin comes with a set of teeth and some tusks as standard. And then we're adding on a little bit of a wash to them all just so they look very weathered, very unclean. Like a mythical goblin overlord, of course, and then we're just going to be gluing them in place before moving on to this F3 fleece purple tongue, because every puppet needs a forked tongue, and just gluing that in place so that it sticks out a little bit when the mouth is closed with the underbite. And now we're moving on to create this tuft of purple fur for the hair, and just making sure it's really strong and hand sewn in place. Spike it up a little bit before we move on to the ears. And this goblin has been in a lot of fights. It's not easy to take the throne, and so this goblin definitely has a chunk taken out of its ear. So once those are all sewn up on the sewing machine, we're going in and adding a lot of shading and texture and grime to the puppet. Hand sewing on the little chomped ear, which looks really cool. I love the effect of that cutout on the ear. It really looks like someone took a bite out of this goblin king. And of course, every king needs a crown, and so we're just going to spray this little wreath. We're going to spray it jet black and then some silver accents, and then we're going to add onto it some little claws and some skulls before dry brushing all of it to look dirty. And for a final little bit of definition, we're going to go and shade around a lot of the fleece, the spots, the eye bags, and the eyelids, just so it looks as detailed as possible, and then adding these little fabric ties to the puppet's wrists before crowning the king of the goblins. And now we are ready for our final puppet reveal. Now, a goblin is not permitted in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom at any time, so he had to sneak down here when the Burrow Brownies were sleeping and the council chambers would be empty. So here is the finished goblin puppet. This one was genuinely such a joy to create. I love the detail on this one, love the colours, the crown, everything. This was just a really, really fun character to bring to life. So we hope you love it too, especially Order 1308. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. Don't forget to leave name suggestions and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. But now they must try and steal their rune from the council chambers. Under the cover of night, when every Burrow Brownie in the kingdom is sleeping, he lifts his rune from the pot, and now must make his way back to the caves and the mines of Dartmoor, but he will never be able to find what he was truly looking for down here. So thank you for watching today's episode. We really hope you enjoyed it. We had an absolutely wonderful time. Don't forget to join us on Friday for another new episode of Roll for Puppet. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2. The Council are chatting excitedly. They can't wait to see what creature we create today. And neither can we, so let's get started. This one is for you, Order 1309. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. First off, with our head-shaped roll with our rune dice, and we have rolled for the Oakhampton Castle rune. Which means today we will be making a dragon spirit. And we can't wait to introduce you to the new character. So let's read our character sheet. And a dragon spirit is of fire and metal. A misunderstood, friendly dragon creature who guards the grounds of the ancient Oakhampton Castle. And of course, we need a personality, and we have rolled for cute. Which is a wonderful combination because dragons are adorable. So let's get started by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, carefully whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt. Available on our website if you would like your very own. And then when the glue is dry, we press it together to form the shape. And of course, our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with our black fleece and our forbidden ice cream sandwiches before being glued into the head. And now the dragon spirit comes as standard with these little carved EVA spines on the head. But we wanted them to be quite rounded and quite cute and soft to go with the theme of the puppet, so we didn't make them as spiky, and then they get glued onto the head, ready for our first puppet reveal. Flying onto the set here, and they look absolutely adorable. But of course, we need some colour. So here we go. For our colour roll, we have 2 colours today. And they are going to be a 7 for blue and a 3 for green. Which I think work really well with this character and this theme. So I'm excited to get started. But first of all, before we add the fabric, we're actually going to carve some EVA texture and spines into the belly of the puppet as well, just to help break up the body because it's quite a large body shape, and so we wanted it to be a little bit more interesting. And so once we've carved that down, we're going to glue that into the belly with our contact adhesive, and then we're going to move on to mapping out the fabric for the head shape of the puppet and cutting the bulk of it out in this beautiful blue F3 fleece. Once that's all cut out, we're going to start by laying some fleece fabric into the spines on top of the puppet's head to help define them, and they're also a slightly different colour so that they stand out nicely from the dark blue on the rest of the head. And once that's all sewn together, we're going to move on to cutting out some fur for the body, sewing that together on the sewing machine, and then hand stitching that to the foam on the body that we made. And it just looks adorable! I love how it looks like it's growing out of the head rather than just stuck on top. That was really fun. And then we're going to move on to the fleece arms and hands and sew them up together on the sewing machine, before doll jointing them onto the body for our first slightly chaotic happy dance. And another thing that the dragon comes with as standard is of course wings. So we're going to make up some wire wings that we're then going to sew together with this lovely green fabric. But we really wanted these wings to be tiny, so we're hand stitching them together because it was too intricate to go on the sewing machine. And we wanted them to be tiny to go with the cuteness theme, so it looks like the puppet's not fully grown yet, like it's still a young dragon. And then just adding lots of definition before hand sewing them onto the back of the puppet. And they are so cute! Here is our colourful puppet reveal so far. I absolutely love the little baby spines on the head and the baby wings. This puppet is adorable. But they do need some eyes. So here we go, and we have a 2 for dots. So we're going to get started by gluing in some tiny black dots onto these forward-facing eyes, and then working out the positioning and the perfect focus on the puppet before we start adding the green fleecy eyelids. And we wanted the eyes to look nice and bright and open, so we set the eyelids quite far back, and then we added a second set of the blue eyelids before screwing the eyes in place, and then we hand sewed the blue eyelids onto the head of the puppet so everything blends nicely and looks very natural and all blended together. And I think it worked, but it took a long time because it's hard to get the needle through the glue. But here we have our little cute puppet so far with their eyes in place. And I think they look really happy, but of course they're not quite finished yet. We need our features. So, flying over to our dice tower, and we have an 18 for claws, 10 for eyelashes, and 11 for tail. So that was a really good roll, I think. All of that works well with dragon and cuteness. But we didn't actually have enough claws in the right size in stock, so we had to put some on the 3D resin printer. We're just setting up a little build plate for how many that we needed, and they take a couple of hours to print, so we left them going and moved on to some more fabric work. First of all, with this blue tail, and then this lovely green tongue, because of course, every puppet needs a tongue. And this was perfect for a dragon. I think it looks really cute. So we're just cutting out the tail, and then we're going to doll joint it onto the puppet's body. And it just looks so cute with its little wings and its little pointed tail. And then we're just going to add some small fluttery cute eyelashes, gluing them in place, and then our claws were ready. So we took them off the build plate, and we cleaned them, and we cured them, and then once they were dry, we painted them lime green. And then started to glue them onto the hands of the puppet, and these two colours work so well together. The claws really stand out and I love the way it looks, but then finally we're moving on to adding lots of definition and texture by shading in lots of colours to the eyelids, the spines, the stomach, and also the claws. And I feel like a lot of times a puppet really isn't finished until you've added these final features with shading or airbrushing. And then, the final step, every dragon needs some flared nostrils. So we cut these little nostrils in and shaded them and glued them, and here is the final result. We absolutely love them, and we hope you do too, especially Order 1309. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet, and for trusting the Council and the Dartmoor gods and everything that came together to make this dragon spirit. We had a lot of fun making them, and we hope you enjoyed being introduced to another new character in the lore. I can't get over the little spines that look like they're still growing through, the little flared nostrils and the green wings. You may be able to tell that these creatures are very, very precious to us, so it is so much fun to bring them to life. And I think this build went really well. So what do you think? Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. I can't wait to hear them all and what you guys think, and they cannot wait to fly off to their new home and meet their new family. But of course, before all of that, they must receive their runestone. In the sacred ceremony down in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they are presented with their rune, so that they never forget where they came from, no matter where they fly or where they go or who they guard next. They'll never forget their time at the ancient Oakhampton Castle. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on Monday for a brand new episode. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. The Council are very excited today as they get another new member joining them. They cannot wait to see who's going to be filling the seat next to them. So, we shouldn't keep them waiting much longer. Let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape, and for that, we need our rune dice. So we have rolled the rune for Venford Falls, which means we're going to be making a Mernymphikal today. Another new character alert in the lore, very excited, but first we need to find out the personality, and this Mernymphikal is going to be evil. Not a combination I would go for, but that's what the dice are here for, and a Mernymphikal is of water and fire. They are an adored tiny water creature with mermaid characteristics, and they can be found swimming in the magical pond sheltered by trees at Venford Falls. So let's make one evil, starting by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together for our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt. Which of course are available on our website if you'd like your very own Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt. And the Forbidden Honey Sandwich was looking extra delicious today, but once the glue is dried, we press it all together to form the shape. And then we move on to our S for Sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued into the head with our Forbidden Ice Cream Sandwiches and the black foam. Fleece! I meant fleece. And we have a new body shape alert. The Mernymphikal definitely called for a different shape than our standard round bodies. And here they are, swimming into shot, our first skeleton reveal, and now they need some colours. And this Mernymphikal wanted 4 colours, so here we go. We have rolled a 5 for orange, 2 for pink, 9 for yellow, and 10 for dealer's choice. So they're already showing their evil personality, because that is a lot of colours that they want. That is a lot. For our dealer's choice, we're going to go for purple to help break up the soft pastel-y colours and bring a little bit of depth. But before we start covering the body, we're actually going to start carving some EVA shape onto the chest to help accentuate the little mermaid top that we're going to be giving it. And we're just going to glue that in place, and then once it's all dry, we're going to start covering it with this pink fleece. And I thought it'd be cool to show you another timer stopwatch head sewing. We've actually elongated one of our old head shapes for this because we wanted the Mernymphicul to have a slightly humanoid looking face, so it's a little bit taller. And so it can be a little bit tricky sewing brand new head shapes sometimes, but I made it work in about 35 minutes, nearly 36. And then moving on to the hands and the arms, we're going to sew those up on the sewing machine. And I'm just loving the shape of this puppet so far. Really, really different from anything we've made on the show so far. So hopefully you're enjoying that for our first little happy dance. And then the puppet needs a little belly button, of course, a little mermaid belly button. Once that's sewn in place, we're going to move on to the yellow, and we're going to have that coming from the hips of the puppet leading down into the tail. And then we're going to cut some of this orange F3 fleece, and it's going to be the top for the puppet, and we're just going to sew in some definition. And then once that dries, we're going to move on to adding some of this gold scaly fabric, leading down from the yellow on the hips into the tail. And another little sped up sewing shot because there was a lot of hand sewing on this puppet. And then leading on from the gold sequin fabric, we're going to have some purple fins. Hand sew that into place on the tail, and voila! Here is our little Mernymphicul so far. Not looking evil yet, but we still have some work to do. So now we need to roll for eyes, and we have a 4 for odd eyes. And I feel like that's a good roll. There's a lot you can do with odd eyes to help them look a little bit creepy. So we're going to start with red cheetah and hollow as our odd cabochons to start. And then we're also going to have some odd eyelids on the puppet as well to help them look slightly evil, like they're smirking and scheming. And here they are so far. Absolutely love the effect of the odd eyes on this puppet. And now we need to roll for our features. So we have 5 for hair, 16 for piercings, and 19 for roll again. This puppet is chaotic, and we have 4 for ears, 12 for prop, and 18 for claws. So we have 4 colours and double features on this puppet, and odd eyes. So starting with piercings, we wanted this puppet to have a little pearl belly button ring. Because how cute is that? I know we're not going for cuteness, but I just could not resist. And then moving on to ears, we're going to sew up these little pink fleece ears. Hand sew them into place a little bit further forward than I normally would because we're going to have hair on this puppet and so we want them to still be seen. And then we're going to spray up some jet black glossy claws before moving on to securing the purple wig. This really helps to make this puppet. We're going to hand sew it in place, and we did a lot of trimming and tailoring to get this wig to fit the tiny little puppet head, but I think it works. And then we're just securing the claws before moving on to sewing up this little fleece purple tongue because every puppet needs a tongue, even the evil ones. And once that's glued in place, we can move on to our final feature for today, which is the prop. So we're actually going to be making a little spear, and we're making the spearhead out of this EVA foam and just carving it down to shape before spraying it up. So we're going to start with this graphite color and then a layer of like metallic spray on top to help it shimmer, and then wrapping that onto the stick with this pink netting. And here we have the finished puppet. I know I've been saying this on all of the episodes, but this puppet was so much fun to make, and the end result is something we are really, really proud of. So, what do you guys think? We hope you love it as well. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. I feel like there's a lot you could say with this one. This definitely put us through our paces. This was a very long build. We had 4 different colours, we had a tail, we had double features, wigs, everything. But we're really, really happy with the finished product. And I really hope it was fun for you as well. We had new body shapes, new head shapes, belly button piercings. This one had everything. But now they must receive their rune from the sacred Burrow Brownie Kingdom. So even though they must now serve on the council and eventually find their new home, they'll never forget where they originally came from. Swimming in the sheltered pools at Venford on Dartmoor. So thank you so much for watching this episode. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please give us a like and share this video with someone that you know loves puppets. And we'll see you on Wednesday for another new episode. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. And the council can't wait to see what we create today. So thanks for tuning in for another episode of Season 2, and let's get started. This one is for you, Order 1316. Thank you so much for trusting us on the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. With our head-shaped roll with our rune dice today, we have rolled the rune for the Potato Caves, which means we are making a Dartmoor beast today. And they are of the earth. They are a rarely seen dog-like beast who roams over the bleak landscape of Dartmoor. He returns to the safety of the caves at night. Many have claimed to catch a glimpse of him, but are never quite sure of what they have seen. And the personality of our Dartmoor beast today is... he's a good boy, which will make for an interesting build, as most of the folklore around the Dartmoor beast can be quite ominous and spooky, but this one's going to be a good boy, starting, as always, by cutting out our reticulated foam. There's a lot of pieces for this head shape, but we're going to cut it out on the bandsaw, and then we're going to move on to our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt, available from our website. And so we're just gluing all of the pieces together with the reticulated foam, and then when the glue is dry, we're going to press it together, and there is... it's quite a complicated head shape. Moving on to our S for Sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with our Forbidden Ice Cream Sandwiches onto the black fleece, and then glued into the head of the puppet, ready for our first skeleton reveal. They're looking like a very good boy so far, but of course we need to know how many colours we're going to have on this puppet, and we've rolled a 2. So those 2 colours will be a 9 for yellow and a 10 for dealer's choice. In keeping with the mythology, our dealer's choice is going to be dark black fur for this beast. We're going to lay some yellow F3 fleece down on the muzzle of the puppet, and the rest of the head and the arms and most of the body is going to be in black fur and fleece, which made things a little bit difficult for us, as it's harder to see where you've drawn on the black fabrics. But we drew all of our lines with this chalk, and then we sewed everything together on the sewing machine. Then, moving on to a little bit of hand sewing on the head, first of all sewing up the nose, and then attaching some black fur to the top of the head, and then hand stitching that all together, which helps blend the fur into the fleece and look really natural. And then we're going to move on to one of my favourite features. We actually decided to add these little yellow fleecy pads to the palm of the hand and hand sew those in place, and then we also added lots of little toe beans, which were so cute. Absolutely looks so adorable, and a lot of you have been asking for toe beans as well. And then we moved on to doll jointing the arms onto the body for our first little beastie good boy happy dance. Ready for our colourful reveal? And here they are. Looking very cute so far, looking a little bit like a bird, but don't worry, it all comes together. And now for our eyes, we have a 4 for odd eyes. But before we attach the eyes, we just wanted to modify the chin a little bit so that it was a lot smaller than the top jaw. And once the glue for that dries, we moved on to our eyes. So we definitely wanted a different colour eye, so we sprayed one bright yellow to match the colour of the fleece, but we also wanted different sized eyes. So we have a 50mm flat eye and a 45mm domed eye. And they're looking a little bit kooky right now, but they are such a good boy. Please tell them they're a good boy. And now we need our features roll. So we have a 1 for horns, a 4 for ears, and a 6 for airbrush. But the Beast of Dartmoor does come with ears as standard, so we had to re-roll that 4. And this time we have a 9 for eyebrows. So I'm really glad that we rolled airbrush for this project, because I really think it's going to add a lot of detail and a lot of depth. And horns are definitely interesting for this creature because we want them to be a good boy, not a menacing boy. But we sprayed some up yellow, and whilst we waited for those to dry, we're going to move on to the ears. And I wanted them to look like floppy dog ears. And that was me realising I made a forbidden cheese sandwich. But once they're dry, with some fur glued onto them, I'm going to hand stitch them onto the head of the puppet. flopping forward a little bit so they look really fluffy and cute, and then we're going to move on to airbrush. And we added a lot of detail and shading around the nose, around the mouth, some ears, and then also we added some freckles. Before adding this glossy black puppet nose, because every beast of Dartmoor needs a nose, screwing the horns into place in front of the ears, and then moving on to sew up this bright red fleece tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, especially a floppy dog tongue like this. And then I started to get some real cute aggression for this puppet, and I just wanted to squeeze it so much! But I won't, don't worry, I will restrain myself. And then moving on to sewing up this fluffy black dog tail, which we doll joint onto the puppet's body, because a tail comes standard with a Beast of Dartmoor. And finally, moving on to cutting some bright yellow contrasting eyebrow fur, gluing it all into place, combing everything, and doing our final little touches before our character reveal. And here they are. So what do you think? We hope you love them, especially Order 1316. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. The dice chose well with this one today, and I absolutely love it. The floppy tongue, the toe beans, the paw pads, everything. This is such a good boy. Please, in the comments, tell them they're a good boy. I absolutely love the colours of this one, the cartoony style, and I have no idea why he's been so misunderstood for all of these years. I just love this one so much, and this is a beast I definitely wouldn't mind seeing on Dartmoor. Oh, they're howling. They agree. So, we've had a lot of fun, but there is one more thing they must do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they receive their rune, so that no matter where they go, where they fly next, they will never forget where they came from, deep in the potato caves of Dartmoor. Thank you so much for watching us build this puppet and for coming back for a new episode today. Don't forget to join us on Friday for another new episode, and we will see you then. Bye! Ruff, ruff, ruff. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thank you so much for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2 today. The Council cannot wait to see what we make today, so let's get started. And this one's for you, Order 1317. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and starting, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we have the rune for Oakhampton Castle Dragon Spirit again, and they are of fire and metal. A misunderstood friendly dragon creature who guards the grounds of the ancient Oakhampton Castle. And for our personality for this creature, we have rolled evil. So we're going to have a very different character than our last dragon spirit, which was cute, which is going to be really fun. So starting as always by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together for our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt, which is available from our website if you'd like one of your own in 2 different designs. And then once all of the contact adhesive is on, we wait for it to dry and then press it together to form the shape of the puppet's head. We have an S for sexy on our mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the black fleece and our forbidden ice cream sandwiches and glued into the head. Just like that, and then we get ready for our first skeleton reveal. Here they are so far, but now, of course, we need to find out what colours we're working with. Starting off by rolling for how many colours we can have today, and we have rolled 4. So we have the maximum number of colours today, and those colours will be a 1 for red, 5 for orange, and 2 10s for dealer's choice. So red and orange go really well with an evil dragon theme, and for both of our dealer's choice, we're going to go for yellow and black, so that we can use this really cool flame fur that we haven't had a chance to use yet. But before we lay any fabric, of course, every dragon needs some spines on their forehead and some definition on their belly. And this time, because this one isn't cute, this one's evil, we've gone for very sharp spines on the head. And to cover them, we're actually going to flock them rather than cover them in fleece this time. So we're just mixing up our glue. And we're going to go with this bright fluorescent orange pigment, which looks like nacho cheese dust. And kind of delicious, kind of forbidden nacho cheese. But then moving on to our fabric whilst that dries. we're going to cut the body and the hands out of this fire fabric, which I'm just very excited to use for the first time. And then cut out the red F3 fleece for the head of the puppet and also the hands. And after a little while, the flocked features are done, and so we can glue them onto the puppet before sewing everything up around it. And those spikes just look so cool. Really love the effect of it, and I like how it's going to change the character a lot from the cute dragon that we did. So once that's all glued in place, we're going to hand sew the fleece fabric around it. And then just moving on to sewing up some more of the fur on the sewing machine. And then we cut a hole in the fur of the body of the puppet to allow the flocked feature to come through, like a dragon 6-pack, before moving on to the wings, because every dragon comes with wings as standard, which we sewed up, and then we put some foam inside and sewed definition lines onto the wings as well on the sewing machine. And of course, they then need to be sewn together and sewn onto the body of the puppet. And we went for bigger wings this time, which we think look really, really cool. And then I'm going to move on to hand sewing the hands and the arm rod pockets? You know what I mean. And then sewing that onto the fur arms of the puppet as well, which get doll jointed onto the body, ready for our first evil little happy dance. And our full, colourful puppet reveal. So here we go so far. Of course, they look adorable because puppets are cute, but next we're going to be rolling for our eyes, which will always turn a puppet around, and we have rolled 6 for dealer's choice. So I wanted cabs on this puppet, so we're rolling for iris, and we have an 18 for amber. I'm very, very excited about that colour combination. It goes perfectly with the red and the orange and the fire theme we have going on. So the dice are dicing, and we're just going to glue those in place before moving on to the eyelids of the puppet, which will always help so much with the expression we're trying to create. First off, we have to mount them on these EVA blocks so that we can position them properly and find the focus slightly out from the head. And then we're going to go for 2 tones of eyelids, just layering them on top of each other here in orange and red, which helps with definition, and we can get some really nice shading in there later. Sewing up the fleece on the back before mounting them onto the head of the puppet, and then I'm going to just hand sew the eyelids onto the fleece of the head for extra security and blending. And it's fun! It's not fun, but it's necessary. And here we have the eye reveal. Really love how it's looking so far. Absolutely love this fire fur and the wings and the spikes, but now we need to find the features for this puppet. So we have a 2 for teeth and a double 4 for double ears. Definitely not something I would have thought was necessary on this puppet, but we're going to go with it, double ears. But first off, we're going to glue in a couple of these little pointy fang teeth into the dragon's overbite. And then for tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, we're going to go for this bright yellow pointed tongue. Glue it in place, and then move on to our first set of ears. Cutting out the pointed foam shape, just getting the sizing right before moving on to the red fleece, which we're going to sew together on the sewing machine. Again, adding in some foam and some definition lines, which we can add some shading and definition to later. And then hand sewing the ears onto the head of the puppet, but in this pinched back position, which I think gives a really nice effect and is a different style of ear than we've shown quite a lot of times. Once those are sewn on in place and look lovely, just like this, we're going to move on to our second set of ears, which we wanted to stand out and look a lot different than our first set. So we have these little pointy furry black ears that we're going to sew on in front. I don't know why a dragon would have 2 sets of ears, but anything can happen in fantasy realms. And then of course adding in some shading and also the nostrils of our puppet, which we wanted to be a little bit darker and kind of look like charred, like smoke comes out of it. And then a lot of dark definition around the eyes, the ears, the eyelids, and of course the spikes as well. We wanted it to look like the spikes were erupting like lava. And also the dragon 6-pack. And here we have the finished puppet reveal. This is him breathing fire. I wish we had some CGI special effects right now. But this is the finished evil dragon spirit. So, what do you think? We hope you love it, especially to our brave customer, Order 1317. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. It was a lot of fun to make, we absolutely love it, and we hope that you do too. So, give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments. We can't wait to hear what you come up with. And it's so cool that this has turned out so differently than the first Dragon Spirit we rolled just last week. Just different colours and a personality roll has changed the entire look of the puppet. But now, of course, in the underground Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they receive their rune, so that no matter where they go, they'll never forget where they came from, guarding Oakhampton Castle. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you Monday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. And today is an extra special episode, and you'll see why in a moment. We can't wait to show you, the council can't wait to see. They've been talking excitedly about this all weekend. So let's see what the dice have in store for us today. And this one is for you, Beckett Lee from New Jersey. A huge happy birthday for today from your dad. Your new friend cannot wait to meet you, and we can't wait to show you what we create today. So I hope you're having an amazing day, and let's get started. First off, of course, with our head-shaped roll with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Fatherford Woods, which means we're making a burrow brownie today, and they're of magic and light. An almost immortal mythical being appointed to work alongside the Guardians and keep the peace between the realms on Dartmoor. They live in an underground kingdom, the entrance to which is hidden to the human eye, on a raised grassy platform deep in Fatherford Woods. And for our personality roll, this burrow brownie is going to be cute, which is very exciting because I find burrow brownies adorable. So getting started with our reticulated foam, we're going to cut it out on the bandsaw before moving on to our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt, of course. And then we have our B for Beckett on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together onto the black fleece of the mouth plate. We're going to press the foam pattern together when the glue is dry and then move on to our forbidden ice cream sandwiches before the whole thing gets glued into the puppet's head, ready for our first reveal. And here we go! Here is our little burrow brownie so far. They're looking adorable already, but of course we need to find out how many colours we're going for today. So we have rolled a 2 colours for today, and they will be a 5 for orange and a 9 for yellow. I feel like they're pretty cute colours. They're definitely not colours we would normally go for a burrow brownie. They're more earthy tones, but that's what the dice are here for, and it's a special birthday episode. So the more colourful, the better, I guess. So we're going to start by cutting out our fabric. So starting with the head of the puppet, we're going for this bright orange F3 fleece. Putting it all in place, and then I'm going to hand sew the seams. And here they are, looking adorable already. And then we're going to go for the same fleece on the hands and the arms of the puppet and sew it up on the sewing machine. Hand sew the hands shut with the arm rod pockets, which then, of course, gets doll jointed onto the bright furry body for our first little happy birthday happy dance. Ready for our colourful reveal. And here they are so far. Absolutely loving this puppet, but of course, they're nowhere near done. They need some eyes. And we have rolled a 2 for dot eyes. So to go with the cuteness personality, we're going to go for the absolute biggest dots that we have, and we're going to glue them onto these 45mm domed eyes. And these big pupils just help the puppet look really awake, really adorable. And once those are dry, we're just going to tape up the position for our eyelids, and then we're going to glue some of that orange fleece in place, and then screw the eyes onto the puppet. Ready for our little reveal. And they look so happy, so cute. But of course, not quite ready to meet their new family yet. We need to roll for our features. And we have a 10 for eyelashes, 20 for dealer's choice, and a 19 for roll again. Dice are choosing chaos, and we have in our second roll a 5 for hair, 1 for horns, and 20 for dealer's choice. So we have lots of variety there. Of course, the burrow brownie comes with ears and a nose as standard anyway, so we have about 7 features to work with here today. So starting with our standardized features, and we're sewing up these orange ears, filling them with foam, and then sewing in the little definition before hand sewing them onto the head. They are looking absolutely adorable already, kind of like a bunny rabbit at this moment. And then moving on to the nose, we're going to carve the nose out of this EVA foam into the right shape, and then we're going to cover it with more of the orange fleece and glue it in place. And then, just to help it blend onto the face, I'm also going to hand sew around the edges. Which isn't always necessary, but I do it anyway because I'm a perfectionist. And then moving on to the eyelashes. We have this really cute pair of fluttery black eyelashes, which I'm just super gluing in place. Moving on to a little round pink tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then we're going to glue that in place in the mouth. Looking adorable, and then we have these tiny little round horns, which we're going to screw in just in front of the ears. And then this bright pop of colour with this tuft of hair on top, which we're going to sew in place. And really helped bring the puppet together. And then for one of our dealer's choice, we're actually going to go for a little strip of EVA teethies with our contact adhesive. We're going to glue that into the mouth, and it just looks so cute. I'm getting cute aggression with this puppet. And then for a final touch, we're going to go around and add lots of definition, lots of shading, and add a little bit of depth to the tip of the Burrow Brownie's nose. And then also adding a little bit of definition to the eyelids of the puppet. And then go around and blend and soften all of it out. And for our final dealer's choice, we decided this puppet needed a happy birthday hat as an accessory. So here is your finished puppet, Beckett. We hope you love it so much, and we hope you're having an amazing birthday. Thank you everyone for watching. We absolutely love this puppet. It's very special to us to get to make a Burrow Brownie. Of course, they're the guardians of all the realms of Dartmoor. So this one was just such a joy to make, and it was really fun with all the different features and the bright colours. We hope you love it so much. They cannot wait to meet you, Beckett. Here they are, reading your little happy birthday sign. But of course, their time here is not quite over yet. They have one more very important task to do as they join the Burrow Brownie Council. They say one more little goodbye to everyone watching in the audience. Thank you for enjoying this video. They must now receive their rune, so that even though they're flying off to their new home next, they'll never forget where they came from, down in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom in Fatherford Woods. Thank you very much for watching this video. Beckett, we hope you've had an amazing birthday and you love your new puppet. They can't wait to meet you, and we will see you on Wednesday for a brand new episode. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another new episode. The council cannot wait to meet the new creature today, and neither can we, but this one is for you, Order 1321. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we have rolled the rune for Wistman's Wood, which means we're going to be making a treebie today, and they're of nature and dark. As we all know, they are tiny cat warriors that live in the ancient woodland of Wistman's Wood. They will never shy away from battle, regardless of their size. And the personality for today's treebie is Lawful, which is our first roll of Lawful for this season. And they are going to be a protector of the innocent, an upholder of the law, and we're very excited to get started. As always, by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, and then gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our first Forbidden Honey sandwich whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt, available on our website if you'd like your own. Pressing it all together once the glue is dry, and our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which wasn't quite finished. There you go. Glued together with the Forbidden ice cream sandwiches, which is all then glued into the head, ready for our first puppet skeleton reveal. And don't they just look like the most law-abiding tree cat that you've ever seen? But of course they need some colours, so we have rolled for 3 colours today, and those 3 colours will be a 2 for pink and 2 10s for dealer's choice. We feel very lucky today that we get to choose some of the colours, so we're actually going to choose yellow and this lovely aquamarine blue. But before we lay any fabric, we're actually going to carve this EVA foam nose ridge, not bridge. for some extra definition and shape, and we're going to glue that in place before we move on to the fabric. Starting with the muzzle of the tree, we're going to lay some of this yellow F3 fleece and then the same colour on the hands of the puppet. And then moving on to carving this EVA foam nose before covering it in the same fleece and gluing that into place just above the lip of the puppet. And then from the eyebrows, we're going to start by hand sewing on this fur that goes all the way down onto the body. And here they are. Don't they look like a little lion? And then we're going to gradient the pink fur into this blue fur for a really cool two-toned effect on the body. And then I'm going to hand sew the little nose in place as well, which was really fun because it was foam and glue to try and push the needle through. And then we're going to sew up the hands and then move on to the arms, which we're also going to gradient with the two furs. Sew them up on the sewing machine, and I absolutely love how cute they look. And then we're going to hand sew on the yellow hands, hand sew on the hands, doll joint them onto the body for our first little happy dance. And our colourful reveal. At the moment they kind of look like a yeti, but don't worry, the tree bee is coming. Moving on to our eyes, we have rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for iris colour, and we have a 14 for orchid. And I think we have shown you this colour before. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've seen orchid before on the show. But they're this beautiful purple colour with really large pupils, and I'm just going to glue them into some of our cab eyes. Tape up the mock eyelids before gluing on the yellow fleece. And then screwing them into place on the puppet's head, ready for our eye reveal. And they just look so cute already. The colours are going really well. I love this kind of lion's mane effect we have going on. But of course, we now need some features. So we have rolled a 1 for horns, 3 for nose, and 5 for hair. Now we need to re-roll the 3 because the puppet already has a nose as standard, and we now have 2 for teeth. And then re-roll the 5 as the puppet already has hair, and we need to have 12, which is a prop. So that was a lot of chaos there, but we have our 3 features. Starting off by painting this little 3D printed resin nose, this cute baby pink colour, and gluing it in place right on the muzzle of the puppet that we created earlier. Sewing up these fluffy pink ears, which are absolutely adorable, and then hand sewing them into place on the head, which is helping it look more like a kitty cat already. Then for the tail, which again comes as standard, we're going to have the same gradient effect with the 2 furs, and we're just going to doll joint that in place, and look at that little tail! Then, of course, every puppet needs a tongue, so we have this little pale blue fleecy tongue which we're going to glue in place, and really complements the pink and the yellow. Then this little cute strip of EVA teefies, and for the horns we're going to screw on our smallest little horns that we could find just in front of the ears, and then of course going in for definition. Around the eyelids, the tongue, the muzzle, everywhere that needed some shading and some depth. I really think this helps bring the puppet alive so much. And of course another standardized feature that the tree bees have is these little whiskers, which we're super gluing in place and then adding even more definition so that they really stand out and this tree bee looks as detailed as possible. Of course, they are lawful, they are a protector, they are a traveller of the old woodland, and so we're going to give them a cloak as well, and we thought it would be so cute if the cloak fit over their ears. And I'm so glad we did that because that is adorable, adding a little bit of jewellery to clasp the cloak shut. And moving on to the lawful prop. So this puppet is a defender of the innocent. They will go to battle for anyone who has been wronged, and so we are giving them this little carved sword so that no matter where they go on their journey, they always have a way to protect people. Spraying it gold and then attaching some rope to the handle and also a gem, just for a little bit of decoration. And that is our finished tree bee, our lawful cat warrior. Now, I say this every episode, and people in the comments say this every episode, but how can you not love each new one? This is definitely a favourite of mine. First of all, I love cats, I love tree bees, and I love every colour that we have on this puppet. But also the cloak that shows the ears through, which is just this is a dream. I love this. I hope you do too, especially Order 1321. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creation. I hope you love it. They cannot wait to meet you, but first, In the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune so that no matter where they go, they'll never forget where they came from in Wistman's Wood. Thank you for watching. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thank you for coming back to join us for another new episode of Season 2, and the Council cannot wait to see what we make today. This one is for you, Order 1324. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Leathertor, which means today we're making a ruined giant, and they're of metal and earth, an ancient disguised creature living as half-buried ruins on Leathertor. Their movements can inadvertently cause natural disasters, and they are slow and docile for most of their life. And our personality roll, this ruined giant is lawful, which means they are again a protector of the innocent. So that's our theme for today, and we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt. And of course, as always, it's looking delicious. And then, once the glue is dried, we're going to press it all together and form the shape. Of course, moving on to our S for sexy on the mouth plate, and today's S was extra fancy. Glue it all together with our forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head for our first skeleton reveal. They're moving very slowly, very docile of course, and now they need some colours. So we have rolled for 3 different colours today, and those 3 are a 1 for red, a 9 for yellow, and a 6 for black. And at first I was a little bit confused as to how these colours would work, and then I remembered that Dartmoor granite is literally cooled volcanic eruption, so those colours are kind of perfect for lava rock. But getting started with one of our standardised features, the ruined giant comes with foam carving as standard. And this head shape has an underbite, and we're going to accentuate that underbite by adding in this kind of crunchy rock looking lip, and also crunchy eyebrows. And then we're going to spray that up because it also comes with airbrush. And to match the theme, we're going to add a base layer of this gorgeous wine red with loads of definition in the cracks of the rock with the black. And that is just looking so cool. So now we're going to grab our fabrics. Starting with the head and the body of the puppet, we're going to have this F3 red fleece. And we're going to glue that around the sides of the EVA foam eyebrows to help really define them, before sewing up the seams on the back of the puppet's head. And then we're going to move on to add EVA foam blocks to the body as well to really help this puppet look like it is made of rock. It is a ruined giant. It is a dormant tor on Dartmoor, which is fun for me. And then we're going to cover that in the same fleece as the head. And now moving on to the arms. We wanted the arms to be very chunky, very block-like, and so we actually started by carving these EVA foam blocks and gluing them together with a hole in the middle to attach them with string, carving them into shape so that they have a nice bend in the elbow, measuring out the fleece and then sewing the arm tubes up, doll jointing them onto the body for our first little happy dance. And it just looks like a rock that's come to life, and that is so cool. Can you tell we're enjoying this? And then to add couple little pops of colour, we're going to have some black fur dripping down the arms like black lichen on a rock, and then a little pop of yellow above the eyebrow as well. Ready for our colour reveal? Such a different character than we've created ever on this show before. But now, of course, he needs some eyes. And we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes. So, to go with the colour scheme, we're actually going to spray up some of our 50mm dot eyes bright yellow, glue in some dots, and then moving on to gluing on these sleepy, sleepy eyelids. Because you've got to remember, this puppet has just woken up from a 1,000-year-long nap. They are a little bit groggy, and you're going to have to give them a moment to come around. But loving it so far, and now, of course, it is time for the finishing features. We have rolled a 2 for teeth, a 10 for eyelashes, and a 20 for dealer's choice. So, starting with the teeth, we're going to glue in some of these rounded 3D printed teethies, and they fit nicely into the underbite mouth plate. And then for dealer's choice, we're going to add a lot of features like hair, but we're going to use moss. So the backstory for this character, he is a lawful ruined giant, and he has dedicated his whole life to allowing all host of flora and fauna to grow on him, and he sees himself as a protector of the environment and to all these little creatures. So he's covered in flowers and mushrooms and moss, and it's beautiful. And then of course this yellow fleece tongue, we're going to glue it in place because every puppet needs a tongue. And then some finishing features. And for the eyelashes, we didn't want to go with sort of false black eyelashes. We wanted it to be another natural thing, and so we used flower petals as eyelashes and glued them in place, adding final shading and definition to all of the rocks and crevices and knuckles and tongue and eyelids on this puppet. Again, 1,000-year nap, he's gonna have bags under his eyes. And here is the finished puppet reveal. So, what do you think? We absolutely love him, and we hope you do too, especially order 1324. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They're so much fun. They're just a sleepy, lawful rock monster covered in moss and flowers, with lots of detailing and shading and lots of personality. So, thank you very, very much for watching us build this puppet. We really hope you enjoyed it. Give them a name and an even more detailed backstory in the comments down below, but now they have a very important task. They must now receive their rune from the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, sleeping on Leathertor on Dartmoor. We'll see you Monday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thank you for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2. The Council are so excited to see who's going to join them in the third throne today. So, let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Pixie's Pool again, which means we're making another pixie today. And pixies are of magic and wind. They're a mischief-causing, shape-shifting creature who live around Pixie's Pool. They have no bad intentions towards others, but can be careless as they love being the center of attention. So now we need to roll for our personality, and we have rolled that this pixie will be mythical. So we've got our head shape and we've got our personality, and now we'll get started. As always, by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, before gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt. Of course, and then today I thought I'd just show you a little bit extra because I know you're all here for the Forbidden Honey sandwiches. Once the glue is dry, we press it all together to form the shape, before our S for sexy on the mouth plate. And it's another fancy one today. And then that all gets glued together into the head of the puppet with our Forbidden ice cream sandwiches, ready for our skeleton reveal. Looking adorable. I personally really, really love the pixie head shape. But of course, we now need some colours. So, first of all, rolling for how many colours, and we have 3 today. And those 3 colours are 1 for red, 3 for green, and 7 for blue. Very different colours for a pixie, but this one is mythical, so the more the better, I suppose. So we're going to grab our fabric and start by cutting out the head of the puppet and the arms in this forest green F3 fleece, sewing the arms and hands together on the sewing machine in one long satisfying shot. And then I thought I would time the head shape for you again today, because I know some of you enjoy to see it. Enjoy to see it? What was that? I had to cut and fade it in the middle just because it was a very long shot, but it took me 30 minutes, which I was pretty happy with. And then for the body, we got a little silly and we got a little creative, and we wanted to incorporate the red and the shape-shifting element of this mythical pixie. So the front of the pixie's body is green, the same as the head, but then the back of the puppet's body, we attached on this extra panel of foam with the bright red F3 fleece and these black dots because this pixie is actually shape-shifting and camouflaging itself as a ladybird, which we just fell in love with that idea. I think it is so cute. It has like this shell. Now for the blue, we made this little custom wig for the puppet's head, so it has a nice big tuft of hair, which I then hand sewed in place, and it's looking adorable. And then once that was done, we double jointed the arms onto the body, and here you can see the little ladybird shell. which just looks adorable, ready for our first little happy dance and our colourful reveal. So here's our mythical shape-shifting creature so far. We're having a lot of fun with it, as you can tell, but now it is time to roll for our eyes. And we have a 2 for dot eyes. I was definitely hoping for cabs here, but the dice know what they're doing. I have to trust them, so we're actually going to go with these big glossy black dots. Here I am just testing the size, and then once we were happy with the size, we attached the real ones, and here they are. Very, very cute, but of course, finally we need our features. So we have rolled a 2 for teeth, 16 for piercing, and 20 for dealer's choice. Now, a pixie comes with ears and nose as standard. So we're going to start by carving a little EVA foam nose and shaping it. And then we're going to move on to sewing up the little pixie ears in the same green fleece. And they just look so cute! Look at these little ears! So once they're ready, and here's just another shot of the ladybird back because I thought it was so cool. Once they're ready, I'm going to hand sew them onto the head of the puppet, which does not hurt the puppet, I swear. And then we're going to cover the nose in the green fleece and we're going to sew that on. And this is just such a perfect pixie nose. Like, that is a Dartmoor pixie, isn't it? And then next we're going to cut this row of little EVA teefies, which just look adorable! And then we're going to glue them in place. Whilst they dry, we're going to move on to the little red fleecy F3 tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and we're going to glue that in place, which is another lovely pop of red. And then for piercing, we have this really cool hanging metal bell earring, which we thought was awesome. So we secured that in place, and that just helps to make the puppet look really unique and really mythical. Then we're just going to go around and add lots of shading and lots of definition to the puppet, the ears and the nose, the tongue, and then we're going to add some highlights as well. A little bit of blush for those rosy pixie cheeks. And then we're going to go around, blend it all together. We're also going to add a belly button, and I always think it's funny when they're watching their own belly button surgery. I don't know if that's funny, but I enjoyed filming it. Sewing up the tiny little pixie belly button, and then for our final dealer's choice, we're giving them an accessory, this beautiful scarf, like the icon they are. And here is the finished puppet reveal. This mythical, fashionable, shape-shifting ladybird pixie. We really threw everything at this one, and I really hope you enjoy it. We had a lot of fun making it, you can probably tell. But I love the more traditional style of features that we've given them with the pixie ears and the little upturned nose. Even though the rest of it is quite whimsical and quite silly, I think it's a great mix, and it really does look like a Dartmoor pixie to me. So please give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments, but now they must receive their rune from the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, so that no matter where they go next, and if they're adopted from the council, they'll never forget where they came from at Pixie's Pool. If you would like to adopt this wacky creature, then they are available from our website. But until then, until they find their new home, they will serve on the council and help the Burrow Brownies oversee our work. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you on Wednesday for another new episode. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks for coming back for another episode of Season 2, and the council cannot wait to see what the dice create today. And this one is for you, Order 1329. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Virtuous Lady Mine, which means we're making a Borid today, and they're of dark and earth. The Borid lives a slow, solitary life in the dank caves and crevices of Dartmoor, plotting and planning the downfall of the Brownie Kingdom. A Burrow Brownie's natural enemy, and our personality role today is mischievous. And it's pretty easy for a Borid to look mischievous, so we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt, of course. You can get your own on our website. And look at all of that forbidden honey, please don't eat forbidden honey, pressing it all together when the glue is dry to form the shape, and then we're moving on to our very fancy S for sexy on the mouth plate today. I don't know what came over us. That all gets glued together with our black fleece and our forbidden ice cream sandwiches glued into the puppet's head, ready for our first reveal. Here is our puppet skeleton so far. They don't quite look mischievous yet, but now we need to roll for our colour scheme. First off, for how many colours this puppet's going to have, and we've rolled a 2. So those 2 colours are going to be a 1 for red and a 10 for dealer's choice. So for our dealer's choice, we're going to grab this deep, rich navy blue fleece. Such a beautiful colour, so we're going to draw around our pattern with our chalk, cut out the head in the fleece, and then move on to the body of the puppet in the same blue fleece. Sew up the arms and hands on the sewing machine, and then I'm going to hand sew the fleece head pattern all together. And then doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body, ready for our first little happy dance. Before, of course, adding our red. So this puppet is actually going to have lots of spots and patches and splotches all over its body, which I'm going to hand sew in place. Now, a Borid used to be a burrow brownie, but at the coming of age, they chose the path of evil, and so they lost all of their fur and they live in the caves of Dartmoor. Which is why they're a burrow brownie's natural enemy. They hate who they used to be, but more of that to come. So moving on, we need some eyes for this puppet, and we have rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for our iris, and we have a 10 for rust, which I feel goes with this colour scheme pretty well. Not the most mischievous of eyes that we have, but we're going to glue them into some 40mm cab eyes before measuring out our eyelids for the puppet, and we're trying to go for like a mischievous little smirk. Gluing those blue eyelids in place, and then we're going to screw the eyes onto the puppet, ready for our next reveal. And here they are so far, with their mischievous little smirk. But of course, we're not finished yet. This puppet now needs some features. And I'm being told that here they're going for a swim, which is why they took a deep breath. So for our features roll, we have a 4 for ears, 5 for hair, and 16 for piercing. So I'm pretty happy with that roll, but of course, a Borid also comes with teeth and airbrush as standard. But getting started with our tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, we're just sewing up this bright green forked fleece tongue. Sewing in some definition in a line down the middle so we can add some shading into it later, before gluing it into the puppet's head. Because even Borids need a tongue, and they are looking more mischievous every second. Moving on to the teeth as standard, we're going to add in lots of definition, lots of texture, lots of damage to these teeth, because it's not an easy life living in the dank caves of Dartmoor, before giving them a colour wash. So they look weathered. These are weathered teeth. Now we're going to cut out our foam ears for the puppet, and then sew together some of the same blue fleece to cover the ears, before filling them with the foam and sewing in an earlobe definition line. Now this puppet has also been chomped on, so we added some damage to the ear and we just painted the foam red to match the colour scheme. And then I'm going to hand sew these onto the puppet's head. And here is the sped up version of me sewing on the other ear. I don't know why you needed to see so much ear sewing today, but it's your lucky day. And then once those are on, we're going to glue the weathered teeth into the underbite of the puppet. And then for the piercing, we have this just bold, iconic silver hoop, which is in the chomped ear. And finally, moving on to hair, we have this red tuft of fire-like hair, which I'm sewing onto the top of the puppet's head. We wanted that to look like it was erupting out of the top of the Borid. Once that is in place, we're moving on to our final standardized feature, and we're adding some highlights to really bring out the blue in the fleece with our airbrush, because we just love airbrushing things. Why not? This puppet definitely needed some more definition. Shading around the spots and the eyelids and the ears, and then adding in some darker definition to help the spots look 3D and like they're growing out of the puppet. A little bit of shading on the green tongue. And here we have the finished Borid puppet. And as you can see, the Burrow Brownie Kingdom is currently empty. They're all sleeping peacefully, as this is the only time a Borid can enter, as they were banished when they chose the path of evil. So, what do you think? We hope you love it, especially Order 1329. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They can't wait to meet you. Give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments. I'm sure you'll be able to come up with something very, very unique. This one has a lot of personality. We absolutely love the hair, the colour scheme of this one, the hoop, the gnarly teeth, and the 3D spots. So this one was a lot of fun and thank you for watching. But now they have a very important task to complete. Under the cover of night, he must retrieve his rune before returning to the caves at Virtuous Lady Mine. So he'll never forget his time here. But he will never be able to retrieve what he is truly looking for down in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. So thank you for watching today's episode. We really hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to share this video with someone you know who likes puppets, and we'll see you on Friday for another Roll for Puppet. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2, and the Council cannot wait to see what the dice will have us create today, and neither can we. So, this one is for you, Order 1330. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling our rune dice for our head shape, and today we have rolled the rune for Fogentor Quarry, which means we're going to make an Owlgon. And they are of thunder and light, a mysterious and wise creature resembling an owl who lives primarily atop the watching rock of Fogentor Quarry. And this Owlgon's personality will be cute today, so another cuteness overload puppet. So that's our character all ready to go, so we're going to start by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirts, of course. Once the glue's dry, we're going to press it together to form the shape. And then we have this very interesting S for sexy on the mouth plate, which we then glue together with the fleece and the Forbidden Ice Cream sandwiches before gluing it all into the head for our first skeleton reveal. Here is our Owlgon so far. This is obviously a brand new head shape for you guys. They have the beak and everything, but now we need some colours. And we're going to have 3 colours today, and those 3 will be a 3 for green, a 9 for yellow, and a 10 for dealer's choice. So we're going to grab our fabrics and get started by drawing it out roughly on the foam. We have this olive green faux fur, which we're going to start as a belly patch. And then for our dealer's choice, we actually have this beautiful, wispy, long brown fur that looks really feathery. And we thought would go really well with this owl theme. So we're going to sew that up, and we're going to cut the hole so that the little green belly can poke through. Sew that all together before moving on to our other colour, which is yellow. And we're going to have a bright yellow beak. Start by sewing it on the sewing machine before attaching it to the beak of the puppet. Then we're going to start to cut out the fur for the rest of the head leading back from the beak, and then that's all going to be hand sewn together. Then moving on for the wings, because of course an Owlgon needs wings. We're going to sew them up in the same brown fur, and then look at that! Look how cute that is! Doll joint them onto the body so we can have our first little happy dance. And I know what you're thinking, that's the cutest little happy dance you've ever seen, and I agree. I'm a little bit biased. I absolutely love owls so much, and so they're just rocking out and I love them. But now we need some eyes. So we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes, which is a really great roll for this puppet. I feel like I didn't want stark white eyes staring out from the fur. So I'm glad we got to spray some up, and we went with yellow to go with the theme. And then for the cuteness overload, we have the biggest black pupils that we could find. So they look nice and bright and friendly. We're just going to gently screw the eyes in place. Ready for our next reveal. This puppet is so cute. They're just learning to fly. They're trying their best. I absolutely love them already. But of course, they're not quite finished yet. They need some features. So for our features roll, we have 10 for eyelashes, 20 for dealer's choice, and 7 for wings. But the Owlgon comes with wings as standard, so we re-rolled and we have a 6 for airbrush. Now, airbrush for me is really becoming like tongues in season 1. Like, I feel that every puppet needs an airbrush. But I don't know, let me know what you guys think. So, speaking of tongues, we're going to sew up this little pink bird tongue, glue it into the mouth, and then moving on to eyelashes. We want really nice, bold, cute, cartoony eyelashes for this puppet, so we glued these foam ones in place. And then moving on to our dealer's choice, we actually have a little green tail for this puppet. This is me just trying my hardest not to squeeze it. You don't know how many times I hugged this puppet whilst I was making it. Doll joint the little tail into place in the green olive fur. And then for airbrush, we're going to go around and add lots of definition and shading to the eyelids. We're going to add in some little nostrils in orange. And then some really nice faded airbrush around the base of the beak. Every puppet needs definition, and here we have the finished puppet reveal, flying onto stage. If you cannot tell, I absolutely love this puppet, and I absolutely love owls, actually. My family used to rescue birds of prey, so I actually had 5 owls growing up, which may be where my biases is coming from. But anyway, here is the finished puppet, so we hope you love it, especially order 1330. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. This one was so much fun. Brand new head shape, some beautiful furry wings, and just a lovely, cute character. So, thank you for watching, but now they have a very important task. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must now receive their rune from Alana, the head of the council, so that no matter where they go next, they never forget where they came from, atop the Watching Rock at Fogantor Quarry. And I will definitely never forget this puppet, so thank you so much for watching, thank you for supporting, thank you to our brave customer. They must now fly off to their new home. We hope you enjoyed this one, and we will see you on Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. And it's Monday, which means we're making another council member today, and Alana and Pharaoh cannot wait to see who will be joining them on the third throne. So let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we have rolled the rune for the Potato Caves, which means we're making another Beast of Dartmoor today, and they're of the earth. A rarely seen dog-like beast who roams over the bleak landscape of Dartmoor. Returning to the safety of the caves at night, many claim to have caught glimpses of him but are never quite sure what they have seen. And then for today, our personality role is evil. So that is in stark contrast to our last Beast of Dartmoor where we rolled Good Boy, but is in keeping with the character and the lore. So we're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey Sandwich t-shirt, of course. And we are working on some S for Sexy designs, don't worry. We're going to press it all together when the glue is dry to form the shape. Our kind of medieval S for Sexy on the mouth plate today, I don't know what's going on, we're trying new things. Gluing it all together with the Forbidden Ice Cream Sandwiches into the head of the puppet for our skeleton reveal. Looking very menacing already, but of course, now this puppet needs some colours. First of all, we need to know how many colours this puppet's going to be wearing, and we have rolled 3. So those 3 colours are going to be a 1 for red, 6 for black, and a 10 for dealer's choice. So we're going to grab our fabric, starting with this red fur and the yellow fleece, as that's going to be our dealer's choice colour. So we're going to use this wine red fur as kind of the base of the beast. The base of the beast, that's cool, I like that. Alliteration. And then we're going to have pops of the yellow and black throughout it. And it also goes really nicely with the fire fur that we used earlier in the season. So I'm just going to be hand sewing the red fur onto the yellow muzzle. We wanted there to be a nice contrast so that we could have the nose on the puppet later. And we're going to have fluffy arms and hands as well, but sewn together with a black fleece paw pad. For a nice bit of contrast, and also so it looks like they have a little paw, a little bit different than the arm. I'm just going to be turning them all inside out, which takes ages when it's a fur tube, essentially. Sew up the arm rod pocket, doll joint them onto the body of the puppet for our first little happy dance. And here they are so far. They're in the Furby stage, the trust the process stage, the Bart Simpson as the Raven stage, but now we need some eyes. So we have rolled 5 for Pro Eyes. They are back, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just going to buff up a pair of the Pro Eyes that we have on the shelf. And we actually don't have a matching pair because these are both the odd eyes from a pair of eyes that failed in the casting process, if that makes sense. So we have one green and one red vein eye. And these veiny, mismatched bloodshot eyes are definitely going to help with the unhinged character we're trying to create here. So we're just getting the measurements for the eyelids before gluing them in place. And then the Pro Eyes are attached inside the head with this metal bracket that helps sort of bend them in to get the right focus. And here is definitely looking right now like Bart Simpson as the Raven. And I'm not mad about that. It looks freaking adorable. But of course, we're not going for adorable, we're going for evil, so it's time to roll for our features. And we have 9 for eyebrows, 12 for prop, and 17 for spine. Is that the first spine we've rolled this season? I don't know. We definitely haven't had many spines this season, so that is exciting. But of course, a Beast of Dartmoor comes with ears and nose as standard to help him look more like a dog creature. So we're just starting with the standardized features, and I'm attaching these fleece and furry ears, red and black, hand sewing them in place, and then these furry black eyebrows really pinched down in the middle to help him look like he's scowling, like he's evil. And then a little bit of airbrush definition around the snout of the puppet to help look like fire. We really wanted it to look like it was blending into the nose from the red fur. And then attaching this glossy black dog nose and adding a few little freckles on the snout as well. Moving on to the spine, we really wanted to incorporate this fire fur that has yellow, black and red on it all the way down the puppet's body. Sewing up a red fleecy tongue because every puppet needs a tongue, and gluing it into the mouth. Absolutely loving this color combination, the faded fiery airbrush. Moving on to prop, we wanted this puppet to have a carved EVA foam bone as a prop. And we're just shaving it down to the right size and shaping it a little bit, sealing it with the heat gun. And then, of course, this puppet is evil, so we wanted it to look like a fresh bone. like he's been gnawing on it recently and there's still a little bit of flesh there. You know, it's an evil Beast of Dartmoor that prowls along the landscape. So here we have the finished puppet, and I have to say, we definitely hit the evil theme. The colours are great, the expression is great, I'm really glad we got a chance to use the Pro Eyes. And the fiery spine down the back of the puppet. I absolutely love this one, and I hope you do too. I know that everyone loves the cute puppets, and I do too, but sometimes there's just something really fun about creating this menacing creature. You can have a lot of fun with it. He threw his bone, he is laughing at you. So thank you for watching this one. Give them a detailed backstory and a name down in the comments. But now, in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, when they're adopted, they'll never forget where they came from, hiding in the potato caves on Dartmoor. Now Alana's giving him a stern talking to about his evil ways and trying to get him to turn to the side of good. But if you would like to take this puppet home and see a little bit of the potato caves of Dartmoor, they are available on our website. But thank you for watching, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Season 2, and today, this one's for you, Order 1334. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Venford Falls, which means today we're making a Mernymphal. Of water and fire, they are an adored tiny water creature with mermaid characteristics. They can be found swimming in the magical pond sheltered by trees at Venford Falls. And today's Mernymphal personality is going to be good, which will create a vastly different creature than our last Mernymphal, which was evil. So we're going to cut out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirts. Of course, available from our website if you'd like your own. And then pressing it all together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And then of course our fancy S for sexy on the mouth plate, which all gets glued together with our Forbidden ice cream sandwiches and the mouth plate fleece into the puppet's head, ready for our first skeleton reveal. swimming into shot beautifully. I really love how different the body shape of the Mernimfical is than any of the other characters. It makes them really unique. And just diving off now as we need our colours roll. We're going to have 2 colours today, and those will be a 7 for blue and a 10 for dealer's choice. So we're going to grab our materials and we're going to start with this beautiful blue Nyla fleece. Glue it around the head of the puppet because we're going to go for blue skin tone. Like it's a smurf, like a smurf Nymphical. And it looks beautiful. So moving on to the body shape of the puppet, and we're going to cut that out and sew it in the same fleece. And then I'm going to move on to hand sewing the head. So I'm just going to pin it in place and trim off all the excess to get it to the right shape. And then I'm going to hand sew the seam down the head. And then in the same blue fleece, we're going to cut out the hands and the arms of the puppet and sew it up in one big long line. And of course, every Mernimfical needs a little clamshell bra. So we're going to sew in some definition to those and then add on the beginnings to the tail before sewing the clamshell bra into place. Which isn't necessary, but I love the way things look when they're hand sewn on. It just really helps soften the lines and make them look like they're one piece. We don't want any rough edges here, but then moving on to the tail, we are going to be cutting out this 2-way sequin fabric, which sounded like a great idea. But this fabric and the sequins broke the sewing machine needle 3 times today. We had to replace the needle 3 times. And it made us feel things strongly. So we are tentatively sewing the tail onto the body and hoping not to break a 4th needle and replace a 4th needle. And then sewing on these purple fins before attaching the arms to the body with the dull joints for our first little Mernimfical happy dance. Here they are showing you the reversible sequins that nearly killed us today, and our colourful reveal. They look absolutely adorable, and now it's time for our eyes. So we've rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for our iris colour, and we have a 19 for reef, which is an absolutely beautiful iris colour. I'm so glad we rolled this. It's like this inky deep blue. I absolutely love it. So we're just gluing them into 40mm cabochon eyes, and then once they're in place and dry, we're going to move on to drafting up our eyelids. Drafting up, you know what I mean, like getting them in the right place, screwing them onto the head, ready for our eye reveal. Swimming into shot again, and under these lights, the purple is pulling really pink, but it is purple. And now it is time for our features. So we have rolled 10 for eyelashes, 1 for horns, and 5 for hair. Now the Mernimfical comes with hair as standard, so we re-rolled that for a 9 for eyebrows, which is going to be a very interesting roll. Horns on a good mermaid? But we're going to start with the hair, and so we're just altering this wig to fit the puppet's head and sewing it into place. And the wig really helps to immediately bring the character to life. I love them so much. Once that's all sewn in place, we're going to move on to the horns, and so we have these tiny little 3D printed horns, which we're going to screw in place just on the hairline, so they can almost act as ears, like keeping the hair out of their face. And then moving on to eyelashes, we have these lovely fluttery ones, which I'm going to glue in place, and again, helps the puppet come alive. And then we have this baby pink F3 fleece tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then for eyebrows, I'm actually making up this little cardboard template, so we can airbrush some eyebrows onto the puppet. And they're not always going to be very evident because of the wig, so the hair is going to cover the eyebrows sometimes, but we all know that the eyebrows are there. And then we're adding a little bit more airbrush definition onto the tongue of the puppet, and also the clamshell bra, because it's such a cute feature. I love it. And so, after all that shading and definition is added and we're happy with it, it's time for our final puppet reveal. So, say hello to our good Mernimfical. Here is the finished puppet. We hope you love it, especially Order 1334. Thank you again for trusting us on the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We absolutely love them, as you may be able to tell. The colours are beautiful, the hair is beautiful, some of the features were very unique and a little bit tricky to incorporate into the theme. Like the horns and the eyebrows on a creature that normally wouldn't have them, but that's what the dice are for. They're there to challenge us and to bring the creatures that they want to life. to life. Did that make sense? Anyway, thank you very much for watching this one. This was a very long build today. Sorry if the video is slightly late, but we hope you love it and they cannot wait to meet their new family. But of course, before that, they have a very important task to do. Deep underground in the magical Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must now receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, swimming in the magical pools at Venford Falls. They've had a wonderful time meeting the Burrow Brownies of the Council. We had a wonderful time bringing them to life, so thank you for watching, and we will see you on Friday for another new episode. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2, and this one is for you, Order 1340. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today we've rolled the rune off camera for Fatherford Woods, which means we're making a Burrow Brownie today, and they're of magic and light. An almost immortal mythical being appointed to work alongside the Guardians and keep the peace between the realms on Dartmoor. They live in an underground kingdom, the entrance to which is hidden to the human eye on a raised grassy platform deep in Fatherford Woods. And I love Burrow Brownies, but for our personality roll today, we have a mischievous one. So, with all that in mind, we're going to get started, as always, by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt. Once all of that glue is dry, we're going to press it together to form the shape. We have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which of course gets glued together with the fleece, the Forbidden ice cream sandwiches, so it can all be glued into the head, ready for our first skeleton reveal. And here they are, looking adorable. It's hard not to think they all look so cute, even when we haven't rolled cuteness. But anyway, they now need some colours. And today we're going to have 2 colours on this puppet, and those 2 are going to be a 2 for pink and a 3 for green. Cosmo and Wanda strike again. So we're going to grab our materials, and we're going to cut out this olive green faux fur for the body of the puppet. Sew it all together on the sewing machine. And then for the head of the puppet we have this baby pink fleece. And when I went to start sewing the head of the puppet, I dropped my needle into like this pot of pins, and it was literally like finding a needle in a pin stack. And then when I found it, it was magnetized to the back of my phone case, and it took me so long to find it. But anyway, once I did, I then sewed up the head of the puppet, and then we used the same baby pink fleece for the hands and the arms, which all get sewed up on the sewing machine, before of course being doll jointed onto the puppet's body for our first little happy dance. Mischievous happy dance, and our colourful reveal. And right now it's giving very much Taff from the abandoned taffy factory in Bob's Burgers, like the booby trap that Louise carries around. Does anyone know Taff? But to save us from that image, we now need to roll for our eyes, and we have 2 for dot eyes. And so we're going to glue some big 20mm black glossy dots into some of these puppet eyes. And these just look adorable! And once we screw them onto the head, we can find the position for the eyelids. Still giving a little bit of taff, so we definitely need some features next. But here they are with those big black dots. And they kind of already do look like they'd be good at getting up to mischief, I think, even without the features. But speaking of features, those are 10 for eyelashes, 20 for dealer's choice, and 19 for roll again. That is mischievous. So our roll again, we have a 5 for hair, 9 for eyebrows, and 20 for dealer's choice. So definitely a mischievous puppet, giving us double the features to do. Plus, of course, in Season 2, puppets come with features as standard, so we're really... we've got a lot. This puppet has 7 features. Starting off with the nose as standard, and we're going to be carving it out of EVA foam and covering it in the same fleece as the face. A little upturned Burrow Brownie snout, and I'm going to sew it in place, because I could find my needle this time. And then the second standardized feature is the Burrow Brownie's ears. So we're going to sew them up in the pink fleece, and then we're going to stuff them with the foam, sew in this nice line of definition before hand sewing them onto the head. And then moving on to our first dealer's choice, we definitely wanted this puppet to have a little outfit. So we found this really, really beautiful striped vintage fabric and we sewed them up a little waistcoat, which looks so cool. And then moving on to these fluttery black false eyelashes, which I'm gluing in place. And then we're going to add in a lot of definition and airbrush spraying into the ears. And then adding some shading to the tip of the Burrow Brownie's nose, which just looks adorable! And then also a little bit of shading to the eyelids to help deepen them. And now, because every puppet needs a tongue, we're sewing up this hot pink F3 fleece one, gluing it into the puppet's head, but making sure that it sticks out a little bit because they are mischievous, so they're sticking their tongue out at everyone. And then for the hair, we have this black-tipped pink faux fur, which just looks so cool and a little bit rebellious, and it looks like the puppet dyed its hair without telling its Burrow Brownie parents, because it's a little bit mischievous, it's rebelling a little bit, it's expressing itself, and I absolutely love it. And then we're adding a little bit of jewellery for our next dealer's choice. We have these moth earrings. And I kind of feel like their parents told them they weren't allowed to pierce their ears, but they went and did it anyway because they're mischievous. Just spiking up the hair a little bit. And then for the eyebrows, we have the same faux fur as the body, and we're just going to glue them in place above the eyes. Final finishing touch, we're just adding a little green button to the waistcoat. And here we have our finished puppet reveal. Here is our mischievous green and pink Burrow Brownie. They look so fun. I love the sticking out tongue. I love the whole kind of personality that we've gone with this one, with the vintage waistcoat, the spiky dyed hair, the earrings. This one was a lot of fun, and I personally love Burrow Brownies anyway, so it's always fun to bring one to life. And we hope you love it too, especially Order 1340. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They can't wait to meet you, but of course, first they must receive their runestone. In their land, they live in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. Alana's going to pass on some wisdom as she hands them their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from. Helping the Guardians to bring peace over Dartmoor. Thank you for watching, and we will see you on Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. And today is an extra special extra episode to celebrate the wedding anniversary of a wonderful couple in Kansas, USA. And so this one is for you, and I have a very special message to read from Caleb. Happy anniversary! I have never met anyone as wonderful and unique as you are. And it's amazing to build this life with you. I love you to the moon and back, Goose. And I just have to say, Goose is the cutest pet name ever. So happy anniversary, guys. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet and letting us be a part of your special day. It honestly means so much that watching these videos is a part of your routine and something you love to do together. It's honestly just so cool that we get to be involved in surprises like this. So yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful day whatever you're doing. And let's make you a puppet. Let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And today, we have rolled the rune for the stone circles, which means we're making a fairy for the first time. And they are of magic and wind. These mystical and mischievous creatures convene around the stone circle. They travel on the wind to lead people, sometimes down the wrong path. So we have a new character today, and this one's personality role will be mythical. So that's pretty cool, and I'm very excited to introduce you to our first fairy, starting as always by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt, and then once the glue is dry, pressing it all together to form the shape. And after many requests, we decided to try the 90s cool S for sexy on the mouthplate, which is very difficult to do in glue. In runny contact adhesive from a squeegee bottle, but we tried our best. So that gets glued together on the fleece mouthplate with our forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and then we're going to move on to the facial carving that the fairy comes with. So we're just sanding down and shaping these blocks of EVA foam and gluing them onto the puppet's head. And the fairy has this really cute little upturned pointy nose, the cutest little side profile you've ever seen. I'm very jealous. And here is our first skeleton reveal. As our friends Sam and Claire would say, it's in the ugly stage. You've got to just trust the process and get through the ugly stage. But now for colours, we have 3 colours today. And those 3 are 1 for red, 9 for yellow, and 3 for green. So those are all pretty natural woodland colours, and they go perfectly with the idea we have in mind for this fairy. So we're going to start by cutting out this yellow F3 fleece for the puppet's head. And then moving on to the fleece for the hands and the arms as well in the same colour. Sewing that all together in one long satisfying shot on the sewing machine. And also the same colour for the puppet's body. So I'm just pinning the F3 in place on the head so that I can sew it all shut, which was a little bit of a tricky job to get around the EVA foam nose, but I kept the side profile, which looks really, really cute. And then sewing up the arm rod pockets in the hands as well. And I just wanted to show you the shape of this body before we start adding anything else because I think it's beautiful. And now to add our red and also going with our theme for today, our mythical love anniversary fairy, like a Cupid of Dartmoor. I'm sewing on this little red heart onto the chest of the puppet, which just looks adorable. And now our hands get doll jointed onto the body for our first little happy dance. Now don't worry, the green is coming, but we're going to be adding it with some features later. So here's the puppet so far. It'll be getting lots of green later, but now moving on to our eyes. And we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes, which I'm really glad about. Because sometimes the stark white eyes really do need like a wash of colour to help kind of make them look more real. I don't know. So we've mixed up this really beautiful creamy mint colour. And whilst that dries, we're going to get some cabs, and I've gone with mossy. Another green to help really complement the eyes, and I'm just gluing them in place. And they also go with the mystical Forest of Dartmoor theme. We're just going to screw them into place on the head so that we can get the positions right for the eyelids. We wanted this puppet to still look really awake and really bright. And so here they are so far with the eyes on. They're looking lovely, but of course they're not quite finished yet. We need our features roll. So we have an 11 for tail, 12 for prop, and 20 for dealer's choice. So first off, by starting with the things that the fairy comes with as standard, we have some wings. Starting off by shaping them out of this wire. And then we have this beautiful, magical, starry cellophane paper, which is going to be the covering for the wings. So we're going to glue it down, sandwiching the cellophane on top of the wire, bending it to shape, and here are the wings. We're going to secure these later, but first of all we have to make our dealer's choice, which is this little waistcoat. And if you couldn't tell by now, we love adding clothes to puppets whenever we get the chance. So this is just adding a little bit more red and green, and then I decided I wanted a little pocket on the chest of the waistcoat for our prop to sit in, which is little bottles of fairy dust. Little fairy potion bottles, one of the cutest things ever. And they fit snugly in the little fairy's waistcoat pocket for their love potions. And then we cut out a little hole for the wings to sit in the back of the waistcoat, and then we're securing the wings in place. A heart-shaped tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And today's theme is love. I'm getting too into this. And then for another little pop of green, we're adding some jewels to the back of the wings. And this puppet is really coming together. But of course, they also come with as standard some hair. Once we've secured the wig, we're adding a little bit more green with these ferns, gluing them in place so it looks like the ferns are dripping down her hair, and then we're adding a few little flowers just for cuteness, and then a little bit more green with this sort of floral ribbon, and then we've glued that in place, sort of climbing up the fairy's arm. We want this puppet to look completely at one with nature, living in the stone circles. And then for another little pop of magic, we're having these glittery garlands following the trail of the ribbon all the way up the puppet's arm, which just helps them look even more magical, even more detailed, and we absolutely love it. And then of course our finishing feature, we're adding a little bit of shading and definition all around the puppet, the eyelids, the tongue, some definition around the lips, and for our final feature, the kind of wild card the dice gave us, a tail for a fairy, because why not? That's doll jointed onto the body, and we are now ready for our finished puppet reveal with our balloons and our happy anniversary banner. And the puppet blows you kisses as they are the love fairy and they are so happy to be a part of your special day. So thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We had a lot of fun. We hope you love them. They cannot wait to meet you. And can everyone please say a massive happy wedding anniversary in the comments down below? And let us know what you think of the first fairy of Season 2. We only have 2 head shapes outstanding that we have not rolled yet. And just so you know, something massive is going to happen when we've rolled all 12, and we are waiting for that day. Hopefully it's soon. But anyway, today's love fairy now has a very important task. Down in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune, so that no matter where they fly to next, maybe Kansas, they'll never forget where they came from, sometimes leading strangers astray by the stone circles. Thank you so much for watching today's episode. We hope you enjoyed another little special on a Sunday. Happy anniversary, guys, and we will see you all tomorrow. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2. I hope you enjoyed a little bonus episode yesterday on a Sunday. But today's a Monday, so we're making a council member. Alana and Pharaoh are very excited to meet them, so let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today we've rolled the rune for Fogentor Quarry, which means we're making another Algon today. And they are thunder and light, a mysterious and wise creature resembling an owl who lives primarily atop the watching rock of Fogentor Quarry. Definitely one of my favourite characters, but I think I say that every episode, and today's Algon personality will be lawful, which means they are law-abiding, they protect the innocent, all the good characteristics. So, to get started with our lawful Algon, we're going to cut out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich, whilst wearing the Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt, of course. Before we press it all together once the glue is dry to form the shape, which is very satisfying, and then we're going to add our S for sexy on the mouth plate, glue that all together with our fleece and our forbidden ice cream sandwiches before gluing that into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. Here they are so far, looking great, but of course, they need some colours. And I don't know what that was. Owls don't swim. So for colours today, we're going to have 3 colours, and those 3 colours are a 3 for green, a 7 for blue, and a 10 for dealer's choice. So green, blue, and a random colour is the perfect time to use this multicolour fur. It has green and blue and purpley tones in it, so that's going to be our dealer's choice for today. It is such a beautiful fur, and I'm so glad we get to use it today on a fluffy, furry little Algon. So I'm going to start by cutting out the wings of the puppet, because an Algon does come with wings as standard. And then also cut the body of the puppet out in the same fur before sewing it together on the sewing machine. And then to help accentuate the blue a little bit more in the colour theme, we're actually going to have the underside of the wings just in this navy blue. So the top side of the wings are going to be the multicoloured beautiful fur, and then the underside are going to be just purely blue. Because the beak of this puppet is going to be green, and so we wanted to make sure that the blue had its own little place to shine as well. So I'm just going to be sewing up the beak of the puppet, and then I'm sewing the fur of the head onto that. And that just helps always to make a puppet look more finished when all of the seams are hidden and everything is like neat and natural looking. And then we're going to doll joint the wings onto the puppet's body for our first little flappy dance. A very happy flappy dance, and our colourful reveal. Look at this beautiful tie-dye Algon. They are looking so cool so far, but now we need some eyes. So for our eye roll, we have a 4 for odd eyes. And odd eyes haven't really been showing up much in Season 2, I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. So to get that odd eye look with these glossy black pupils, we're going to go for 2 vastly different sizes. We're going to have a size 11 and a size 14 right beside each other. Kind of looks like he's squinting, he's on the case of something. He's investigating with his lawful personality. And here they are. So at the moment, the eyes are getting a little bit lost in the fur, but we do trim it later and just let the eyes shine through a little bit more. But here they are so far, looking absolutely adorable, but now for our features roll. So we have a 6 for airbrush, 18 for claws, and 11 for tail. And we actually rolled an 11 for tail last Owlgon as well. So I don't know what it is that Dartmoor or the Dice Gods have about owls with tails, but they are insistent. So for our lawful Owlgon atop the Watching Rock, we had this really great idea, but we needed to 3D print this mask, and it was going to take several hours, so we set that going before working on the features, so that it would be ready when we needed it at the end. So we're going to move on to tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and we're sewing up this fleecy purple one before gluing it into the puppet's mouth. And then moving on to the claws of the puppet, we're going to attach 3 of these 3D printed claws onto each wing of the puppet, right at the seam where the 2 fur colours meet. And I think claws are a really good roll for this puppet. We don't include it as standard, but it does really help with the owl effect. And then for tail, we have this sage green faux feather material, which we're attaching to the back of the puppet. We wanted this tail to be more feathery rather than furry, to try and keep with the owl theme. And then moving on to airbrush, we're just going to add a lot of definition around the beak of the puppet. We're going to add some little nostril definition in there. Lots of dark green shading, which I am always a fan of airbrush and shading on every single puppet, you all know. And then for just another little finishing touch, we're actually going to add some of the dark green airbrush onto the claws of the puppet as well, so that they're not stark white and they look a little bit more natural with the puppet's colours. After 4 hours, the 3D printed mask was done, and so we're just undercoating it to give it a nice even base before we spray it gold, which just looks so cool. And definitely this lawful Owlgon protector of the innocent needed a gold gladiator helmet. And then we're just adding a strip of the same fur of the body onto the helmet, fitting it onto the puppet, and here we have... It's giving very much Birdman from Rick and Morty, I think. But here is the finished puppet. So what do you think? They normally only ever wear their helmet whilst they're atop their Watching Rock, but they wanted to show you just this once before they took it off. This is how you would see them if you found them in their natural habitat. But here they are without it, and we shaved the fur around their eyes back a little bit so that you could see the eyes more clearly. They look adorable, they look ready to protect you, and we hope you enjoyed this one, so give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments. They cannot wait to fly off and meet their new owner. Whoever would like to take them home, they're available for adoption on our website. But first, before all of that, they have a very important task to do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they never forget where they came from, atop the Watching Rock in Fogantor Quarry. And they're flying off to their little perch, so they won't be sitting on the throne today. We hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you Wednesday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Karian and Alana cannot wait to see what we create today. But before we get started, this one is for you, Order 1344. Thank you so much for trusting us on the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, off camera again for some reason, and today we've rolled the rune for Oakhampton Castle, which means we're making another dragon spirit today, one of my favourites. They're of fire and metal, a misunderstood friendly dragon creature who guards the grounds of the ancient Oakhampton Castle. So that's exciting, and today's dragon spirit personality will be cute. So far we've had a cute dragon spirit, an evil dragon spirit, and now another cute. So, starting off as always by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt, of course. And the Forbidden Honey is looking extra delectable there, but once it's all dried, we're going to press it all together to form the shape, before moving on to our S for sexy on the mouth plate, and today's was extra fancy. Then it all gets glued together with the fleece for the mouth plate, our Forbidden Ice Cream sandwiches, and it gets glued into the head, ready for our skeleton reveal. Stomping onto the stage, but here they are so far. Looking adorable as always, but of course we need to roll for our colours, and today we're going to have one colour. Initially, we were going to change that to automatically be 2 because we thought you guys would prefer that, but a lot of people wanted us to give monochromatic a go, so our one colour for today is going to be purple. So we're going to grab our fabrics, starting with this beautiful rich fleece, and we're going to cut out the pattern for the head of the puppet and also the arms. Then moving on to some purple fleece, we're going to cut out the body, and then of course sew it all together on the sewing machine. Then we're going to move on to our foam carving for the puppet. So every dragon spirit comes with a little foam carved belly and some spines on the head as standard. And once we've carved that, we're going to get a second colour of purple fleece, and we're just going to press that down into all the little ridges on the belly. Glue that in place, glue it into the belly of the puppet, and then we're going to move on to carving the spines coming out of the top of the puppet's head. And with the cute dragons, we like it to look like it's kind of just sprouting out of the head, like the puppet's still growing, like it's a little baby dragon. And then I'm going to pin the head pattern in place and sew it all together, sewing the dark purple onto the lighter purple to blend it nicely, so it looks like it's growing, like it's emerging from the puppet's head, and I really like that effect. Then we're going to move on to sewing up the hands and the arms for the puppet in this dark purple fleece. Double joint them onto the body for our first little happy dance. Right in to our colourful reveal, and here they are so far. 3 different shades of purple going on, absolutely loving it. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the monochromatic theme. And now, of course, this puppet needs some eyes. So we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes. So even the eyes are going to have to be purple. We can't even have any white eyes going on here. So we're going to have these big bauble eyes, which focus nicely on the top of the head, because eyes coming out of the side of the dragon's head don't work so well with this head shape. So we've sprayed them up this kind of dusty lilac colour, and they look absolutely beautiful. Leaves them to dry for a little bit, and then we're going to be attaching some eyelids as well that match the darker colour of the head. And I love these really big eyes, like giant eyes always work really well with the cuteness theme. And then I'm just finding the focus with these big felt cricket cut pupils, and here is the eye reveal. They look so adorable, but of course they're not quite finished yet. We need our features roll, and so we have a 1 for horns, 5 for hair, and 12 for prop. I'm really enjoying the way this puppet is turning out so far, and the dice know what they're doing. So we're going to start with these little pointed 3D printed horns. Sometimes we use these as teeth for kind of scarier creatures, but because this one's cute, we're just going to spray it up with the same lilac colour as the eyes. And then moving on to the wings of the puppet, which come standard with a dragon spirit, and we're actually going to have double-sided wings, so dark fleece one side and lighter purple on the other side, just to mix them up a little bit. And then we're going to add in some lines of definition on the sewing machine before hand sewing them together onto the body of the puppet. And I really like the effect we have here with the 2 different colours. Now moving on to hair, we have this beautiful purple fluffy fur, which we're going to have as little pom-poms from behind the ears, little tufts of fur. Glue the horns into place, and then we're moving on to our purple tongue. Everything is purple on this puppet, we have no other colour. Gluing it in place. Of course, you've got to give them a few little test chomps. Cutting in the little nostrils for the puppet, because every dragon spirit has these flared nostrils. And then moving on to our final feature, which is a prop. Now this is so much fun, I'm in love with this prop. So we had this idea that this dragon spirit should have a little marshmallow on a stick as a prop that it's trying to set on fire with its breath. So we whittled down this little stick and we made this EVA foam marshmallow, shaded it to look like it's been charred a little bit, melted a little bit, and tell me this is not the cutest prop we've ever made. A little marshmallow on a stick, they're trying to make s'mores! Finally, adding in a little bit of definition to the spines and the belly of the puppet, a little bit of shading, and here is our finished reveal. Our monochromatic purple cuteness overload fire-breathing dragon spirit. What do you think? As you can tell, we had a lot of fun creating this one. I absolutely love how it turned out, and it's got to be one of my favourite props of all time. Look at them trying to set fire to the marshmallow. We absolutely love it, and we hope you do too, especially Order 1344. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. Your purple dragon spirit cannot wait to meet you. Hopefully you'll be able to help them on their journey of actually using their fire breath. and maybe teach them to make s'mores when they arrive home. So give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below for the new owner. But of course, first, they have an important job to do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they never forget where they came from, guarding the ancient Oakhampton Castle. Thank you for watching, we hope you enjoyed this one, and we will see you on Friday for a brand new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2 today. The council are chatting excitedly, they can't wait to see what we create. But, of course, before we get started, this one is for you, Order 1345. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape, and so we have our rune dice, and today we've rolled the rune for Wisman's Wood, which means we're making a treebee today. Now we all know and love treebees, they're of nature and dark, they are tiny cat warriors that live in the ancient woodland Wisman's Wood. And of course, they will never shy away from a battle regardless of their size. I love treebees so much, but today's personality is going to be mischievous. And so we have a personality in mind that we're going to develop as the episode goes on. But first of all, as always, we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. Gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich, whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt, of course. Pressing it all together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And then we have our rather aggressive S for Sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the fleece and our forbidden ice cream sandwiches before being glued into the puppet's head. Ready for our first skeleton reveal. So here's the bare bones treebee. They're looking adorable, but now we need to figure out how many colors we're working with today. So we've rolled 3 colors, and those colors are a 1 for red, an 8 for brown, and a 9 for yellow, which is a really lovely color combination, so I'm not mad about that. So we're going to grab our fabrics, but before we lay any of it down on the puppet, we're going to start with our foam carving. Because the treebee comes with an EVA foam carved brow ridge and also a little, what do you call this? Little lip cushion? What do you call that bit of a cat that's like the little figure of 8 on its face? You know what I'm talking about. It comes with one of those anyway, as well as the little brow ridge. So once those are all cut out, we're going to glue them in place and then move on to cutting our fur. And we have this brown fur that has red streaks in it to start for the color scheme, which looks really, really cool. And we're actually going to shave it down in the place on the head where we would normally have the fleece, so that it differentiates between the 2 areas on the face and helps with that kind of lion's mane effect, which looks really cool. And then we're covering this little lip cushion in yellow fleece to go with the color scheme, and then I'm just sewing it in place. Once that's sewn, we're going to move on to half the puppet's body in this brown and red fur and half in this wine red fur. Sewing them together so there's a nice gradient going down the body and also the arms of the puppet as well. Doll joint the arms onto the body for our first mischievous little happy dance. And our colourful reveal. So here they are so far. So it's a little bit different than all the other treebees we've done that have the kind of fleecy patch on the face. Oh my god, face. Anyway, for eyes, we've rolled a 3 for painted eyes. And I really like painted eyes, to be honest. I'm really happy whenever we roll them because it just adds more colour and more depth to the puppet. So we sprayed up some cabs yellow to go with the theme, and then I went looking for every kind of mischievous cat-like eye that we had in the right colours. So all the reds, yellows and browns, and we landed on this one, which is starry eyes. And they look absolutely adorable and a little bit mischievous with these eyelids in place as well in lovely red F3 fleece. This voiceover feels very chaotic today, but here they are! They look absolutely adorable, and I know that they shouldn't because we didn't roll cuteness, but I just think they're all adorable, even the bad ones, even the mischievous evil ones. But now it's time for features, of course, and we have rolled a 1 for horns, 3 for nose, and 4 for ears. But a treebee does come with ears and nose as standard, so we're re-rolling those 2 dice, and we have a 6 for piercing and 16 for airbrush. And a treebee also comes with a tail as standard. So those are the 6 features we're working with. We're going to get started with the nose, and we're going to glue in this little 3D printed pink cat nose. We tried it in a bunch of other colours and it looked too much like a dog's nose, so we did go with pink in the end. And then also this little red pointed tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then moving on to the tail, we're going to sew it up in the same red fur that's at the bottom of the body, so it looks like the whole thing is just kind of blending down from the brown at the top. Doll joint that tail into place and it looks adorable. Sorry, mischievous, not adorable. And then moving on to the other standardized features, which is ears, and we're going to sew up these little brown and red furry ears and hand sew them onto the puppet's head. Little pointy cat ears, they're adorable. And then for horns, we're going to spray up these little 3D printed horns in the same color as the eyes, and then moving on to airbrush by adding lots of shading and definition around the lip of the puppet, which always helps a puppet come alive. And then we're just going to glue in those little candy corn horns into place before moving on to one of my favorite features on a Treebee, which are these little freckles for some definition around where we glue in the whiskers. That was a jump scare, I'm sorry. But once the whiskers are super glued into place, we're just going to add a little bit more shading around the tongue and the eyelids of the puppet for a little bit of depth, which always just helps them look a little bit more real, a little bit more alive and finished, I think. Before we move on to a little accessory which is going to help with our personality of this mischievous Treebee. So we're sewing up this little bag, this little pouch that they have with a round bottom so that it can stand up, and we're going to add in all of these little gold doubloons, which they have collected on their mischievous travels, just robbing people on Dartmoor. Not in an evil way, they don't take too much, but they do rob people, they do take their doubloons. And then for one of the piercings, we're also going to have this beautiful jeweled earring, which they got through ill-gotten means, I'm sure. And then their second piercing on their other ear is going to be this skeleton key that they use to get into all buildings in Princetown when no one's awake and no one's looking. Because they're mischievous. They are a thieving, mischievous little Treebee, but you still love them somehow, even though they steal people's doubloons. Which, I just love this personality so much, and it fits a Treebee very well. So here is the finished puppet reveal. They're being mischievous now and making even more of a mess, and they're happy about it, but we love them so much, and we hope you do too, especially order 1345. Thank you again so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We hope you love it. We hope you love the changes that we made to the Treebee this time with the all furry face and the lion's mane, the beautiful colours, the doubloons, the jewellery, everything. They were a lot of fun to make. And they cannot wait to meet you. They can't wait to fly off and cause even more havoc in a new part of the world. So, of course, as always, give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments. And orders are now open for next week's randomized puppet builds if you'd like to pick up your own. Thank you so much for watching, but this Treebee now has a very important task to do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must now receive their rune. The rune of their realm, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, causing mischief and havoc in Wistman's Wood on Dartmoor. Thanks so much for watching, and we hope you enjoyed this episode. We will see you on Monday for another council member. Welcome back to Lore of Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. And it's a Monday, which means, of course, we'll be making another council member today as the first leaves of autumn fall in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. And I can't wait to see who's going to join them on the third throne today, so let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled, for the first time, the rune for the Jewelstone, which means we're making our first Dryad Spy today, and they're of nature and light or dark. So, a light Dryad Spy is a Dryadal, and they're a peaceful, vine-like creature who listens to the wind and helps to share information and advice. But a dark Dryad Spy is a Dryadorn, and they are a greedy, moss-like creature who listens to stories and tries to spread lies throughout the land. You never know when they are listening, so we now need to roll for our Dryad Spy personality. We have a positive and negative side coin for the light and dark. And this is so exciting! This is our first Dryad Spy! We have rolled the positive side of the coin, which means we're making a light Dryadal today. I have been so excited to roll our first Dryad Spy. They're one of my favourite characters, but it took 21 episodes to get here. But anyway, let's get started, as always, by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. Gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich whilst wearing our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt available on our website. And then once the glue is dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape. Before, of course, our S for Sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued onto the fleece with the Forbidden ice cream sandwiches and then into the head of the puppet. And of course, this is a brand new head shape, you haven't seen it before, and I'm very excited, ready for our first skeleton reveal. Now I know I say this every episode, but the Dryad Spy is definitely one of my favourite characters I've ever created. I love the Dryad Spies so much, and the kind of mythology around them. But anyway, now we need to roll for colours, and we have 2 colours today. And those 2 are 1 for red and 7 for blue. And I don't want to say those are challenging colours, but the Dryad Spies in my mind are always greens and browns. Very natural colours always, but we're going to start with this wine red Fazelle fleece, and I'm going to cut out the pattern for the head and also the body. And this is such a lovely rich colour, and it has really nice tones in it. So once that's all cut out, we're going to start by laying down some texture onto the foam of the puppet's head. Because a Dryadol is a vine-like creature, and so we want there to be lots of texture and lots of shape and shading on this puppet, and so we're actually hot gluing these lines of rope underneath the fleece and then gluing down and pressing the fleece into those lines so that it looks like roots and vines and loads of texture. And just adding some onto the body of the puppet as well, and so that it looks like this puppet is literally growing out of the forest, which I think is a really cool effect and is very unique to this puppet. And then we're going to move on to adding our blue. So we're adding this tuft of blue fur growing out of the top of the head, and then I like shaking hands with the puppets because sometimes that makes me laugh. Their hands are so tiny. I'm just gluing the fur into place and blending the seams nicely so it looks like it's growing out of the head of the puppet rather than just stuck on, before we doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body, ready for our first little happy dance. And our colourful reveal. Here they are so far. So these 2 colours are beautiful together, and we'll be adding lots of shading and definition later to the vine lines that we created. But now we need some eyes for this puppet, and we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes. And we've been rolling a lot of painted eyes recently, so I don't think Dartmoor likes the white eyes. So we're going to spray up a pair of cab eyes with this sort of blue denim colour, and then I thought our denim cabs would work perfectly with it. And we're staying in this very sort of cool-toned blues and reds, which looks beautiful. Laying out our eyelids before screwing the eyes onto the puppet, ready for our next reveal. And here they are, just gracefully gliding into shot. A peaceful, vine-like creature that you could definitely trust to give you advice and to listen to all your stories. I love them so much, but of course now we need some features. And we have rolled an 18 for claws, 16 for piercing, and 5 for hair. But since the Dryadol comes with hair already as standard, we re-rolled it and we have a 3 for nose, which is definitely an interesting feature for this puppet, and we wanted to keep along the woodland natural growing theme, and so we have this little acorn top that we're going to use as a nose, so that the puppet really does look like it is just one with nature. Moving on to the ears, which comes as a standard with a Dryadol, and we're going to sew it in the same fleece as the body, but in the shape of a leaf and quite pinned back, and so then we sewed in lots of definition to help it look like a leaf before pinning it onto the puppet's head. And I love this effect so much. I definitely love it when it looks like the puppets are of nature. I don't know if you can tell, but the more sort of foresty creature they are, the more I'm in love with them. So once those are sewn in place, we're going to move on to the blue tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. Gluing that in place with the little acorn nose and leaf ears, before moving on to airbrush, which comes standard with every Dryadol. And we're just going to add in lots of shading and definition to all of the vines and roots and also the leaf ears to help them stand out, and I think it gives a really nice effect. And then moving on to claws, which was an interesting one for this puppet. It definitely wouldn't have worked with just white 3D printed claws, because this is a creature of the trees, of the forest. It's literally growing. And so we had this really cool idea to have sort of stalks growing out of the puppet's fingers. Like claws, but if a tree had claws, you can really see where we're going with this one. as natural as possible. And then a Dryadol is a vine-like creature, and so we are just gluing on lines of this vine fabric up and down the arms of the puppet, the body of the puppet, basically following every root underneath the fleece, and then also onto the face of the puppet as well. Maybe I'm vicariously living through all of these creatures we create because I want to be one with nature. Moving on to our piercing, we have these beautiful gold leaf drop earrings, which is exactly the kind of earrings a vine creature would have. And we are ready for our finished puppet reveal. Now, I love the colours on this puppet so much, the completely different claws we went with, the leafy ears. Absolutely love it so much, and we hope you do too. And we are now entering a time of year where every creature on Dartmoor rejoices. The Burrow Brownies' favourite season, autumn. As the leaves start falling, everything turns orange. The air turns crisp and cool, and they can get out with their little foraging baskets. So they are very excited to welcome this Dryad spy to the council. We hope you loved watching this one. Thank you so much for all your support. Give them a name and an insanely detailed backstory in the comments. And they can't wait to see where they will fly off to next. But of course, first, they have a very important task to do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must now receive the rune of the Dewstone, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from. And they turn to face the wise Owlgon, who must now give up his seat after serving bravely on the council, and fly up to his little perch above them, to watch over them until it's his time to be adopted. So thank you so much for watching this video. We really hope you enjoyed it. We hope you're excited for autumn. And we hope you loved your first Dryad Spy. There is only one head shape remaining that we haven't rolled yet, so let's hope we do it soon so we can announce the exciting changes. And we will see you on Wednesday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by the myths and legends of Dartmoor, where we let fate design our next creature. Garland and Alana are so excited to see what we make today as more autumn leaves begin to fall in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. The best time of year for all the creatures of Dartmoor. And today, this one's for you, Order 1346. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And today, we have rolled the rune for the Potato Caves, which means we're making a beast of Dartmoor, and they are of the earth. A rarely seen dog-like beast who roams over the bleak landscape of Dartmoor. He returns to the safety of the caves at night. Many claim to catch glimpses of him, but are never quite sure of what they have seen. And today, the beast's personality will be evil. We have had this combination before, but as we know, a few different rolls of the dice will make this a completely different character. So let's get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern by hand, because guess what? The bandsaw is broken. We have to wait for new parts to arrive so that we can fix it, because something snapped in there, and then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich whilst wearing our t-shirt, of course. And then, once the glue is dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape. Moving on to our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches before all being glued into the head, ready for our skeleton reveal. They're looking adorable, but of course, we now need to find out how many colours this puppet is going to have. So, let's roll for it, and we have 3 colours today. And those 3 colours are double 2s for double pink and a 4 for purple. Thank you, dice. That's very helpful and a very evil colour scheme we're working with there. Soft, beautiful, candy floss colour scheme. Thanks. So we're going to start by sewing together this pink fur for the head, gluing it in place around the lip, and then we're going to shave down the muzzle of the puppet. Which takes a long time, but is definitely worth it to help with some definition between the muzzle and the rest of the head of the puppet. Then we're just going to trim it carefully around the lip, and then we're going to add on the chin fur and shave that down too. Moving on to the body of the puppet, we wanted to use this multicoloured fur that has lilac and some hot pink on it as well. So that covers the double pink and the purple as well. So we're going to cut that out and sew it together on the sewing machine, before moving on to drawing and cutting out these purple fleecy hands. Sewing them together on the sewing machine, of course, and then we're going to stuff in the posable foam hands and sew up these arm tubes in the multicoloured fur. And then once they're ready, I'm going to hand sew the fleece into the arm rod pockets on the puppet's hand, sew them onto the arms, doll joint it all onto the body for our first little happy dance. Evil happy dance, ready for our colourful reveal. And isn't that looking so evil already? The dice were dicing today, but now it is time for some eyes. And we have rolled a 6 for dealer's choice. So my favourite eyes are always cab eyes, and I'm going to go for indigo as a cab iris colour, which is this deep, dark, beautiful purple. So we're just gluing the irises into place and leaving them to dry whilst we figure out our eye positioning and our eyelid positioning as well. Eyelids are definitely one of the most useful things to try and get some expression, so if we're looking for evil eyes, then just angling the fleece in a different way really helps with that. So here they are so far. They're definitely in the in-between stage. I can't wait to get a nose on them, so let's roll for our features. But first, a little bit of an intermission, because I had to go and get this fun little heart monitor fitted. Cute little accessory, and then I was so brave that I decided to get myself a little treat. Girl dinner! And then I'm back in the workshop, because we're rolling for our features. So we have a 9 for eyebrows, a 12 for prop, and a 3 for nose. But a Beast of Dartmoor does come with a nose as standard, so we re-rolled that and we have a 10 for eyelashes. Not very evil features, dice, but you know what you're doing, I'm sure, we trust you. So every Beast of Dartmoor needs a shiny, glossy nose, which instantly brings the character to life. So we wanted to do that first before we move on to any of the other features, like the eyebrows. We wanted them to be very harsh and very downturned, so it looks like they're frowning. And we sewed it up with this dark purple fur. Moving on to the tail, which also comes as standard for the Beast of Dartmoor, and we're just sewing it up in the multicoloured fur, and then also cutting out the ears of the puppet, which also comes as standard. Stuffing them with a little piece of foam so that they have some structure, and then we're going to sew in some definition lines, which also helps the ears curve in naturally, and then moving on to a fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and just gluing it in place kind of off to the side and sticking out a little bit like they're sticking their tongue out at everyone they see. And then I thought this was really funny because these are actual tongue depressors that we were using to press the tongue down. Then I'm going to hand sew on the ears onto the head of the puppet in the same fur from the body so that they stand out nicely. And then moving on to eyelashes, we didn't want to go for soft, fluttery, cute eyelashes. So we made these quite sharp, thick eyelashes out of foam sheet, which we're going to glue onto the eye. Quite spiky eyelashes coming out of the side, so a little bit more menacing. It's hard to make a pink and purple puppet with eyelashes menacing, though. So, for prop, the backstory for this puppet is they use their appearance to their advantage to be even more evil, and so we decided that they would lure people into the potato caves with a cupcake, and it's pink! This is how they get people's attention and lure them into a false sense of security. I'm cute, look at me, I have a cupcake. And then they eat them. In the cave, they eat the people. Adding in a little bit of definition and shading to the tongue and the eyelids, just to help them pop a little bit, and here is the finished puppet. They're kind of grumpy, they're kind of disapproving, they're kind of frowning, but they also have a cupcake, so you'd follow them anywhere. Maybe, I think, I might follow them for a cupcake, and this is them showing how they beckon people into their caves. So here is the finished design. We really hope you love it, especially Order 1346. Thank you so much again for trusting us to make you this randomized puppet. We really enjoyed the challenge on this one, and so we hope you love your new Beast of Dartmoor. There they were, just howling at the moon, looking around for unsuspecting victims to lure with their cupcake, but now they have a very important task to do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must now receive their rune from Alana, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from in the potato caves on Dartmoor. And hopefully she can talk them out of their evil ways before they fly off to their new home. So thank you for watching, we hope you enjoyed this one. I will see you on Friday for another new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2. The Council are watching as more of the autumn leaves fall in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. And they cannot wait to see who will be joining them today. So let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we have finally rolled the 12th rune. We have the rune for Devil's Cauldron, which is very exciting, not only because we get to show you a new head shape and a new character today, but we can now move on to stage 2. But the creature that we're making today from Devil's Cauldron is the Frode, and they are of magic and water. A magical creature who is cast out to live alone in the swirling, bubbling waters of Devil's Cauldron, as the magic it creates doesn't always go to plan. So the Frode's personality today will be mythical, which is going to be really fun with its magical qualities. And I am just so excited that we have now rolled all 12 head shapes. Things are about to get a little bit crazy. But anyway, we're getting started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive. For our forbidden honey sandwich, pressing it all together when the glue is dry. I'm getting too excited. Our S for sexy on the 3D printed mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches before being glued into the head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is the Frode head shape. The final piece that we were looking for! Oh, I'm so excited. Anyway, this puppet needs some colours, and we're going with 2 colours. Those 2 colours are double 10s for double dealer's choice. So the dice are blessing us today. The dice are just as excited as we are. So for our colour scheme, we're going to go for purple and orange. So I'm going to start by cutting out the base pattern for this puppet in this lovely purple fleece. Cutting out the head shape and also the body shape. Sewing up the body on the sewing machine. And then moving on to hand stitching the pattern for the head, which took a while because this pattern was in many pieces. And we really wanted to make sure to accentuate those big, beautiful, chubby cheeks. Here I am just picking out some seams. And then another cool change that comes standard with the Frode is these big, sort of bulbous fingers. Like froggy, toady, amphibian gecko fingers. Then sewing up the arms and the hands on the sewing machine. And here is the finished result with those fingers. It looks so cool. Then for our second colour, we have this really cool sort of coral orange colour. And we're going to cut out that fleece for the features of the puppet, which are kind of like spots, kind of warts, kind of Frody things, you know. The Frode features, the features. And I'm just hand sewing those in place, and then we're doll jointing the arms onto the body, ready for our first little mythical happy dance. And then our colourful reveal. I love this head shape so much! I love them all, actually, but this one is really fun to make. But of course, they now need some eyes, so we're going to roll for that, and we have a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for iris, and we have 16 for teal, which is very interesting, not a colour I would have chosen. But that's why the dice are here, because then I thought about it, and I thought this is such a perfect colour, it goes perfectly with the tones in the purple. So I'm just gluing those into some forward-facing cab eyes, which is a brand new eye that we've designed recently, and is very cool. And then the Frode has these sort of big eyelids, but they're not just fleece eyelids, they're foam, they're quite structured. So it looks like the eyes are kind of set into the head rather than just stuck on top. And I'm just sewing those to the fleece of the head, and then get ready for our eye reveal. Hopping onto stage, just like that. This one is a lot of fun already. I can already hear the comments of this is my new favourite. And I don't blame you, you're so right for that. But they're not finished yet, they need some features. So we have, yep, you can do it, come on, yep. A 1 for horns, 10 for eyelashes, and 12 for prop. Now a Frode does come with little nostrils put in already and some clothes to go with it. But to start with our prop, we wanted this mythical, magical Frode to have a powerful witch's hat. It's not a witch's hat, but that's the style of the hat, you know what I mean. And then we wanted to adorn it with some beautiful purple jewels, so we just glued those onto the brim of the hat. Then for the clothes that it comes with as standard, we have this beautiful little cape, held together by this golden brooch, which we're just sewing up. The cape, not the brooch, we didn't sew the brooch. And then after that's all secured in place, we're going to move on to our next feature, which is of course a little fleecy coral tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And we're just sewing in some definition to the middle of the tongue, and we're making it quite long to stick out, kind of like a Frode tongue, a frung. Gluing that in place in the puppet's mouth, and then we're just going to secure the hat a little bit more, so that it kind of flops down between his eyes, which is really cute! And then we're adding in the holes for the little nostrils. deepening them up a little bit, gluing them, and shading them so they look nice and defined. Little flared frode nostrils. And then moving on to these horns, we're going to spray up a little pair of twisty horns purple to look like they're springing out of the puppet's head rather than just stuck on top. And we also want it to look like it's going through the hat, like they've grown out and pressed through the brim of the hat, which looks really cool. And then for eyelashes, we have these little spiky black foam eyelashes which we're gluing in place. Finishing touch of some shading and definition around the tongue and also the spots of the puppet, because every puppet needs some shading. And I can't believe it, but we are done! This is the final puppet head that we hadn't shown you yet. This is the Frode. I absolutely love this puppet so much. I am over the moon with how this one turned out. Sorry if the video is slightly later today, but this was a long build. This had a lot of detail, but I really hope you love it. So give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments. And they are very much giving me Giles at the Magic Box right now. So I might just call them Giles, to be honest. But do give me your ideas in the comments. I'd love to read them all. And what you think of the final head shape. What do you think of the Frode? As you can see, sometimes their magic does go awry, which has led to them being exiled in the past. But if you love this puppet and you'd like to take it home, you can adopt it, and then it will get to return to its realm with its rune one final time. But now, deep in the Burgundy Kingdom, they must receive their rune from Alana on the council, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, casting some dodgy spells at Devil's Cauldron. And so they take their rightful place on the council until someone would like to take them home. And now, things are about to change slightly. Something wicked this way definitely comes. So thank you for watching Season 2 so far. Thank you for watching all 12 head shapes and enjoying them. We have very, very much enjoyed being able to show you these new characters. Let me know what your favourite is in the comments. Join us on Wednesday for another new episode, and Friday for a very special, chaotic announcement. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2, and today's a very special episode, as this one is for you, Order 1348. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we have rolled the rune for Devil's Cauldron again, so we're making another Frode. So, Frodes are like buses, you wait weeks for one, and then two come at once. As we all know, they're of magic and water, a magical creature who is cast out to live alone in the swirling, bubbling waters of Devil's Cauldron, as the magic it creates doesn't always go to plan. And our Frode's personality today will be good. So we're going to keep that in mind as we create our puppet today, and we're going to get started, as always, by cutting out our articulated foam pattern, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, pressing it together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And the Frode is quite a complicated shape, and then we're moving on to our S for sexy on the 3D printed mouth plate, which we glue together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the head, ready for our skeleton reveal. Hopping onto stage perfectly with the other Frode behind them watching on. And now, of course, they need some colours. So, starting off by rolling for how many colours this puppet's going to have, and we've rolled a 3. And those 3 colours are 2 for pink, 4 for purple, and 8 for brown. And I feel like those colours are going to go together pretty well. Not ones that I'd choose, but the dice are doing what they're going to do. So, starting out by cutting out the fleece pattern for the body of the puppet, as well as the head and the arms, so it's like the skin, the base layer. And then sewing together the body of the puppet on the sewing machine. And then cutting certain parts of the puppet head exactly, and then certain parts with a little bit of a seam allowance. And then getting my thread and needle ready to hand sew up the head shape. Then moving on to cutting out our hands and our fingers in the same fleece with these big chunky fingertips. Hand sewing the head of the puppet together, which takes a while because it's in a few different parts, and then sewing the arms and the hands together on the sewing machine in one long satisfying shot. And I really like the effect of these fingers for the Frode. I think they look really, really cool. Then moving on to the other colours for this puppet, we're going to cut out some purple and some brown spots and hand sew them onto the puppet's head, as well as the body and the arms in brown and purple. And if you've made it to this part of the video and you haven't skipped to the end, please comment and let me know if this showed up on your For You page or if you had to come search for us. Then we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body, ready for our first little happy dance. And into our colourful reveal. Here they are so far, looking adorable. Looking like a very good Frode, but now they need some eyes. We have rolled 3 for painted eyes. And we wanted to go with some really, really big, impactful eyes on this puppet. So we're spraying up some of these clear plastic puppet eyes, a nice purple colour, before attaching them onto the puppet's head, and then we can add on the little pupils and find the focus. Then we're going to attach these fleecy eyelids, which I'm going to hand sew onto the puppet, and then we're ready for our eye reveal. Hopping onto stage again, looking absolutely adorable. I love the Frode so much, and I knew that it would be a lot of people's favourites as well, hence the comments on the last video. But now we need some features, so we have rolled a 4 for ears, 6 for airbrush, and 12 for prop. And of course the Frode comes with nostrils and clothes as standard as well. And a tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, so we're going to start by sewing up this fleecy hot pink tongue, adding in some definition and then gluing it into the puppet's mouth. This colour scheme is really adorable, and then moving on to the clothing for the puppet. They're such a good boy that they're actually going to be receiving an award later in the episode, so we wanted them to have this little gown, this little like gold star cape, and then we added some brown trim as well. Moving on to cutting in the nostrils and adding in some definition and shading, and then cutting out some little foam ears for the puppet, and we actually didn't end up using the foam in the end because we didn't want them to be too stiff. We just sewed up some little fleecy ones instead, and then I hand sewed them onto the head with a little pinch, like little Shrek ears. I always love adding this shape of ears, I think they look so cute. And then moving on to the next feature, we have some airbrushing, and so we're going to mix up some of this dark pink and spray it anywhere we need a little bit of definition, so inside the ear crease, along the eyelid, and around the spots too. But then moving on to our prop, we have a certificate of goodness for Mr. Frode, and they rewarded it for helping tiny tadpoles across the turbulent waters of Devil's Cauldron, and for your unwavering dedication to using your magic only for good. You truly are a good boy. I thought that was adorable, so they have their little certificate, and I tied it up with a red ribbon, so they can proudly hold it in their hand for our final puppet reveal. So here they are in all their glory, in all their good boyness, with their certificate and their cape and their adorable little ears. What do you think? We hope you love it, especially Order 1348. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We really, really hope you love it. It is exactly like Dartmoor to make us wait 23 episodes for a Frode and then give us 2 in a row. Hopefully it was fun getting to see another type of Frode with different features and different colours and it turning out so differently. But now this little good boy Frode has a very important task to do, so they turn to the council members. Ready for their ceremony, deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they now receive the rune to Devil's Cauldron, so that no matter where they go next, they never forget where they came from. Thanks for watching, and we will see you on Friday for a very exciting, chaotic announcement. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2. As we usher in a new age of chaos with our very special Chaos Wheel. I'm so glad that so many of you enjoyed that video on Friday. It was one of my favourite things I've ever filmed. So thank you so much for all the lovely feedback. And today, this one is for you, Order 1349. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. And let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune stone. And we have the rune for Fogintor Quarry, which means we're making an Owlgon today, and we all know and love them by now. They're of thunder and light, a mysterious and wise creature resembling an owl who lives primarily atop the watching rock of Fogintor Quarry. And today's Owlgon's personality will be evil, and I think that is the first evil Owlgon we've ever made, which will make for an interesting build. I definitely don't think of them as evil, so this will be a challenge. Starting off by cutting out our articulated foam pattern, gluing sewing it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious looking forbidden honey sandwich. And then pressing it all together when the glue is dry to form the shape before our Esper Sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches before being glued into the head for our skeleton reveal. And here's our evil little Algon so far. Now, of course, moving on to colours, we have to roll for amount of colours, and this puppet is going to have 3. And those 3 are 1 for red, 4 for purple, and 6 for black. Now that is a very good roll. Those are all kind of very stereotypical Disney villain evil colours. Like, I think that was a very good roll, so thank you, dice. So we're going to grab our fabric and start by cutting out the neck tube for the puppet. And then using this wine red fleece, we're going to cover the beak. And then moving on to the fur on the body and the wings, we're actually going to have a mix. And the main body and head of the puppet is going to be this black fur, and then we're going to have purple fur underneath the wings peeking through. So we're going to sew the 2 colours together, and it always gives a really nice effect. So we're just drawing around the black fabric with this chalk and then cutting it out. And I wanted to use the black fur for the main body of the puppet because it's a lot longer and wispier and looks a lot more like feathers. So we're just sewing together the black and the purple for the wings. And then we're going to cut out a hole in the belly of the puppet in the black fur. And we're going to add a little belly patch in the purple. And we're going to glue and sew that together. Even evil puppets deserve adorable little belly patches. And then I'm just going to go around and hand sew the fur and the fleece together on the head and the beak of the puppet just to help it look nice and finished. Then we're just trimming the fur on the body of the puppet so we can doll joint the wings onto it. Putting them in place, ready for our first little flappy dance. Into our colourful reveal, and here is the Algon so far. Absolutely love this colour scheme. The dice definitely were dicing. And now it's time for our eyes. And we have rolled a 2 for dot eyes. So dot eyes can be nice and simple, and I think we're going to have to add in a lot of expression in other ways. So to kind of go with this Disney villain unhinged look that we're trying to achieve, we actually only added bottom eyelids and we kind of bunched them up like he's got bags under his eyes. So he's evil because he's sleepy, I feel like. And then we're just going to find the focus and glue our little pupils in place. And here is the puppet so far. He's just a sleepy guy. He can't actually be blamed for any of his evil actions. He is running on fumes. And now it's time for our features roll. And we have a 2 for teeth, 6 for airbrush, and 20 for dealer's choice. Now, teeth is definitely not something I would choose to put on an owl. But the dice are in charge and not me, so here we go. Anyway, we're going to start by sewing this fleecy red tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. And we thought red would go nicely with the evil theme. Gluing that in place before we move on to our teethies. And we have these little sharp, pointy EVA carved teeth, which we're going to glue in place. And we're taking inspiration from like Wallace and Gromit with these because their chickens had teeth. So if they did it, then it must be fine. And then moving on to our airbrush, we're adding lots of definition into the eyelids of the puppet and also around the beak, just lots of shading and depth, which always helps every puppet come to life, I feel like. And then for our dealer's choice with our evil theme, we're going to add some horns. And we're going to spray them up purple and then screw them onto the head of the puppet, ready for our finished reveal. But of course, it's not quite finished yet because we now have our Wheel of Chaos to spin. And here is our very first spin, and we have landed on Dealer's Choice, which means Dartmoor is definitely giving us a blessing today. And to try and make as many of you out there happy as possible, we're going to start with our first roll by making them a friend, because that was definitely the most requested feature. So we're going to cut out some fur that matches the puppet's body, and we're going to make them a little finger puppet friend. Sewing it together, and then we're going to cut out these little purple eye bags to match the Algon before fastening on the eyes, and here we have the little friend, the little matching friend for the Algon, and our finished puppet reveal. Such a fun puppet to make, and I absolutely love their very unhinged vibe with their eye bags and their owl teeth. And we hope you love it too, especially Order 1349. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet, and for being the very first order that gets a spin on the Wheel of Chaos. Hopefully you enjoyed watching your puppet come to life, and their tiny little matching friend too. So let us know what you think, give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments. I'm sure Order 1349 is very excited to hear your name suggestions for the Algon and for their little matching friend as well. Let us know what kind of journeys you think they would go on together. But now, they do have a very important task. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must now receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, atop the Watching Rock at Fogantor Quarry. Even though he's a tiny little bit evil, a little bit sleep deprived and a little bit grouchy, we absolutely loved bringing them to life. So thank you very much for watching, and we will see you on Wednesday for a brand new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks so much for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2 today. Hopefully you enjoyed the first spin of the Chaos Wheel last episode, and I can't wait to see what we're going to be making today. But before we get started, this one is for you, Order 1351. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creature. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we have rolled the rune for Pixie's Pool, which means we're making a Dartmoor Pixie today. And they are of magic and wind, a mischief-causing shape-shifting creature who lives around Pixie's Pool. They have no bad intentions toward others, but can be careless as they love being the center of attention. And I think by now we can all agree that that does fit Pixies pretty well. So today's Pixie personality is going to be mischievous, which is perfect. A perfect Pixie personality. Perfect Pixie personality. We're going to get started, as always, by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern, and then gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing that all together to form the shape when the glue is dry. And then our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head. Ready for our first skeleton reveal. And here they are, looking mischievous and adorable already, but now they need some colours. So we have to roll for amount of colours. And we have 2 today, so those 2 colours will be a 5 for orange and a 6 for black. Is this a new combination? I can't remember doing an orange and black puppet, certainly not this season. So we're going to start by grabbing our material, and we have this peachy orange fleece to start with on the body. Cutting it out and sewing it together on the sewing machine. Then the same orange fleece for the head pattern, and I'm going to cut that out. And then I'm going to pin it onto the puppet's head, trim wherever I need it to meet the seams, and then sew it together. And then we're going to cut out the hands and the arms of the puppet in the same fleece and sew that together on the sewing machine. And then once that's all sewn together, we're going to stuff the foam posable hands into the puppet and sew up the arm rod pockets. And then every pixie has a cute little belly button, and so we're just sewing that into the body of the puppet before moving on to our black fabric. So we're actually going to give this puppet a little furry waistcoat, kind of like if a mischievous, rebellious pixie had like a leather jacket. This is the Pixie's Pool equivalent of that, and we're going to doll joint the arms onto the body, ready for our first little happy dance. Into our colourful reveal, and here they are. I think these colours go really well together actually. I'm really happy with how it's looking so far, but now of course they need some eyes. And so we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes. Definitely a good roll for this puppet. I really like when we can add more colour to the puppet with the eyes as well. So we're mixing up a kind of pale peachy orange colour and spraying some 45mm eyes with it. And then we're trying to find the right positioning for the eyelids, which we're just going to draw on and then add. And then for this mischievous puppet, I really wanted them to just be giving constant side eye, and so we found the focus looking to one direction so that he kind of just always looks like he's suspicious of you. And from that moment forward, every time I look at this puppet, it just makes me laugh so much. It's just permanent side eye. He's mischievous, he's up to no good, and now it's time for our features roll. So we have 11 for tail, 12 for prop, and 19 for roll again. So he's definitely mischievous because he's going for double features. And now we have a 2 for teeth, a 3 for nose, and a 4 for ears. But a pixie comes with ears and nose as standard, so we have to re-roll those, and now we finally have a 5 for hair and a 16 for piercing. So this pixie is definitely causing us a lot of chaos because they're going to have 7 features. When we started this show, they used to have like 3 max, and now they're getting so many with all this chaos. So we're going to get started with this fleecy pink tongue, and we're going to sew it up on the sewing machine and then glue it in place. The first standardized feature of the nose for the pixie, we're going to carve it out of EVA foam and then cover it in the same orange fleece and then sew it onto the nose, obviously. Sew it onto the face, you know what I mean. And then we're going to have a little strip of EVA foam teeth that we're just going to carve to the right shape. Then for the ears of the puppet, we're going to sew up some little orange fleecy ears, which I'm going to sew into a pinch and then sew onto the head of the puppet as well. And these have really, really already helped the look of the puppet. They look so cute. Then we're going to sew up this orange fleece tail on the sewing machine, and then we're going to dull joint it onto the puppet's body. Then for the hair, we're going to have this patch of long black fur, which we're going to glue into kind of like a bun and then hand sew that onto the puppet's head. And he's just got permanent side eye. Then for piercing, as we have a little nose on this puppet, I thought a septum ring was definitely in order. Look away if you had a bad experience getting your nose pierced, because I did. Once that's in place, we're then going to go around and add in lots of definition and shading to the tongue, underneath the puppet's eyes, and also in the little ears as well. And I love when a puppet just has that little finishing touch with all the shading. Now for prop, we found this tiny little glow-in-the-dark mouse, or a rat, I'm not sure what it is, but it glows in the dark, and it felt like a very mischievous prop, to be honest. But before you see the finished result, we have our Wheel of Chaos to spin. And today it demands that we have double or nothing, so we're going to double up a feature. And Alana approves. She seems excited about that. So we dug back through our jewellery bin and we found this kind of hoop earring that matches the shade of the fleece almost perfectly. And a mischievous puppet can never have too many piercings. So we added this little hoop earring and here they are, finished. Just giving permanent side-eye, and I love it so much. So, what do you think? We hope you love it, especially Order 1351. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They cannot wait to meet you, they cannot wait to hear your name suggestions in the comments. But they are continually looking over their shoulder at something. They are very suspicious of the council members behind them. Or maybe they're waiting for the perfect chance to throw a glow-in-the-dark rat at them. This one is definitely giving mischievous vibes, and it really did give us a run for our money with all the extra features. But now, they must receive their rune so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from. Causing havoc, playing pranks at Pixie's Pool on Dartmoor. So thank you so much for watching this episode, and we'll see you on Friday for another one. If you haven't already, please go check out Alana's autumn video, the one just before this one. I love it so much and it's so cute. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2 today. We hope you're enjoying the new Chaos Edition so far. And let's get started, but first of all, this one's for you, Order 1352. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today, for only the second time ever, we have rolled the rune for Leathertor, which means we're making a ruined giant. Of metal and earth, they are ancient disguised creatures living as half-buried ruins on Leathertor. Their movements can inadvertently cause natural disasters, and they are slow and docile for most of their lives. Definitely one of my favourite characters of the lore, completely. But our personality today is evil. Not how I see ruined giants at all, but the dice know what they're doing. So let's get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern. Still not on the bandsaw, unfortunately. Gluing it together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing that all together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And then moving on to our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, ready for our first skeleton reveal. And here they are, lumbering onto the set. And now, of course, we need to roll for our number of colours. So we have rolled a 1, which means we're going with a monochrome puppet again, and that colour is an 8 for brown. Okay, so that will be a challenge today, but we are definitely excited for it. We're going to start by carving lots of texture into the EVA foam bottom lip on the underbite that the Ruin Giant comes with, as standard, and also airbrushing it because that comes as standard, and just adding a lot of texture and a couple different shades of brown onto the foam, so that it really looks nice and crunchy and 3D and like rock. Now, because it's evil, we're going to add very downturned EVA foam eyebrows underneath the fleece. A very sort of unwelcoming and grumpy expression, and then I'm going to sew the fleece pattern onto the head. Then, using the same sandy brown F3 fleece, we're going to sew up the puppet's body. And then we're going to move on to cutting out the EVA foam arms, because a Ruin Giant comes with these sort of solid, blocky looking arms, which are very different than the stuffed arms of a normal puppet, because we're trying to make it look like it's made out of stone, like it lives underground in Leathertor. Definitely one of my favourite unique features from this season. And then I'm just hand sewing the hands onto the foam arms, and then doll jointing the arms onto the puppet's body, ready for our first, a little bit stiff, happy dance. And our colourful reveal. So here's our monochrome puppet so far. And at first I was worried that monochrome puppets would bore you guys, but we definitely got a lot of good feedback on our last monochrome one. So now they need some eyes, and we have rolled a 4 for odd eyes. So we're going to go for 2 different sized eyes for this puppet, and so we have some of these clear plastic baubles, one in a large and one in a small. And the closest spray that we had to brown was this like gold, and it kind of works with like the rocky formations of Dartmoor, like very glittery, but it's kind of a dark brown gold, if that makes sense. And then we're just measuring the eyelids so that we can get this perfect grumpy evil expression. Like, he is not happy to have been woken up and have to have come like Earthside. And then we're just adding on some pupils, and he once again lumbers onto the set. Now, he wasn't sure he was fully evil until this leaf from the set got stuck to him, and he has now gone fully evil. Like, this is his origin story. He hates everyone because no one would help him get the leaf off. You know what I mean? And now we're rolling for our features, and we have a 1 for horns and 2 5s for double hair. What an odd roll for this creature, but the dice know what they're doing, so we're going to start by sewing this brown F3 fleecy tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then mixing up some airbrush paint for the horns of the puppet, and we're going to spray them kind of graduated, starting very dark at the bottom and kind of white on the tip, these curly horns. Then for the double hair, we're going to have this wispy brown fur for the top of the head, and then we have this deeper red brown fur that we're going to use as armpit hair, because we need 2 types of hair on this puppet. So he gets body hair too, because why not? Then I'm going to hand sew the head hair onto the puppet, just to be nice and secure. Then we're going to add lots of definition and shading to all the EVA foam blocks that we have underneath the fleece. All of the little bits of rock that are jutting out, and also the knuckles and the elbows of the puppet, and the eyebrows and around the eyes, and basically anywhere where we wanted some extra definition. Below the lip, all of it. Beautiful. Love it. Attach the brown curly horns just either side of the head, and now we are almost ready for our finished puppet reveal, but of course we have a spin of the Wheel of Chaos. One final addition to this character. Alana is very excited for our spin, and here we go. We have rolled. Add an extra feature now. So we get to add something that we feel the puppet is missing, and definitely the one thing that we really wanted to add to this puppet was some pointy, sharp teeth on the bottom jaw. So we're dry brushing them with some leftover paint that we had from the horns, and we're going to add them to the bottom lip, and this really helps with the evil theme. This character is just looking so cool, and here is the finished puppet. So what do you think? We hope you love it, especially Order 1352. Thank you again so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. Monochrome designs are definitely not something that we thought would be really enjoyed, because we thought that people would find them quite plain, but actually the monochrome effect is really effective. The effect is effective. Wow. You know what I mean. Hopefully you've enjoyed watching this one come to life. Definitely one of our favorites from the season so far. He is just so wacky. And all the shading and definition and rocks and crunchiness is one of my favourite things. I love the ruined giant creature so much. And the fluffy hair, the golden creepy eyes, it's all so wonderful. So thank you for watching this one. He now must receive his rune deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, so that no matter where he goes next, he'll never forget where he came from. Disguised in the granite on Leathertor, overlooking Burrator Reservoir, sometimes traumatizing passers-by and tourists, thank you for watching. Orders are now open for next week's Roll 4 episodes, and we'll see you on Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2. I can't wait to show you what we create today. And today's a special episode because it is a gift from your wife today, order 1357. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape, and we have our rune dice. And today we have the rune of the Virtuous Lady Mine, which means we're making a Borid today, and they are of Dark and Earth. The Borid lives a slow, solitary life in the dank caves and crevices of Dartmoor, plotting and planning the downfall of the Brownie Kingdom. So we're going to have to keep that in check today, but today's Borid's personality is going to be mythical. So our last mythical one was the King Borid, and so today's one is definitely going to be an advisor to him of sorts. So we're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern, as always, gluing it together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, and then press that all together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And then we're going to have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and all gets put into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is our Borid so far. But now we need to roll for how many colours this puppet is going to have. And we have 2 colours today, and so those 2 colours are 5 for orange and 8 for brown. Completely different colour scheme than we've had for any of the other Borids, so this will be really interesting. So we're going to grab our fabrics, starting with this orange F3. Actually, this is a great colour for the first day of October. It's orange. Very, very cool. We're going to start by cutting out that fleece for the body of the puppet, the head of the puppet, and also the hands and the arms. Once everything's cut out, we're going to sew the body and the hands and the arms of the puppet on the sewing machine. Remember to leave space for the arm rod pockets. And then for the head of the puppet, we're going to start by trimming it and pinning it to shape, and then hand sewing all the seams. So once we've got the base of our puppet with the orange colour, we're going to move on to the brown. And normally for the Borid we have fleecy patches on the body and the head, but this time we went for fur. And then we just attached the furry patches onto the body and the head, sewed up the doll joints, doll jointed the arms onto the puppet's body, ready for our first little happy dance and our colourful reveal. So here is the Borid so far. Now I normally don't like to put too much fluff and fur on a Borid, but we want this one to have a very old sorcerer kind of vibe, like advisor to the king, sorcerer, like it will all make sense. Anyway, onto our eyes. We have a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for our cab iris, and we have a 3 for Vader. Very cool and unique iris colour that I don't think we've had so far on the show, certainly not in season 2. And so I'm just going to glue those into some 40mm cab eyes. And once those have dried, we're going to move on to finding our eyelid placement and our focus on the puppet's head. And then we want the same fur on the body to be these kind of fluffy, overgrown, bushy eyelids. Wizened old sorcerer vibes, and here they are. Looking very unkempt and very wild, but of course they're not quite finished yet. We now need our features roll. And so we have a 4 for ears, 5 for hair, and 15 for extra arms. A dreaded thing to roll that only a Borid could force us to do. Extra arms on a puppet. Arms are definitely one of the trickiest things that we do on each puppet, so I'm so glad we get to do it twice this episode. So we're going to sew up another pair, add in the posable hands, the arm rod pockets, doll joint them onto the body for another little happy dance. And then we're going to move on to sewing up this fleecy brown puppet tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. Glue it into place and then move on to the next feature. So, as standard, a borrowed does come with teeth. And we always like to score in a lot of detail and texture to these teeth because borroweds, they're not so good with the dental hygiene. And then we're just going to dry brush them a kind of warm brown colour to go with the colour scheme and glue them into the puppet's mouth. A borrowed does have a kind of prominent underbite, so there's always space to add the teeth. And then moving on to the hair of the puppet, we have this brown tuft coming out of the top of the head, which I'm just going to sew in place. And then for the ears, we're going to sew up a pair of fleecy ears, and I'm going to do the little pinch to get kind of the Shrek ear effect, and then hand sew them onto the head. Smaller than the normal borrowed ears that we go for, but we just wanted a nice little change to mix it up a little bit. So once those are sewn in place, we're going to move on to airbrushing, which comes standard with every borrowed because they are definitely one of the puppets that needs the most kind of definition and deepening. So we're adding some shading to the ears, the tongue, around the teeth, anywhere we'd like a little bit of depth and detail, and then we're going to add in some eye bags as well. Because you don't get good sleep in these caves, in the mines, okay? And now, finally, before our puppet reveal, we must spin the Wheel of Chaos, and today we have landed on give them a prop. Okay, so he seems pretty happy about that. So every borrowed sorcerer definitely needs a magical staff. And let me know if you can identify this 3D printed puppet head from season 1, which we're going to attach to this mythical stick and spray it golden. And then once that's all dry, we're going to move on to decorating the staff. So we're going to glue on this little black garland to decorate and add a little bit of detail to the stick, and then once that's all glued in place, we are ready for our final reveal. With 4 arms! To be fair, all the better to cast spells with. Surely, more hands the better when you're the borrowed king's personal sorcerer. So, we hope you love this puppet, especially Order 1357. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. Hopefully you had a lot of fun watching it be brought to life. Please leave name suggestions and detailed backstories down in the comments for the new owner to read. But now, they have a very important task. Once all the Burrow Brownies have left the kingdom, they must retrieve their rune, so they can return to their realm, but they'll never get what they actually came down here for. Thanks so much for watching our build today, and we will see you on Wednesday for a brand new episode of Roll for Puppet. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. And the council are very excited to be involved in another special surprise today, as it's someone's very special day today. So this one is for you, Order 1354, and a very, very happy birthday to Tara. We can't wait to make you a birthday puppet today, so let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today we have the rune for Wisman's Wood, which means we're making a tree bee. We all know and love them by now. They are of nature and dark, and they are tiny cat warriors that live in the ancient woodland of Wisman's Wood. They will never shy away from a battle, regardless of their size. And today's tree bee personality is going to be mythical, so it gets a little backstory. And we can't wait to show you how this one turns out. So we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern. Unfortunately, still not on the bandsaw, so it's all by hand. And then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And then once all of that glue is dry, we're going to press it together to form the shape. Moving on to our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together into the head with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches ready for our skeleton reveal. I don't know why this is giving Mr. Frond right now. But now for our colours, we have rolled 1 colour today, which means we're doing another monochrome puppet, and that 1 colour is a 4 for purple. So the dice have heard you that you've been enjoying the monochrome puppet, and so we've got 2 different purple furs that we're going to use today. This really kind of vibrant purple, and then this lilac-y wispy fur. which I think is going to be a nice combination. But before we lay any of that, we're actually going to get started on the foam carving that the Treebee comes with as standard. It has this little carved EVA foam muzzle and also a little brow ridge. So we're just going to cut them and shape them with the Dremel and get ready to glue them on the puppet's head and then move on to the fabric. So the Treebee normally has this kind of gradient of fur, and so we have two colours which we're sewing together on the body. And then we're going to start with mainly the lilac colour on the head of the puppet, and we're just going to shave down the muzzle area for a nice little bit of definition. And then my brother came and visited the workshop and brought us a pack of bourbon biscuits, and we ate them with our coffee, so thank you. And they matched my nail colour, it was adorable. Next we added another shade of purple, this time in fleece, and we covered the muzzle in it and then hand sewed that onto the head. And I really like the effect of just all the different purples kind of blending together. Once that's attached, we're going to move on to the hands and the arms of the puppet, which also have this kind of two-toned effect. And this time we're going to have the dark purple starting from the body, so that they stand out and it looks like he's wearing little shoulder cuffs. It's adorable. Doll joint them onto the body for our first little happy dance. And our floofy colourful reveal. Look how scrunkly. Like that is... I just love them so much already, and I had to put a little happy birthday hat on for you, Tara. I really hope you're having a wonderful day, and I hope you're enjoying watching this video. It's really cool to be involved in surprises like this, and it's cool to know you're just like out there having your birthday right now. And this puppet is for you anyway. We're now rolling for our eyes. We have a 6 for dealer's choice, which is always a nice little treat. It's like a reward, so I'm going to go with the most mythical purple cabs we have, and that is Purple Flame. And they have a little bit of blue around them in the middle, but the main colour around the outside of the eye is purple, and so I thought these would look really cool, so I'm just gluing them into some 40mm cabochon eyes. Then we're going to measure out the position for the eyelids just in tape before we go on to glue the fleece onto the eyelids and screw them onto the puppet's head. Ready for our next reveal. Look at them! They're so silly! They're looking absolutely adorable, but now they need some features, of course. And we have rolled a 9 for eyebrows, 10 for eyelashes, and 16 for piercing. But of course, a Treebee does come with ears, nose, and tail, and whiskers as standard. The Treebee has a lot of features to help them look the most like a tiny little warrior cat. So we're going to start with the nose that comes as standard, and we're just going to glue that in place at the top of the muzzle. Obviously the tongue as well. Sewing up this fleecy tongue in another shade of purple. We're trying to fit as much purple onto this puppet as possible, and every puppet needs a tongue, so we're just going to glue that in place. And then we sewed up these tiny little cat ears that are just adorable, and I'm going to hand sew them onto the puppet's head. And purple is my favourite colour, so I am very much enjoying this build. I hope you're enjoying watching it. Next, moving on to our eyelashes, and I think these beautiful little fluttery ones are so cute, and so I'm just super gluing them in place. And then moving on to our next feature, which is the tail that also comes as standard, and so we're just sewing up this dark purple tail and doll jointing it onto the puppet's body for our first little happy tail dance, question mark. And I just think that's the cutest little tail. And then for the eyebrows, we're going to use some of the same fur that we've been using as an accent throughout the puppet. And then I went searching for just the most mythical earrings that I could find for this puppet. And we have these beautiful kind of celestial drop earrings with butterflies, and I just thought they looked absolutely adorable, and this kitty cat needed some. So we're going to put one on each ear, and I'm very jealous because I want those earrings. But now moving on to a little touch of mythicality that we're going to give this puppet. We decided that their backstory would be that they are a little mythical travelling postman between the realms, and they would take their little purple cards and they would deliver all of the characters' birthday cards. So we have a little special yellow card just for Tara to go in his little satchel. And his special power is that he just knows when everyone's birthday is, and you never have to tell him. He knows your birthday. And if that's not the cutest backstory we've ever given a puppet, then I don't know what is, because he's a mythical traveling postie. I think you call them mailmen in America, but they're posties over here. Anyway, moving on to a little bit of detailing that we like to add to the muzzles of the puppet before we add the whiskers, some little shading. We're going to glue the whiskers into place, and then we're going to add some detail around the muzzle and also the tongue and anywhere where we want a little bit of definition. which always helps to finish the puppet off, but also what helps to finish the puppet off is a spin on the Wheel of Chaos. Alana's favourite part of the day, so here we go. Today, the wheel has decided that we must add an extra feature. So, Dartmoor decided that this treebee with like 25 features already didn't have enough, so we're going to add some tiny little carved EVA pointy fangs. Because treebees look adorable with some little teethies. And we felt it was the only thing missing from this puppet really. But now, of course, it is time to reveal the finished design with our happy birthday decorated set. So here we go. What do you think? And this one is for you, Tara. We hope you're having an absolutely wonderful birthday, and we hope you love your new treebee friend. Little mythical traveling postie with their magical earrings. This one was so much fun to create, honestly. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much again for letting us be involved in this wonderful birthday surprise. It honestly means so much that we can make these videos for someone's birthday for them to enjoy. Just a very surreal part of our job right now, so yeah, thank you so much for letting us be involved in this surprise. We hope you love them, give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments. But now, deep in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, it is time for them to receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, magically remembering everyone's birthday in Wistman's Wood. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks so much for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2, and today, this one is for you, Order 1358. Thanks for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today we have the rune for Venford Falls, which means we're going to make a Menymphal, and they're of water and fire. An adored tiny water creature with mermaid characteristics, and they can be found swimming in the magical pond sheltered by trees at Venford Falls. Definitely one of the most beautiful places on Dartmoor, and today's personality is going to be cute. And I think that's our first cuteness Menymphal, so we're going to get started, as always, by cutting out our articulated foam pattern. Unfortunately, still not on the bandsaw. Then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And then once that's dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape of the head. Our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, ready for our reveal. Swimming onto the set beautifully. And now, of course, we need to know how many colours this puppet is going to have. So we have rolled 2 today, and those 2 are going to be 2 for pink and 7 for blue. And those 2 colours definitely go nicely with the cute theme. So we're going to grab our fabrics. Before we sew anything, we're going to draw around the EVA foam carving for the chest shape. And for the base of the puppet today, we have this beautiful magenta dyed F3. And it's just vibrant and delicious, and I love it. So we're going to draw around the head of the puppet in this fleece. Obviously cut it all out, cut it to shape around the mouth. And then, of course, the same fleece for the body of the puppet. Once the fleece is glued around the mouth plate, I'm going to sew up the seams by hand. And then cut out the same fleece for the hands and the arms of the puppet. So this is going to be the puppet's skin. Sew that all together on the sewing machine. And then for the blue of this puppet, we have this really beautiful baby blue, and we're going to use that for the clamshell bra and also the top of the tail. Like the hips of the puppet where the tail joins the body, and that's all just going to be hand sewn together. And these 2 colours are going really well together. I love how they look. Moving on to the tail for the Menymphal. We always like to use some different fabrics for the tail, and so today we're going to be sewing up this sequin fabric, but it's a reversible sequin fabric, which is fun. And it goes really well with the pink and blue because that's kind of the colours that the sequins reflect. Then moving on to the fins, which we're going to sew onto the end of the tail, and we just have it in the same magenta fleece. We're going to sew in some definition lines so it looks like fins. And then just look at the mess in our workshop after this. Absolute chaos. But anyway, we're then going to sew the fins onto the tail of the puppet before, of course, dull jointing the arms of the puppet onto the body, ready for our first little happy dance. and sometimes the happy dances get a little bit chaotic, into our fabric reveal. Here is our Menymphal so far. She's looking beautiful, but she needs some eyes, and we have rolled a 2 for dot eyes. So we're going to start by positioning some of our plain 40mm eyes first before we add the dot irises. Gluing on some pinky eyelids. And for cuteness, we always like to go with really big pupils and some kind of cartoony definition on the eyelids. So these black foam strips always help the puppet to look really awake and really cute. There they are, swimming onto set again. But now, of course, we need some features. So we have rolled a 4 for ears, 5 for hair, and 10 for eyelashes. So the Menymphal comes with hair as standard, so we had to re-roll that 5, and we have a 3 for nose. So that's a very exciting roll, and I feel like it will turn out well. So we're going to get started by sewing up our fleecy puppet nose in the baby blue. Did I just say nose? I meant tongue, puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, but I said nose. It is Friday, and my brain is feeling that way. But after the tongue is in, we're going to sew up the little belly button because we forgot it in the fabric reveal, and every Menymphal needs a little belly button above her waist. And once that's sewn up, we're going to move on to our features. So starting with our nose, we're going to carve this little EVA foam nose, and we're going to shape it for the little cuteness factor, and then we're going to cover it in pink fleece and sew it onto the puppet's head, which was very tricky. This was such an awkward angle to try and sew in. Then moving on to the eyelashes, we're going to super glue on some fluttery black eyelashes to the black foam strip. Oh, if you're still with me at this point in the voiceover, thank you! And I love you and appreciate you. Okay, moving on to the ears. We're sewing up some fleecy pink ears, pinning them in place, and then hand sewing them onto the puppet's head. Slightly more forward than we normally would on different puppets, because this puppet, of course, has hair. And we want them to be able to tuck their hair just behind the ears. So we have this beautiful pink wig, which has some purple on the underlayers, but pink and blue mixed together make purple, so I feel like it still works with the colour scheme. And sewing that onto the puppet's head, just securing it, and then moving on to our favourite stage, which is adding all the little detailing and shading. So we're going to add some definition to the tongue of the puppet, the bra of the puppet, the hips of the puppet, basically anywhere where the fleece meets. And of course, also the little belly button, and we're going to add in some shading to the nose for that real cute little button nose effect that we want with this puppet. And of course, we're not quite finished yet, as we have a spin on the wheel of chaos. So this episode we have landed on Wildcard for the first time this season. And I was very excited to add this back to the wheel because I had a lot of fun making these cards, and I'm really bad at shuffling them, so I had fun making them but not shuffling them. And I'm going to present them to Alana, and she is going to choose her card, and she has chosen this one. Now watch me struggle to figure out how to pick it. My motor functions were not working here, but she has chosen the gem card. And it says, a great reward appears before you. Dealer's choice will apply to all rolls and can be used for a full episode. So that doesn't apply to this episode because we've done all of our rolls, but we get to keep that for an episode of our choice. Which is very exciting, but more to the point, here is the finished puppet for today. Our beautiful pink and blue cuteness Menymphal. And she looks absolutely beautiful. I really love this puppet, and hopefully you do too. Order 1358. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet, and trusting Dartmoor. What a journey we've been on together today. Thank you so much for sticking through this voiceover, which I'm sure was just chaos. But this was a really fun build. I absolutely love her sparkly sequin tail, her hair, and all of her cuteness features. So hopefully you do too. But now she has a very important task. Down in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, she must receive her rune, so that no matter where she goes next, or where she flies home, she'll never forget where she came from, swimming in the beautiful sheltered pools at Venford Falls. Thanks for watching today. Orders are now open for next week's episode if you'd like your own roll for puppet, and we will see you on Monday for a brand new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another new episode of Season 2 today, and it's Monday, which means we're making a council member today. So let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for the Potato Caves. And I'm sure some of you know this off by heart by now, but that means we're making the Beast of Dartmoor, and they're of Earth, a rarely seen dog-like beast who roams over the bleak landscape of Dartmoor, returning to the safety of the caves at night. Many claim to catch glimpses of him, but are never quite sure what they've seen, and today's Beast of Dartmoor is going to be mischievous. So let's get started, as always, by cutting out our articulated foam pattern, still not on the bandsaw. Once everything's cut out, we're going to glue it all together using our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And then we're going to wait for all of that to dry before we press it all together and form the shape of the head. Then we're going to move on to our mouth plate, and we have our S for sexy, which then gets glued with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and glued into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is our little mischievous beastie so far, but now we need to figure out how many colours this puppet's going to have. So we're going to roll for that with our 4-sided dice, and we have 2 colours today. So those 2 colours are an 8 for brown and a 7 for blue. I feel like that's a rare combination, and I'm really excited to use this brown and blue wispy fur that I don't think we've had a chance to use on this series so far. And it is beautiful and goes perfectly with this colour scheme. So that's going to be kind of the base of the puppet, all of the fur. But for the muzzle of the puppet, we're going to glue on this sandy brown fleece. Just gluing it to the top and the bottom lips, and then we're going to start laying our fur. First, cutting the arms and the hands of the puppet out. And this was very difficult to do because nothing was quite showing up on the backing of this fur, and it was kind of an optical illusion. Then, the same fur for the body of the puppet. And we're going to have a little fleecy belly patch that we're going to cut out as well. And then we're also going to lay down and cut around the pattern for the head of the puppet. This is going to be a very wispy, very floofy Beast of Dartmoor. So we're going to sew the body up on the sewing machine. And then I'm going to hand sew the fleece on the muzzle to the hair of the puppet's body. And then we're going to sew up the hands and the arms of the puppet, which are all completely in fur. We're going to do that on the sewing machine, and just look how fluffy! This is a very scrunkly fur, I feel like. Then I'm going to hand sew the doll joints into the top of the puppet's arms and sew up all the seams. So we can then doll joint them onto the puppet's body, ready for, you guessed it, our first little happy dance. Into our colourful reveal. So here is our little beastie so far. And now, of course, they need some eyes. So we have rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for our iris colour. And we have a 20 for T. And I'm not sure if I've shown you this colour before, so that's exciting. And it does have some blue and brown on it, so it goes nicely with this colour scheme. We're just going to glue those into some of our cabochon eyes. And then we need to move on to finding our focus and gluing on some little brown eyelids. Then we're going to screw them into place on the puppet's head, and we'll be ready for our eye reveal. So here they are so far. Really loving this colour scheme so much, and of course they need some features to help finish them and make them look like a beastie, but that's what we need to roll for next. So we have a 6 for airbrush, 17 for spine, and 4 for ears. Now the Beast of Dartmoor comes with ears as standard, so we had to re-roll that 4, and we have a 16 for piercing. So starting with a fleecy blue puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and to give this one a little bit of a mischievous twist, we're going to have a long beastie tongue sticking out of its mouth, sticking out to one side. It just looks so cute, and they're just permanently sticking out their tongue at the audience. Once that's all glued in place, we're going to move on to our other standardized feature, which is this glossy, healthy black dog nose. We're going to glue it on to the end of the puppet's snout and then move on to our ears. So for a little mischievous twist, again, we wanted one of the ears to have foam inside of it and to be standing up straight from the head, and then we wanted the other one to be flopping down. Like when a dog is looking at you and they're confused or they're plotting something slightly, we just wanted a little bit of a cute twist on it. So I'm just sewing those onto the puppet's head, and then we're going to move on to the tail, which also comes as standard. We're going to sew that up on the sewing machine and then doll joint it onto the puppet's body. And this little waggy tail just looks so cute. So moving on to our piercing, we have this beautiful little dangly earring that the green pixie from this season has the matching one of, so that's really cute. And then for the spine, we're going to have this vibrant blue strip of fur going down the back that we're going to spike up in a little mohawk style. So we just have this furry, spiky spine going all the way down the puppet's body and the head all the way down to the tail. And it's a lovely little extra pop of colour. And then finally, moving on to our airbrush, we're just mixing up some brown paint and we're going to go around and add lots of definition to all of our favourite places. The puppet's eyelids and its cheeks where the fur meets the fleece, and then we're also going to add a little bit of shading onto the belly as well. A little bit of definition, an extra little something, but now, of course, before we finish and have our reveal, we need to spin the Wheel of Chaos. Alana can't wait to see what we get today, and we have rolled, or spun rather, Dealer's Choice. So, one of our favourite things to do, and one of your favourite things to watch, is definitely when a puppet gets a friend, and every little mischievous beastie needs a sidekick. So we're going to sew up a little finger puppet friend for our beastie, and then we're going to attach some little doll eyes, and we're going to shave down a little patch where this tiny pink dog nose is going to go. So it even has a little matching nose with the beastie, and this is just so adorable, definitely one of the cutest friends we've made. And here is our finished puppet reveal. So what do you think? They are absolutely adorable. I love their bright blue spike, their sticky out tongue, their floppy ears, and their little friend. This was such a fun build, and we really, really, really hope you enjoyed watching it. Help us with a name for him and his friend in the comments, and also a very, very detailed backstory. We'd love to hear what you think of this one. And hopefully you're enjoying these episodes with a spin on the Wheel of Chaos. Its little friend is desperate for the spotlight right now, is trying to steal all the attention. I don't know who's more mischievous, whether it's the beastie or the friend today. And there they are, just showing off their bright blue spiky spines. And of course, now, they have a very important task to do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must now receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, hiding deep within the potato caves. Thank you so much for watching today. This one is available for adoption on our website if you'd like to take your own Beasts of Dartmoor home. And we have some very exciting episodes coming this week, so stay tuned. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. And we have a very exciting episode planned for today, so thanks for coming back to join us. And we have a little helping hand from a wild card today, so let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we rolled the rune for the Jewer Stone, but we will be invoking today our gem card. As today, we have a big, ambitious plans to make a Borid. Now, if you remember, a few episodes ago, we had a spin on the Wheel of Chaos, and we landed on Wild Card, and that was the gem card. So it says, a great reward appears before you. Dealer's Choice applies to all rolls, and can be used for a full episode. So, today we're going to be making a Borid, and the Borid lives a slow, solitary life in the dank caves and crevices of Dartmoor, plotting and planning the downfall of the beloved Brownie Kingdom. And the Borid that we would most like to make today is mythical. So we really want to make a pretty powerful, pretty overbearing, pretty spooky Borid today. Getting started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich. Back by popular demand, our Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt whilst we do this process. Once it's all dry, we're going to press it together to form the shape. Our S for spooky on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and glued into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal as they lumber menacingly onto the stage. And now, of course, we need some colours on this Borid. So we're going to start by choosing how many colours we would like, and we chose 2. And those 2 colours are going to be 3 for green and 5 for orange. Because it is spooky season and it is almost Halloween. I would love to know from anyone else that does voiceovers, is do you mess up as often as I do and say the wrong word? Is everyone just like re-recording them until they're perfect? Or do I have some kind of disconnect between my brain and my mouth? I don't know, that's a question for another day. We're going to get started by cutting out this beautiful green fleece for the body of the puppet, the arms and the hands, which we're going to sew together on the sewing machine, and then also the head as well. And I thought I'd do another little time-lapse stopwatch situation. because a few of you do really like to see the time kind of ticking down as I do this process. And our lights turned off in our workshop just to add a little bit of a spooky element. They came back on eventually, don't worry. And because I started the stopwatch process, I didn't want to stop and then redo the head, so you had to see it, unfortunately. And that took me 35 minutes. Now, moving on to our secondary color, we have this beautiful orange, which is literally the perfect pumpkin orange. I love how this dye turned out. Getting our pins from our little pin cushion, which we drew a face on, and then I'm going to hand sew all of these spots onto the Borod's body because they come with them as standard. And I love this colour combination, this green and orange together, and now the arms are going to be doll jointed onto the puppet's body, ready for our first little happy dance. And our colourful reveal. So this is the Borod so far, and of course they now need some eyes. Now for spooky season, what kind of eyes do you think we're going to choose? That's right, a 5 for pro eyes! Not everybody's favourite, and I understand, but definitely some of our favourite eyes. We love the more detail, the more, not creepiness, I don't want to use the word creepy, but we love the more realistic and more detailed eyes, definitely. So onto the eyes, we're going to add some orange little eye bags, because this is a tired Borod, this is a grumpy cave-dwelling monster. And after the eye reveal, we realised we wanted to change a few things, but we will fix that in a moment. Now onto our features roll, we have 15 for extra arms, 1 for horns, and 4 for ears. So we decided the Borod definitely needed some top eyelids to help it look a little bit more menacing, a little bit more evil and grumpy rather than quite bright-eyed and cheery. So we just glued them into place, and then we're moving on to our tongue. We have an orange fleecy tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. And then we made up an extra pair of gangly Borod arms, which we're going to doll joint onto the body for one of the funniest little happy dances when they have 4 arms. Definitely very happy and slightly chaotic, but we wanted this puppet to be pretty chaotic for spooky season. So a Borod comes with tusks and teeth as standard, so we're just scoring some detail into them because this Borod has been in some fights. Airbrushing them to look kind of dirty and mucky, and then we're moving on to our horns, which we're going to spray with a dark green and light green on the tip as a highlight, and then we're splattering them with brown so that they look very muddy and very dirty again. A Borod also comes with airbrush as standard, so we're adding definition to all of the places, the under eye bags, the eyelids, the tongue. Every crevice of this puppet basically is going to have some definition, some shadow. They are tired, and I'm not projecting at all. Adding some definition to the spots on the belly and the arms as well, and then we're going to start gluing in the tusks and the teeth once the paint had dried. When we glue in teeth, we like to clamp the mouth shut just to make sure that the mouth will always be able to close once the teeth are in place. Then moving on to our ears, and we of course want some big old chomps taken out of the foam. Because how does a Borod take the throne in the underground? They fight for it. And this Borod had quite a journey to become king, so they have chomps taken out of both of their ears. We covered them in fleece, and then I'm just hand sewing them onto the puppet's head. And then once the horns are dry, we're going to screw them onto the head as well. And finally, we're going to crown them as the Borod king with this spooky orange and black crown. And we really wanted this puppet to be as chaotic and menacing as possible. Because 'tis the season, 'tis the damn season, as Taylor Swift would say. And finally, for our spin on the Wheel of Chaos, the Borod chooses that we must visit their realm. So we have some very exciting, spooky themed content coming to you soon. In another video, we will visit the caves. But now, under the cover of darkness, when all of the burrow brownies have gone to sleep, the Borod sneaks in and steals his rune. And he actually managed to blackmail a Frode from Devil's Cauldron to perform some slightly unpredictable magic as the latest plan to overthrow the burrow brownies in their kingdom. So whilst it's empty, he turns towards Alana's throne, and the spell is unfortunately cast. And as Halloween and spooky season is the Borod's favourite time of year, they have managed for the first time ever to take control of the burrow brownies' throne. And you may notice a few design changes to the set, which didn't take us a ridiculous amount of time at all, and hopefully you enjoy the new look. So, thank you for watching this video. Let us know what you think. Their name is not a jack-o'-lantern, their name is Lewis, and there's lots of spooky themed content coming to you soon. We'll see you on Friday for a new episode!
My name is Lewis. You can call me King. Now, where are my servants? My loyal servants. I'm the king, you know. Where are you? Appear before me.
So welcome back to Roll for Puppet. Ever since Lewis the Borid unjustly stole the throne from the Burrow Brownies, our workshop has been a very different place, and we have been commanded to make him 2 council members to sit by his side for the rest of October. Whilst the unpredictable magic that the Frode cast still stays in place and Spooktober is upon us, we have been tasked with creating 2 very spooky companions for Lewis. And if anyone has been paying attention and counting these episodes, you might realize that season 1 was 65 episodes, and we've currently created 32 puppets in season 2, which has put us at 97 puppets rolled for on this show since January for this series, which is insane! And with the creation of these 2 council members, it will take us up to 99 puppets created on this show so far, which is blowing our minds a little bit. And as tomorrow is Friday the 13th, which is a perfectly spooky day and just such a coincidence for a Roll for Puppet upload episode to land on, it will also be our 100th episode. 100 episodes of Roll for Puppet landing on Monster Day. Friday the 13th, the Borid is on the throne. What is going on in the universe? So we decided to create 2 spooky, perfect little council members and show you the process. As you didn't get to see the process of us creating the council members last time as we relaunched for season 2. And we're also going to need some help naming these little ghosties that are 98 and 99. Honestly, we are feeling all the feelings. We are so emotional and overwhelmed about the fact that we have created 100 of these that have been watched and enjoyed and adopted. Like, this has been the craziest year of my entire life, hands down. So we hope you've been enjoying it. Thank you for watching, thank you for supporting. We have lots of spooky content coming soon, and we just can't wait to share tomorrow with you. It's going to be a very exciting episode, so please come back and join us tomorrow for Build 100, our 100th puppet for Roll for Puppet, with King Lewis on the throne and his 2 little ghosty sidekicks.
I suppose you will do. Now, let's get ready for tomorrow, Monster Day, and our 100th episode!
Welcome back to Roll for Puppet.
Even Borids like to party. Happy 100!
And as Lewis has just tactfully announced, it is our 100th puppet build today. I honestly cannot believe we're here, and thank you so much for sticking around and supporting us and watching 100 episodes of Roll for Puppet. So of course today is very special and the whole set is designed for a party, so let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today we have rolled the rune for Oakhampton Castle, which means we're making a dragon spirit. Now, no personality roll today because the next couple of episodes are all going to be kind of spooky, not evil, but just spooky Halloween-based puppets. So they could be mischievous or evil or mythical, but definitely not any of the nicer personalities for a couple of episodes. So we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. That was meant to be an S for spooky on the mouth plate, but someone got a little bit carried away. And then it all gets glued together with our forbidden ice cream sandwiches and into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. Our 100th skeleton reveal. Like, do you realize that some of you have watched 100 of these now? Anyway, rolling for our colors, and we have 2 colors to roll for today, and those are 3 for green and 10 for dealer's choice. So, our dealer's choice to go with that green and the Halloweeny spooky theme is definitely this deep purple. This colour just screams Halloween to me, and it goes so well with the green, and I'm very excited to make a purple dragon. Cutting out all of our fabrics and then moving on to our EVA foam carving, which comes standard with every dragon spirit. Getting started with this little carved foam spine that kind of breaks out of the fleece at the top of the head. We're just rounding it off, and then we're going to glue some green fleece fabric to it. Glue that in place onto the puppet's head, and then I'm going to start by sewing up the purple fleece all the way up to meet the spine, and then sewing those two together as well. So everything is nice and neat and blended, and then we're going to move on to the foam carving on the belly of the puppet. Attach it to some more of the green fleece, and we're going to glue it all the way down into all of the ridges for some definition. Then we're going to sew up more of this beautiful, vibrant purple fleece for the main body of the puppet, and also going to cut out the same colour for the hands and the arms, which then gets sewn up in one nice, long, satisfying line on the sewing machine. Doll joint them onto the puppet's body, ready for our happy dance into our colourful reveal. And these two colours together, are they not just screaming Halloween? What a beautiful, spooky little dragon, and he is bowing to King Louis and his two ghosty pals. And it's time for our eyes. So we've rolled 3 for painted eyes. And of course, the spookier the better, so we've gone for bright yellow eyes. And we're going to screw them onto the puppet's head and start finding the positioning for our eyelids, and we want him to look grumpy and intimidating, so we're going to glue those in place, and here is our eye reveal. The yellow eyes are really contrasting nicely with the two fleece colours that we have, and I'm loving it so far, but now we need to roll, of course, for our features. Another quick bow to his king, of course, because he doesn't bite the hand that feeds him, and I think he's even terrified of the ghosty council members. But now for our features, we have rolled 14 for extra eyes, 7 for wings, and 3 for nose. Now the dragon spirit comes with wings and nose as standard, so we have to re-roll those two, and we have a 12 for prop and 16 for piercing. Starting by sewing up this plum purple puppet tongue, which is the standardized feature that every single puppet gets. Every puppet gets a tongue, gluing that in place in the mouth, and then we're going to move on to cutting out these green spiky dragon wings. Sewing them up on the sewing machine, and then we're also going to go in and sew up some lines of definition, which you know we love to do, the more definition the better. And then they get hand sewn onto the puppet's body, and they look so adorable. I know we're not going for adorable, but I can't help it. Puppets are cute. Even the grumpy, mischievous ones. And now for our extra eyes, which is definitely chaotic, and also something we haven't rolled yet on this season, so it is the perfect feature for episode 100, and is helping this puppet look even wackier and even more special. Then for the little nostrils that we cut into every dragon spirit before adding some definition, so that this puppet can breathe fire, of course. Every dragon spirit needs nostrils. For the piercing, that is the perfect opportunity to give them a septum piercing, and we have this spiky little ring that we cut into dragon septum size. Then for some definition, which we like to add to every puppet, some shadow and shading, we're going to add to all the places that we had the foam carving, and this always helps to add some depth to our puppet. But of course, before we're done, we need our spin on the Wheel of Chaos, and we have landed on piercing. Which is, of course, yeah, that's just chaotic enough for today. So double piercing on this puppet, and the only other thing that was pierceable on this puppet was the wings. So we added this little matching wing piercing, because they're different, they're not like the other dragons. And here is our finished puppet reveal. Now don't get me wrong, I am an emotional person. I know this about myself, and I cry every single day. So it is not unusual for me to feel very emotional about this, but this is our 100th puppet created for this show here on TikTok, a silly little show, and I just can't believe that. So if you have been here since episode 1, comment down below with a little star emoji. And finally, for their prop, they have added a little party bopper headband so that they can join in with the council to help us celebrate this incredibly special day. So thank you so much for watching. They've also collected their rune stone so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, protecting and potentially haunting the grounds at Oakhampton Castle. Thank you so much for watching. We really, really hope you enjoyed this episode. This dragon spirit is available for adoption if you would like to take a special 100th episode puppet home. Let us know what your favourite puppet from Roll for Puppet has been. I'm very, very curious to hear your answers, and we will see you on Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Spooktober. King Louis and the ghosties are still on the throne, which means today we'll be making another spooky creature. And today, this one is for you on a 1-3-6-7. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And just to make things difficult, we have rolled the rune for Fatherford Woods, which means we're making a burrow brownie. The one creature that cannot be evil, and they are of magic and light. An almost immortal mythical being appointed to work alongside the Guardians and help keep the peace amongst the realms on Dartmoor. They live in an underground kingdom, the entrance to which is hidden from the human eye, on a raised, grassy platform deep in Fatherford Woods, and currently it's been taken over by an evil Borid. So in case you've missed the last couple episodes, we are on episode 101. We've made 101 puppets for this series, which is insane. And for a couple of weeks, all of them are going to be spooky themed, whilst King Borid is still on the throne. Which is a little tricky with a burrow brownie, because if a burrow brownie is ever evil, then they turn into a Borid automatically. So our burrow brownie's personality today is going to be leaning more mischievous and playful, a naughty little burrow brownie, but not fully evil. So that was the whole foam process that I talked over, but here is the reveal. Our skeleton so far. And of course, we now need some colours. So first of all, rolling for how many, and we have 3 colours today. And those 3 are 4 for purple, 8 for brown, and 10 for dealer's choice. So our dealer's choice is going to be this beautiful bright red F3 fleece. And we have this beautiful, warm, caramel brown fur that we're going to use for the body of the burrow brownie, because they have a beautiful, fluffy body. And then with the red fleece, we're going to cut out the head and the hands and the arms. Once the head pattern is cut out, I'm going to pin it all in place, and then I'm going to hand sew the seams. And yes, my pincushion is a beauty blender. We should all name it in the comments down below, please. And once it's all sewn up, I just stopped to admire how beautiful and smiley this puppet was looking so far. The red fleece is really, really beautiful, and so we're going to cut out the hands and the arms as well and sew those up on the sewing machine. Cut it first, and then sew it up on the sewing machine in one long, satisfying shot. And then I'm going to hand sew the arm rod pockets into the hands. And then I always trip up when I'm trying to say that because it's hand sew hands and arms and hands. And then we're just adding in the doll joints and some stuffing to the tops of the arms before sewing them shut too. And we're going for some rebellious streaks on this puppet. So for our purple, we have these little cuffs, little spiky rocker cuffs that we're just going to glue in place, and it will all make sense later when we add our final bit of purple. But of course that's doll jointed onto the body for our first little happy dance and our colourful reveal. Here's the puppet so far. What do you think so far? They're looking adorable, but now they do need some eyes. So we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes. So I wanted to go with cabochons for a nice pop of purple colour, and so we sprayed up some cabochon eyes, a pale warm brown. And then I was deciding between indigo and just purple for the iris, and I decided that indigo went a lot better with the tones in the fur that we had. It matched the purple a lot better that was already on the puppet, so I just glued those in place, and then moved on to finding the eyelid position. So we find the focus on the puppet's head first, and then we draw the eyelids on with some pencil before gluing them in place. Then for a little bit of definition, but also for kind of a rebellious streak, we wanted some jet black eyeliner for the puppet, so we cut out this foam strip. And once that was all glued in place, we're ready for our eye reveal. And they're looking great, but they do need some features, so we're going to roll for those, and we have a 6 for airbrush, a 12 for prop, and a 17 for spine. Now the prop that we are about to create, I cannot even wait to show you. It's probably one of my favourite ones we've ever created. But first of all, getting started with our standardized feature, a burrow brownie comes with ears and nose as standard, so we're just carving this little EVA foam nose, covering it in the same red fleece, and then hand sewing it onto the puppet's head. Sewing up a little pair of burrow brownie fleecy ears, filling them with some foam, and then hand sewing them onto the puppet's head as well. And they're just looking so adorable. I love burrow brownies so much. Once those are sewn on and in place, we can move on to the next standardized feature which every puppet gets, which is a tongue. And we're going to use this beautiful purple fleece for the tongue, just gluing that in place. And then moving on to the spine of the puppet, we wanted to shave a little bit of the fur back and add this contrasting fur purple spine going all the way down the puppet's back and also on its head. And then we're just combing it and spiking it up so it looks nice and spiky and defined and rebellious. And then moving on to airbrush, we're going to go in and add lots of definition and shading in the ears, around the nose of the burrow brownie, the tongue, and then we're also going to add some definition along the eyelid. Kind of like a smoky eyeshadow look, but for a burrow brownie. And now for our prop. Not only is this burrow brownie rebelling and wants to go trick-or-treating for the first time ever in the human world, so they need a costume, they also need a way to sneak in undetected to the borrowed lair to retrieve their rune later. But before our final reveal, we need our spin on the wheel of chaos, and we have landed on piercing again. So I have a chance to redeem myself after the 800 comments I got telling me I was wrong for not including a tongue piercing on the last puppet. This rebellious little burrow brownie is getting a piercing in its little purple tongue, and that is the final finishing feature. So here is the puppet. I cannot cope with how cute this little ghosty costume is, hanging off the ears of this burrow brownie with its little nose poking through. Honestly, one of my favourite props that we have ever put on a puppet. I think this is so cute. They are now ready for their first time trick-or-treating ever, and they hope that the humans won't realise. And also, it was a very clever way of sneaking in undetected under King Louis's watch. But here they are, popping back up to show you their full look, and laughing mischievously in front of the evil Borid, who never even noticed that they were there. So, that is the finished puppet. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed it, especially Order 1367. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We really, really hope you enjoy it. They cannot wait to meet you and go trick-or-treating in their new home. But first, of course, once the Burrow Brownie Kingdom is empty and all of the Borids have gone to sleep, they must retrieve their rune so that they'll never forget where they came from. Deep underground in Fatherford Woods. Thank you so much for watching this episode. This one was really, really fun to make, and we really hope you enjoyed it. Give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments below, and we will see you on Wednesday for another randomized creation. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for joining us for another spooky episode of Season 2. As you can see, Louis the Borid is still on the throne with his ghosty sidekicks. But today, this one's for you, Order 1368. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today we have rolled the rune for Fogentor Quarry, which means we're making an Owlgon. And they're of thunder and light, a mysterious and wise creature resembling an owl who lives primarily atop the watching rock of Fogentor Quarry. Definitely a favourite for some of you out there. So we're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the fixed bandsaw, finally! It's been a while, guys, and please ignore the sound that it's making. It's definitely healthy. Moving on to gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And once that's all dry, we're going to press it together to form the shape of the head. Then we have our S for spooky on the mouth plate, which got a little bit carried away again. Spooky! And then that all gets glued with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here they are in front of the spooky stage, but now they need some colors. So, rolling for how many first, and this puppet is going to have 3 colours. So those 3 colours are 2 for pink, 3 for green, and 4 for purple. So we're going for quite unhinged today with this character and also this fur. And we have this scrunkly, curly, crunchy looking pink faux fur that we've been desperate to try out this season. And it definitely goes with the unhinged, mad Owlgon that we're going to try and create. So cutting out that fur on the body of the puppet, and then we're going to sew it together on the sewing machine. And then we have this kind of lilac-y purple colour that we're going to sew up for the beak of the puppet. Once we've sewn that together, we're going to glue that onto the beak foam beak, you know what I mean? And then cutting out the same fur for the wings of the puppet as well, because an Owlgon, of course, comes with wings as standard. Once those are all cut out, we're going to sew them up on the sewing machine. Then, once they're all sewn up, we're going to cut them out and turn them inside out so that we can put the foam and the arm rod pocket on the inside. And then finally, we're going to cut out the same fur for the head of the puppet, which I'm then going to hand sew onto the purple of the beak, so that it's all blended together and looks nice and neat, hopefully. Then, of course, the wings get doll jointed onto the puppet's body, ready for our first little flappy dance. And ready for our colourful reveal, not with the green yet, but don't worry, the green is going to feature heavily later. And he is just unhinged and loving life already. I think he looks so fun. But now we need some eyes, and we have rolled a 4 for odd eyes, which is definitely the best choice for an unhinged mad Professor Owlgon. So we're going to go with 2 different sized eyes, a 45mm and a 40mm, and also 2 different coloured cabochon irises. So we have 1 candy floss pink eye and 1 mossy green eye. And once those are all glued in place and dry, we're going to move on to finding the focus and the eyelid placement. Now, we definitely wanted one to be bright and starey and one to be kind of like an under eye bag, like he looked really tired, and we're going to go with some green fleece. And so here he is, so far, definitely going with the unhinged spooky vibe, I feel like. And now for our features, and we have rolled double 10 for eyelashes and 6 for airbrush, but the Owlgon does come with airbrush as standard, so we're going to have to roll that again. And we have rolled a 19 for roll again, so this Owlgon wants double features. And we have 4 for ears, 11 for tail, and 17 for spine. So, getting started with the most essential feature first, because every puppet needs a tongue. And we're sewing up this pointy, bright lime green tongue, and we're going to glue it into the puppet's mouth. Once that's in place, we're going to move on to our next green feature, and we have a spine going all the way down the puppet's back. And once it's attached, we're just going to glue the edges so that it blends nicely with the pink fur, and then we're going to spike it up. And it looks really, really cool. And then we're going to move on to the tail, and we actually decided to have a little modified pattern of the wings so that the tail looks like a smaller version of the wings with that kind of like feathered out edge, if that makes sense. We're going to sew it together, and then we're going to doll joint it onto the puppet's body, and then moving on to the ears, cutting them in foam first and then sewing them up in this pink fluffy fabric, which I'm then going to hand sew onto the puppet's head. And ears is not a feature that comes standard with the Owlgons, but I think it should, because that looked amazing and really, really effective. And now for the eyelashes, we want really bold, really spiky eyelashes for the first set. And we're cutting out this black foam, and we're just going to glue it on top. And then for the second set, because we rolled double eyelashes, we're cutting out a really short, spiky set that we're going to glue onto the bottom of the wide eye. Then, for the standardized feature of airbrush, we're going to go around and add lots of definition everywhere we like to. Around the beak of the puppet, obviously the tongue as well, and then we're going to add in these little nostrils. Some definition under the unhinged eye bags, because this puppet hasn't slept in a while. And now finally, before the reveal, we have our spin on the Wheel of Chaos, which says that we must give them a prop. So we were actually really excited about this choice because it definitely needed a little extra something to help with the unhinged Professor Owlgon look. So we bent some of this wire to look like half-rimmed glasses. And it just looks so cool, and here is the finished puppet, flapping wildly onto the set. So, thank you so much for watching. We really hope you enjoyed this video. And the finished Owlgon, this absolutely unhinged, spooky pink, green, and purple puppet. And especially you, Order 1368. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They cannot wait to fly off to their new home and meet you and potentially cause some chaos there, with some failed science experiments and also just flying into rooms and then not being able to get out. Hopefully you're enjoying these spooky puppets these last couple episodes. And now they bow to Lewis the Borid as they retrieve their rune so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, atop the watching rock of Fogantor Quarry. This one was a lot of fun to create. We really love it, so give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. And we will see you on Friday for another Roll for Puppet. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another spooky episode of Season 2, with Lewis the Borid and his ghostly sidekicks still taking over the throne. It's time to make another council member, so let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today we've rolled the rune for Pixie's Pool, which means of course we're making a pixie, and they're of magic and wind, a mischief-causing shape-shifting creature who lives around Pixie's Pool. They have no bad intentions toward others, but they can be careless as they love being the center of attention. And of course today's personality roll will be spooky, so now we have the challenge of making a spooky Halloween-themed pixie? Question mark? Question mark? But we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, which we then press together when the glue is dry, moving on to our S for spooky on the mouth plate. How many times have I said that? Well, 103. 103 times I've said that. It then gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and the fleece into the puppet's head for our skeleton reveal. Not looking too spooky yet, but now we need to roll for our colours, and we have one colour on this puppet today, another monochrome one, and that colour is 7 for blue, so we have a completely blue, haunted, spooky pixie theme today. Getting started by cutting out this really pale blue F3 fleece, cutting that out for the head of the puppet, the hands and the arms of the puppet, and the body as well. And then we're going to get started on sewing all of that together. So we're going to hand sew the seams on the head, which is always very satisfying, and you normally see it sped up, so I thought I'd show you slowed down today, or not even slowed down, real time. And then sewing the arm rod pockets into the hands as well. So the pixies normally come with like a little furry waistcoat or some piece of clothing as standard. So we have this beautiful electric blue fur that we're going to make into a little waistcoat. Once we cut that out and we sew it together on the sewing machine, and these always look so adorable. And then, of course, we're going to double joint the arms and the hands onto the puppet's body, ready for our first spooky little happy dance. And our monochromatic, colourful reveal. So here they are so far. Pixies are definitely one of my favourite characters, but I think I say that every episode. And now on to our eyes. We have rolled 2 for dot eyes. So, to stick with the monochromatic theme and a little bit of a spooky element, we realised is we're actually going to paint some of these 20mm cabochons just blue, but it kind of looks not see-through, but definitely not opaque, and so the eyes kind of look really starey and a little bit spooky, I feel like. Kind of can see through your soul and like, I know all your secrets, like those children from The Simpsons. This puppet is definitely seeing into 2 realities at once. And not only does it enhance the monochromatic theme, but it is also kind of spooky, so I love it. But moving on to features, we have rolled 2 for teeth, 12 for prop, and 20 for dealer's choice. Look, he knows your secrets, look at that. Moving on to the tongue, we're going to sew up this blue fleecy tongue that matches the electric blue of the little waistcoat. Because every puppet, even the spooky ones, need tongues. And once that's glued in place, we're going to move on to the standardized features that the pixie comes with, and they have ears. And we were trying to decide which goes better with the menacing theme that we're going for, and we decided that the ears would be pointing up, so we're going to cut and sew them in the same blue fleece as the skin. Then, moving on to teethies, we're going to cut some EVA sharp little fangs. And the further we got along with this puppet, once we were adding in the teethies and stuff, it definitely was giving us vampire vibes. So we glued in that little sharp row of teeth on the top jaw. And then once that was all dry, I moved on to sewing on the little pixie ears. And then moved on to our next standardized feature for pixies, which is a little nose. So we started carving this EVA foam nose, and we wanted it to be really sharp and really kind of bold on the puppet's head. We normally go for a much smaller kind of upturned cute pixie nose. But this, as soon as it was on the head again, it was giving very much vampire. Like, this is a blue pixie vampire and you can't tell me any different, so we started sewing that onto the puppet's head. And once that was in place, we realised that the bottom jaw looked a little bit empty, so we added another row of pointy fang teeth. And now they look much more menacing and much spookier. So for our dealer's choice, we decided they needed some jewellery, and we added a pair of these little drop skull earrings, which look really, really cool. We're going to add in some shading into the ears of the puppet, around the nose, the tongue, of course, and then vampires can't see their reflection, so he has no idea how tired he looks. And so we added some definition under the eyes, we added some blue eye bags, and this just looks so cool in just the pure blue theme. The monochrome puppets are everyone's favourite, I know this, and now for prop we're adding a little Halloween themed lantern for like the Who Goes There vibes of this vampire just roaming the hallways. And before our final puppet reveal, we need to spin the Wheel of Chaos, and it says that we must draw a wild card for only the second time this season. So, Lewis the Borid, I refuse to call him the king, Lewis the Borid, we are going to let him pick the shuffled wild card, and he is very excited to be included. And I'm always embarrassed when I have to shuffle on camera because I am so bad at it. Like, genuinely. So, Lewis the Borid, I meant, chose this card, which is the Fates card. And it says that you gain the ability to undo one roll of choice, used within the creation of 6 puppets. So we're going to keep that card to the side and use it whenever we feel like a roll is not the best for the puppet we're designing. And here is the finished vampire monochrome blue pixie. I absolutely love the way this puppet turned out. There is something so interesting and impactful when there is only one colour stuck to on the whole puppet. And this time we went all out, and even the dots on the eyes are blue, so we don't have any black on there at all. And the blue shading underneath the eyes I feel like is really, really cool, and I just love how this pixie turned out. The spooky puppets are really kind of pushing us creatively, and I just absolutely love how they're turning out. So hopefully you like this puppet, give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. But now they have a very important job to do. They must retrieve their rune so that no matter where they go next, wherever they're adopted and fly off to, they'll never forget where they came from, causing mischief at Pixie's Pool. And what's really cool is the Pixie's Pool rune is even blue, so I feel like that is perfect with this colour scheme. It was destined to just be completely blue. So I really hope you enjoyed watching this video, and we will see you on Monday for another episode. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some spooky dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode during Spooktober. Lewis the Borid is still on the throne, and today is Monday, which means we're making another council member. So let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape. With, of course, our rune dice, and today we've rolled the rune for the Devil's Cauldron, which means we're making another Frode. And they are of magic and water, a magical creature who is cast out to live alone in the swirling, bubbling waters at Devil's Cauldron, as the magic it creates doesn't always go to plan. And of course, for these spooky episodes, the personality role is kind of overtaken by just general spookiness. So, I don't know how that's going to go today, but let's get started by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, which then gets pressed together once the glue is dry, and we can move on to our S for spooky on the mouth plate, which then of course gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, which then all gets glued into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is our Frode so far hopping onto stage. Now we need to find out how many colours this puppet is going to have. So we're going to roll our 4-sided dice, and we have 2 colours today. So those colours are 7 for blue and 10 for dealer's choice. So we really liked this combination of the baby blue and this vibrant purple. So that's going to be our dealer's choice, and we're just going to get started on altering the head pattern a little bit because we had a really cool, crazy idea with this one. So we didn't want it to look like any normal Frode because obviously we're kind of trying to do a spooky theme with each of these. So half of the head is going to be blue and half of the head is going to be purple. And one of the arms are going to be purple and one of the puppet's arms are going to be blue. Kind of like a mismatched inverted colour scheme. And then we're going to cut out purple as a base for the body, which we're then going to sew up on the sewing machine. As well as sewing up the odd arms. And it's just looking really fun and really cute. And then the idea that I had for hand sewing up the head of the puppet instead of a nice straight line right down the center of the head, I wanted it to be more of a wavy line, kind of like a scar going down the puppet's head, like they were Frankenstein's monster. Like this is a puppet patched together from 2 different puppets. I thought that was a really cool spooky Halloween twist. And it was the longest process of sewing a head that I've ever done, but I'm really happy with the outcome. And then I'm also going to sew a big blue splotch onto the body where the arm is going to be attached. Because Frodes come with spots anyway on their colour scheme, and we also thought it would look kind of cool, like the arm was placed there so that like the body wouldn't reject the arm. Do you know what I mean? And then it gets doll jointed onto the puppet's body, ready for our colourful reveal. And here is our Franken puppet so far. But of course, this puppet needs some eyes. So we have rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for our iris colour, 1d20. And we have also rolled a 1, which is our Kelly irises. Definitely don't go with this colour scheme, but the dice are doing what they're going to do, so we're gluing those into some 45mm cabochon eyes. And then for a wide, blank, starey puppet, we're screwing them into place, and then they hop onto stage. These Spooktober puppets are definitely just opening up a whole new realm of creativity for us. These last couple have been so different than anything we've created on the show before. But now for our features roll, and we have 6 for airbrush, 19 for roll again, and 20 for dealer's choice. The most chaotic puppets always need a roll again, so that's great. And then we have a 1 for horns and double 8 for double spikes, of course. Starting with our first standardized feature, this puppet's going to have a little red F3 fleece tongue, glued into place because every puppet needs a tongue. And then because we rolled airbrush as well as spikes as well as horns, we're going to make sure to spray them all up at the same time so that they're not any of the white plain ABS. And we're going to spray 1 horn blue, 1 horn purple, and we're going to spray 1 set of the spikes blue and 1 set purple. So we're half and half, and then we're going in for some airbrush definition around the spots of the puppet, and anyway we wanted to add definition, and then we're just finishing off by screwing on the blue and purple horns. And then our idea for spikes is we wanted alternating spikes going up and down the puppet's face, where the 2 different pelts meet. And this just looks so surreal, I feel like. Then for our dealer's choice, we decided they needed a prop that was in keeping with the spooky theme, and so we have these bolts, just like Frankenstein's monster, and then a Frode always comes with a piece of clothing as standard, so we're giving them a little tie, because they're trying to blend in. And finally, for the spin on our Wheel of Chaos, we have dealer's choice, and we know how to make our audience happy, so we're going to give them a little friend. And of course, it's going to be mismatched blue and purple as well, so we're just sewing that up on the sewing machine. We're going to give them 2 little eyes as well, and then once those are in place, it looks absolutely adorable, like a little fleecy finger puppet ghost. The perfect little friend for a Franken puppet, but a final finishing feature, we have tiny matching bolts on the friend. Which is just the cutest friend we've ever made. I think that's adorable. And now for our final finished puppet reveal. I can say we have made nothing like this on the show before, so the dice are still dicing. They know what they're doing. This was so fun, it pushed us creatively, and we love all the different features that we got to add. So hopefully you like this puppet too, and you enjoyed watching it. Help us give them a name and a disturbingly detailed backstory in the comments down below. We can't wait to read them all, and this puppet is obviously available for adoption if anyone would like to take this spooky little Franken puppet home with their friend and their little matching bolts. I just think this one is so adorable and definitely spooky. Now he must bow to Lewis and his ghosty sidekicks, as he has one very important job to do as he retrieves his rune, so that no matter where he goes next, he'll never forget where he came from in the swirling, bubbling waters of Devil's Cauldron. Thank you so much for watching this video. We really hope you enjoyed it. Let us know what you think in the comments. This one was such a fun build, and we will see you for another new episode soon. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. And today, as you can tell, is a very, very special birthday episode. These are always our favourite episodes to film, and it is such an honour to be involved in a special birthday surprise like this. So we want to wish you a very happy birthday, and this puppet is for you, Ronya. Sent with love from Mum and Dad. We hope you're having a really, really amazing day, and we cannot wait to show you your new puppet, so let's get started. Of course, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Fatherfoot Woods, which means we're making a burrow brownie today. And recently we've been making some spooky puppets for Spooktober, with Lewis on the council, but as a special request today for the birthday girl, the personality roll is reinstated and we have a cute burrow brownie underway. And Lewis promises to be on his best behaviour, and he's even wearing a little party hat to get involved. So we're going to get started on your puppet by cutting out the reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. Then, of course, we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive to make our forbidden honey sandwich. And then once that glue has dried, we're going to press it all together to form the shape, before moving on to our very special R for Ronya on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the fleece of the mouth plate and our forbidden ice cream sandwiches, which is then ready to be glued into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here we have our burrow brownie so far. They are so excited to be coming to life for you today, and here they are reading your happy birthday sign. But now, of course, we need some colours. So we have rolled 4 colours on this puppet, so it's going to be interesting. And those colours are 3 for green, 4 for purple, 7 for blue, and 10 for dealer's choice. So this puppet demanded all the colours, the maximum amount of colours a puppet can have, and we're going to get started by laying this lilac purple fleece out and cutting out the head of the puppet. And then I'm going to hand sew the seams. And then I'm going to cut out the same fleece for the hands and the arms of the puppet as well. And this is just such a fun, beautiful colour. I absolutely love this shade of purple. And then we're going to sew those up on the sewing machine in one long satisfying shot. And then for the fluffy body of a burrow brownie, we have some of this rainbow fur that we haven't gotten a chance to use in a couple months. And so our dealer's choice is going to be yellow, so that we can use this fur that has green, purple, blue, and yellow on it. It has a tiny bit of pink in there as well, but we literally couldn't find a more perfect colour. And for how colourful this burrow brownie wanted to be, it needed rainbow fur. So we double jointed the arms onto the body for our happy dance and our colourful reveal. I love this rainbow fur so much, and it's looking so cute already, but now we need our eyes, and we have rolled a 2 for dot eyes. I feel like people definitely enjoy the dot eyes the most on the cuteness puppets. So to start, we were planning on using these 50mm flat dot eyes that we glued in some black pupils to. But once we screwed them onto the head, we realised that the puppet kind of wasn't focusing very well, and this head shape definitely needed more round, forward-facing eyes. So we added on some of our 40mm blank eyes instead. We then found the focus and the positioning for the eyelids, glued some fleecy purple eyelids onto them, and then we found the pupil placement. So we glued on these little 10mm black dots. and they just look so adorable. And here is the puppet so far. They're nearly finished, but of course they need some features. And at this point in the voiceover, I of course know how it turns out because we've completed this puppet, but it must be so exciting to watch this like live reaction. This is your puppet. So for our features, we have rolled a 1 for horns, 10 for eyelashes, and 11 for tail, and I don't think we've done a Burrow Brownie tail yet. I think this combination is brand new. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've done a Burrow Brownie tail. But of course, getting started with the standardized features that the Burrow Brownie comes with, the ears and the nose. Carving this little EVA foam nose that I'm covering in the purple fleece and then hand sewing onto the puppet's head. Don't be alarmed, I just had to remove the eyes quickly so that I could get a flush finish with the nose. Then in the same purpley fleece, we're going to sew up a little Burrow Brownie tail, and at first it was going to be fur, but then we decided on this little lamb's tail. It looks so cute. And of course, a tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and for the cuteness overload, we have this little heart-shaped one that we're just gluing into the puppet's head. Our next standardized feature of the ears, we're going to sew up some fleecy ears, and I'm going to pin them just to find the right position, and I kind of liked these floppy, downturned, like, Dumbo ears. This Burrow Brownie is so cute. I wish Alana was here to see this. Then for the horns, we're attaching these tiny mini 3D printed horns. We wanted them to look like baby horns that were just erupting. For a cute and cartoony effect, we're also adding some black foam strip to the eyes. And then, of course, the eyelashes as a feature, I'm going to glue in some fluttery black cute eyelashes, which definitely enhance the look of this adorable puppet. But whilst that dries, we of course need to spin our wheel of chaos. And we have landed on add an extra feature. So I am really glad that we rolled this because we did feel like the top of the puppet's head was missing something. It did fall a little bit flat compared to the body of the puppet that had so much colour and texture. So we added this little rainbow furry wig to the top of the puppet's head so that it could match the body. And it looks so adorable. Here is the finished puppet with their little happy birthday hat on. So thank you so much for watching this video, and to Ronya, I hope you are having an amazing birthday and I hope you love your puppet. They love you already and they cannot wait to fly off and meet you very soon. It is always so much fun being involved in special birthday surprises like this. And we really hope you're having an amazing day. We cannot wait to hear what you name your new puppet. We had a lot of fun building this one. It's always so amazing how just a few different dice rolls make this a completely different character than all of the other Burrow Brownies we've had before. So it's very unique and it's very much yours. But now, of course, underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, Lewis and his ghosties have removed themselves from the throne so this cute little Burrow Brownie could retrieve their rune so they'll never forget where they came from, deep underground in Fatherford Woods. So thank you so much for watching, and everyone please wish the birthday girl a very happy birthday in the comments. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thank you so much for your patience and kind messages and comments and everything whilst I dealt with everything this week. But this one is for you, Order 1378. Thank you so much for trusting us in the dice to make you this randomized puppet. And let's get started, as always, by rolling our rune dice for our head shape. And today we have rolled the rune for the Devil's Cauldron, so we're making another Frode, which is very exciting. We all know and love the Frode. They're of magic and water, a magical creature who is cast out to live alone in the swirling, bubbling waters of Devil's Cauldron, as the magic it creates doesn't always go to plan. And of course, all the puppets that we create for the next couple weeks are going to be cozy and wintry as their theme and their personality. So today we're going to make a cozy little wintry Frode, which I'm very excited to show you. So we're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. It's been a while since I've shown you guys a forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing it all together once the glue is dry, and then we have our S for snowy on the mouth plate, or S for seasonal, I don't know, but an S for something. that all gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and into the puppet's head, ready for our foam reveal. I love this head shape so much, but of course it needs some colors, so we're going to roll for that. First of all, how many colors? This puppet is going to have 2, and those 2 are 1 for red and 4 for purple. Definitely an interesting color scheme, but we're going to trust the dice, and I feel like we're going to make it work. I'm going to start by cutting out this F3 fleece and this beautiful red crimson color, and it's like the color of Christmas to me. And then the same for the body of the puppet, and we're going to sew that together on the sewing machine, and then I'm going to hand sew the head shape together. This is without a doubt the most difficult head shape that we have to sew together, but it's worth it because I absolutely love the effect that this one gives. Then we're going to sew together the arms of the puppet in the same fleece in one long satisfying shot. And then this is the puppet all sewn together, and I just love the permanent smile that the Frode has. It is so cute. Now for the purple and the feature that the Frode comes with as standard, which is spots, I'm going to cut out this lilac-y fleece and I'm going to hand sew them onto the body. And a little one on the head as well. Then we're going to double joint the arms onto the puppet's body, ready for our first little happy dance. And into our colourful reveal. And here is the Frode. So far, I absolutely love them and they look so cute on our wintry set. Little bit of noise for our wintry set, please. I'm so proud with how this went. And now we're going to roll for our eyes. We have a 3 for painted eyes, which I feel like is always just perfect for the Frode head shape. So we have these clear plastic baubles, which we're going to spray a purpley colour. And the white that we mix with the purple to make it kind of lighter has this like pearlescent effect, and the eyes just look so cool. I really like them anyway, and they contrast perfectly with the red fabric. So we're going to put those in place, and then we're going to glue on some little dot pupils. And so here is the puppet so far with their eyes. I absolutely love this so much. You may be able to tell. I think they're cute and ready to go as they are, but of course we know the dice demand features. So we're going to roll for them next, and we have an 11 for tail and 2 12s for double prop. Now, we feel like this may be a good time to use our Fates card, which is a wild card that we rolled a couple of episodes back, and it allows us to gain the ability to undo 1 roll of choice and use within the creation of 6 puppets. So now's our chance, because we feel like 2 props may be a little bit boring and you might want something more on the puppet. So we've rolled that again, and we have a 4 for ears. So getting started with the standardized features for a Frode, and they have a little tongue because every puppet needs a tongue, and we have this beautiful purple fleece tongue that we've sewn up and glued into the puppet's mouth. I am talking a mile a minute. Oh my gosh, I forgot how hard these voiceovers were. Now for a tail, we wanted to do something a little bit different. And we wanted to do a wire posable tail in this little cute shape, so we're sewing that up, filling it with stuffing to hold the shape, and then we're going to glue in the wire onto a doll joint that we can attach to the puppet's body. And then once it's attached, it can just be posed with the wire in any shape, and I just think that looks really cool. I'm really happy with how this turned out. Then another feature that the Frode comes with as standard is these little nostrils, so we're just cutting them into place, we're gluing the fleece back, and then we're adding the definition. Now for the ears, I think it needed little cute button ears like this, so I'm just hand sewing them into place once we'd sewn the fleece ears together. And a Frode also comes with a piece of clothing as standard, and so to go with the wintry theme and to go with the Burrow Brownies fashion accessories, we're sewing up a scarf. Now for the prop, and definitely one of my favourite things I've ever created for these puppets, we wanted them to be holding a little cup of warm cocoa. So we glued in some wadding to this little red cup and then attached it with Velcro to the hand. A final little feature, we have this gold teddy bear that I'm going to use to hold the 2 sides of the scarf together. Isn't this just the coziest puppet you've ever seen? But of course, it's not finished yet. We need to roll the Wheel of Chaos, and we have rolled add another colour, which is surprising. This always throws me a little bit because I always feel like the puppet is done until we spin the Wheel of Chaos, and then it's just like, yeah, of course it needed hair. So we're adding some yellow, a little toupee to the top of its head. And honestly, it really did need that contrast, and now he just looks like a fashionable, sophisticated guy out for a walk with his little cozy scarf and drinking his hot cocoa. The yellow contrasts perfectly with the red and the purple, and I just love this puppet so much. This one made me really happy to build, and I hope you enjoyed it, especially Order 1378. Thank you so much again for trusting us on the dice to make you this randomized cozy puppet. I really do hope you love it, and they cannot wait to meet you. So, of course, let me know what you think, give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments. It's always fascinating to me how the different features roll and the different chaos wheel roll, it just turns into a completely different character. It doesn't look like the same design of the Frodes that we've made so far in this series. Honestly, it's wild how different these all turn out. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. We really hope you enjoy it. Thank you for being patient over these last couple days whilst chaos descended on the workshop. We really appreciate it. But now they have a very important task to do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune from Alana, so no matter where they go next, they never forget where they came from in the swirling, bubbling waters of Devil's Cauldron. And a huge special thank you to Jennifer and to BH for being the first Patreon members to support the show. We really appreciate it. It means so much, and we'll see you on Monday for another cozy puppet creation. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another episode of Season 2 today. The Burrow Brownies are in their magical, snowy kingdom and cannot wait to see what creature we make today. And of course, it is Monday, which means we're making a council member, so let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And for the first time in a long time, we are making a fairy from the stone circles, which is very exciting. We haven't made one in a very long time, and they are of magic and wind. These mystical and mischievous creatures convene around the stone circle. They travel on the wind to lead people, sometimes down the wrong path. I cannot believe we've only made one of these this whole season. It has been such a rare roll, and today's personality to go along with the cozy theme is cute. So we're going to make a cute and cozy, mischievous little fairy. We're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, which, fingers crossed, touch wood, is currently working fine. And then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. Once that's dried, we're then going to press it all together to form the shape. And then move on to our S for snuggly on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the black fleece and into the puppet's head with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, ready for our foam reveal. And here they are so far. This is definitely one of my favourite body shapes that we do, but now they need some colours. So first of all, rolling for the amount of colours. And this puppet is going to be monochrome. We rolled a 1, and that colour is a 3 for green. So the most mythical green we had was this F3 fleece that we had dyed, and it's kind of like mossy green, which I felt worked really well with the fairy. And it is monochrome, so we're going to cut out the whole body, head, and arms of this puppet in the same colour. But we mix it up with some other greens later, don't worry. We're going to cut those all out and then sew the arms together on the sewing machine as well as the body. Then we're going to glue the fleece onto the mouth plate of the puppet, and then I'm going to hand sew all of the seams. Then doll joint the arms onto the body, ready for our first happy dance. And into our colourful reveal. So here is our monochrome green fairy so far. Not quite cute and cozy yet, so we need some eyes. And we have rolled a 6 for dealer's choice. So to stay with the cute theme, we're going to go with some dot eyes, and we actually have these 16mm eyes that we're going to attach. They're nice and simple and glossy and very cute. Definitely, especially with the little head shapes like this. At the moment, it's giving very much, "Who's that wonderful girl?" which I've been singing non-stop for weeks now, and it is giving that right now. It's absolutely adorable. But now for our features roll, we have 11 for tail, 16 for piercing, and 7 for wings. But a fairy does come with wings already as standard, so we re-rolled that and we have a 4 for ears. Starting off by drawing the template for our wings that we're going to then bend the wire around afterwards. And we're also going to tape all of the seams where the wire needs a little bit of strength. So once we get it to fit the shape perfectly, we're going to make 2 of those, and then quickly moving on to cutting out a carved EVA foam nose. We wanted the EVA foam carving to be on top of the fleece this time rather than underneath the fleece like last time. And then we covered it with the same green fleece, and I'm just going to sew it in place on the puppet's face. That rhymed. And then once that's nice and secured, we're going to move on to the ears of the puppet, and we're going to have these little fleecy pointy ears, which I'm then going to hand sew onto the puppet's head as well, and these look absolutely adorable. Now, once the wire of the wings is all laid out and ready, we're going to then spray adhesive this starry magical cellophane paper, which we're then going to wrap and heat seal around the wire of the wings. And these are really, really cute. I'm really happy with how these turned out. Once they're all heat sealed and glued down and ready to go, we're then going to move on to another standardized feature, and we're going to be sewing this darker green fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. Sewing in a little line of definition, and then we're going to glue it into the puppet's mouth. And it's quite a nice contrasting green as well, so it looks a little bit different than the skin of the puppet. Now, for the coziness, every single puppet for the rest of the year is basically going to have something pretty cozy and seasonal about it, whether it's a scarf or a hat or a cup of hot cocoa. So we sewed up a really long, fluffy teddy bear fleece scarf for this puppet to wear, and then we're just going to be adding some hair. Now, a fairy does come with hair as standard, and last time we added a wig, but this time we wanted to make our own wig so that we could stick perfectly to the monochrome theme, and we added some of this green fur onto the puppet's head. And then for the piercing, we had this little nose stud, and then we're going to sew up a green tail as well, which I'm then going to hand sew in place. And then for some final touches, we're just going to add some shading to the tongue and the nostrils and the ears of the puppet, just for a little bit of depth. And then we're going to wrap them up all nice and cozy with their lovely long green scarf. And I love this cozy element, this theme so much. It makes them a lot cuter, I think. But of course, we're not done yet. We have our Wheel of Chaos, which we must spin, and today it says that we have to pull a wild card. So I'm going to shuffle these really nervously for some reason. When I shuffle cards off camera, I'm fine, but then I shuffle them on camera and my hands forget how to hand. So once they're all nice and shuffled, I'm going to let Alana choose which card she would like me to pick for today. And she has chosen this card here on the end. And it is the Ruin card, which is a -2 to all rolls on the next episode. But it does say that that can be avoided if I roll a 12 or above using a d20. So we'll have to see how that goes next episode when we're rolling for our next puppet. And for now, that does mean that we are done, so we can have our final fairy puppet reveal. And I love this so much. I really do wish that we had rolled more fairies this season. I thought they would be a pretty popular puppet, but the dice only wanted them twice so far. But here we have the finished puppet. They are a council member. I love the monochrome so much, the different shades of green. I think we have 4 different shades of green on this puppet. And the little wig is just really cute. I love the scarf so much. I love the wings and the little stud and the dot eyes and everything. This is definitely one of my favorites that we've created in a really long time. So, as always, help us give them a name and a really detailed backstory down in the comments. Let us know what you'd think of this one. I'm really excited to read the comments. But now they, of course, have a very important task to do. Down in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, of course, they must now receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they will never forget where they came from. Sometimes leading people astray at the stone circles on Dartmoor. And just look at the way that that gorgeous green fleece pops against the wintry set. Our little fairy thanks Alana for all of her help and looks forward to their new life in their new home with their new family who they cannot wait to meet. So if you would like to adopt this puppet from the council and take them home, you can do that by checking out our website, but for now they will sit on the council seat to help oversee the future puppet creations. Thank you so much for watching this. We really appreciate it. We hope you enjoyed it. And of course, a massive thank you to our patrons who are supporting this show and helping us keep going. Jennifer, JJ, Parker, Erin, Tiniest Snail, Jamie, Carrigan, Julia, and Charlie. You guys are the best, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thank you so much for coming back to join us for another episode today, and get ready because this one is a little bit chaotic. But let's get started, of course, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we have rolled the rune for Wisman's Woods, which means we're making a tree bee. And we haven't made a tree bee in a long time, so I'm very excited. And of course, they're of nature and dark. They are tiny cat warriors that live in the ancient woodland, and they will never shy away from a battle regardless of their size. And of course, rolling for our personality today, and we have rolled that this tree bee is going to be mischievous, which is my favourite kind of tree bee anyway. Recently we've been making a lot of frodes and pixies and fairies and burrow brownies, so it's exciting to get to make a fluffy, mischievous, cozy, wintry tree bee. And of course we got started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern and gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing it all together once the glue is dry, and then our S for snuggly on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, ready for our first skeleton reveal. And I was told that this is them slinking onto stage. Even though it looks like they're swimming, they were slinking like a cat. And this is not diving, that is them pouncing, apparently. Now, onto our colours. But because last episode we rolled the wild card, today we have the ruin card in effect, which is -2 to all rolls, but it can be avoided by rolling above a 12 on a d20. So for our amount of colours, we have a 3, which of course -2 would be a 1 for monochrome, and we rolled a 14 to avoid that -2 being applied, so we get 3 colours today. Because we've done a lot of monochrome, and last episode was a monochrome puppet, and we wanted some variety. So those 3 colours are a 4, which becomes a 2 for pink, a 5, which becomes a 3 for green, and a 7, which becomes a 5 for orange. So pink, green, and orange. Before we lay any of those fabrics down, though, we're going to add the foam carving to the puppet's head, which comes standard with a tree bee. They have a little EVA foam whisker pad and also a little brow ridge as well, and we're just going to glue those both onto the head of the puppet. Once those are in place, I'm going to grab our fabrics, and because this is a little bit of a mischievous puppet, I've gone with the darker pink fur that we have, and then matching it with this olive green fur for the rest of the body. So with the tree bee, we always start with kind of, it's not an ombre effect, but like a graduated effect on the fur, so the top of the body matches the head, but then the bottom of the body fades into the second colour that we have. It's just a nice effect that we have for the tree bees. So we've put the pink fur on the puppet's face, and then we're just shaving around the foam carving to add some definition, so that the fur gets longer and fluffier towards the top of the head, but around the eyes it'll be nice and short. And then we're just gluing on the whisker pad, and then I'm going to hand sew around the fleece and the fur to match it nicely together. Then, once that's all secured and blended, we're going to sew together the pink and the green for the body and the arms of the puppet, and I love this effect. It's giving very much watermelon, it's giving Cosmo and Wanda, I can hear the comments. But then for the orange, because it is mischievous, we're going to actually have a nice spiky streak of orange fur going all the way down the puppet's back. So we're just shaving in a space that it can glue into nicely on the head and also the body of the puppet. And then we're going to blend the orange fur onto the pink and the green. And then I just wanted to show you the paws of the puppet because this is adorable. And then the hands need to be sewn onto the arms. But we have this nice graduated effect between the pink and the green, and I really love it. Then, of course, the arms need to be doll jointed onto the puppet's body, ready for our happy dance and into our colourful reveal. And here is our tree bee so far. Definitely one of my favourite characters in this whole universe. And now, of course, we need some eyes, and we have rolled a 5 for pro eyes, but with the -2 from the ruin card, that becomes a 3 for painted eyes. We couldn't decide at first what colour to go with, but we decided to spray some of these 40ml blank eyes orange, and it's a really, really nice orange that goes with the pink. It's giving me Starburst right now. And then for the mischievous look, we're going to add some sort of slanted eyelids and nice, bold black pupils so that the puppet looks like it's staring into your soul. Very mischievous, and I absolutely love these colours together. I think they complement each other really, really nicely. But now, of course, we need our features. So, first of all, we have rolled a 1 for horns, which has to stay a 1 because we can't take 2 off that, a 4, which becomes a 2 for teeth, and a 7, which becomes 5 for hair, but a Treebee is covered in hair and even has the little mohawk stripe. So we're going to roll that again, and we have a 10 for eyelashes, which becomes 8 for spikes. But we thought this puppet would look really, really great with eyelashes, so we rolled, and we have a 17, which is above a 12, so we get to keep it at 10 for eyelashes. That is the end of the ruin card for this episode. It definitely made things chaotic and very, very difficult for us, and it's making this voiceover a little bit longer. But now, let's get started with the features. First off, with this orange fleecy tongue that we sewed up, and then a standardized feature that every Treebee has, which is a little shiny 3D printed nose. Then for the teethies, we wanted them to be nice and spiky and mischievous, so we're just gluing in this little strip of EVA teeth. And then the ears, which also come standard with a Treebee, we're sewing up in this matching pink fur, which I'm then going to hand sew onto the puppet's head. And then another standardized feature that comes with a Treebee. The Treebees have the most features, I swear, but they have a tail, and so we're sewing up this orange tail so it looks like it's coming right out of the spike in the matching orange fur, and we're just doll jointing that on, and it's a nice continuation of that color. And then for the eyelashes, we're matching the spiky theme with the teeth, and we're gluing on these foam eyelashes into place, and they really help the orange of the eyes pop. Then we're just adding some shading and color for the whiskers to sit in later, and for the horns, we have these tiny 3D printed rounded horns that we're going to glue on, and again, they help the white of the teeth really pop. The colors on this puppet are some of my favorite in a really long time. Adding some shading and definition to the tongue and to the muzzle, and then we're adding a few more whiskers in. But before the puppet is finished, we need a spin on our Wheel of Chaos, and we have landed on Dealer's Choice. So we decided to give them a prop, and because every puppet for the rest of this season is going to have a wintry or a cozy feature to them, we decided to make this prop winter themed, and so we are going to carve tiny little snowballs out of EVA foam that the puppet is basically going to throw at anyone that it deems necessary. So we carved these little foam balls, and then we glued some wadding to them so that they look nice and fluffy and snowy, and here is the finished puppet reveal. Now this build was a lot today. We were fighting the ruin card every step of the way, and this puppet just has so many features. But I absolutely love its mischievous personality, and I love the color scheme. I'm really, really blown away by how much these colors go nicely together. When we first rolled orange, I was like, really? Is that going to work? But I think the colors just go beautifully. So yeah, absolutely love this puppet, and I hope you do too. Let us know what you think, give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments, but now, deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, causing mischief at Wisman's Wood, throwing snowballs at the lost travellers that they see. Now, of course, they must also join the throne beside Alana, until they're able to fly off and find their new home. Thank you so much for watching, and if you would like to adopt any of the council members, there is currently a 20% off site-wide sale. And of course, before we go, thank you so much to our patrons. Your support means so much to us. Here's a little shout out to everyone who signed up so far. Thank you. You are giving us hope that this show will survive, and we'll see you on Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. And of course, it is Monday, which means it is Council Member Monday, and we're going to be creating another randomized creation to join Alana and Pharaoh on the council. So let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And we have rolled the rune for Pixie's Pool, which means we're making a pixie today, and they're of magic and wind. They are mischief-causing, shape-shifting creatures who live around Pixie's Pool. They have no bad intentions towards others, but they can be careless as they love being the center of attention. Of course, we all know and love the pixies by now, but let's find out what personality this pixie will have, and we have rolled cute. And of course, for the remainder of the year, every single puppet is going to have a cozy and wintry theme and feature to them. So, getting started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. And then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And this was a particularly good forbidden honey sandwich today, I thought, 10 out of 10. Once that glue is dried, we're going to press all of the foam together to form the shape, adding in our little foam chubby cheeks, and then our S for snowy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the mouth plate fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, ready for our foam skeleton reveal. And here they are with the longest pixie neck in the world, but now we need to roll for our colours. So first off, for amount of colours, we've rolled 3, and those 3 colours are a 9 for yellow, a 5 for orange, and a 10 for dealer's choice. So I don't think we've had an orange pixie, and so we decided to go with this really beautiful kind of burnt orange fleece. And that's going to be the entire skin of the puppet. So we're cutting out the body, the head, and also the arms of the puppet in this orange fleece. And then once that's all cut out, we're going to sew up the arms and the body on the sewing machine. As always, in one long satisfying shot. And then we're going to move on to the hand sewing. So first of all, adding in a little belly button for the pixie. And then I'm going to move on to hand sewing the head, and I decided to show you a little timed challenge again, and I challenged myself to beat my fastest time for a pixie head, and I actually did it by quite a lot. I was completely on a mission, and I absolutely did a speed run challenge, and I sewed together the entire head in 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Which is significantly quicker than I did it last time. So I was really proud of that. And now for the little furry waistcoat that every pixie comes with, and we're going to be doing this in the yellow color, yellow fur. I love our little waistcoat pattern. It is so cute. And then for the dealer's choice and the cozy feature, I decided this puppet should have a colorful furry winter hat. So this is us trying to figure out how on earth we're going to make this, because we didn't have a pattern, and so we kind of just made it up on the spot. And it kind of looks like Fraggle Rock hair, but it looks really, really cute, and we wanted it to be removable as well, so it was a hat, and so we have some Velcro, that's what that's called, Velcro attachments. And Velcro grips the F3 really, really well, so you can take that hat off, and then we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body, ready for our happy dance into our colourful reveal. And here is the puppet so far. They look cozy and warm and ready for winter, and of course the centre of attention, which is what they love to be. Now for our eyes, we've rolled 4 for odd eyes, and always when we roll cuteness, I know everyone's favourites are the glossy black dot eyes. So for the odd theme, we're going to go for 2 very, very different sizes. And we chose 10mm and 16mm as the 2 different sizes, and we're going to just stick those in, and that is so, so cute. The little black pupils look so cute on the pixie head shape, so I absolutely love them, but now they need some features. So we have rolled 10 for eyelashes, 13 for lips, and 18 for claws. Now we don't roll lips very often at all. But getting started with a standardized feature, we're going to sew up this little pink fleecy tongue and glue it into the puppet's mouth, because every puppet needs a tongue. Then for the claws, we wanted them to be stark white, so it's almost like French tips, like a manicure, because they definitely want to be the center of attention. And then every pixie comes with ears as standard, so we're just sewing up some little pixie fleecy ears, which I'm going to pinch and sew in place on the puppet's head. And I just could not, at this stage I had such cute aggression, I could not get over how cute it was looking with the little ears and the little dot eyes. Then they also come with a nose as standard, and we normally have a little carved upturned pixie nose. But for the cuteness and the kind of like troll doll theme we wanted to go with more of a rounded button nose. So that's just glued in place, and then I'm sewing the edges. And this has completely changed the look of the puppet again. It doesn't look like any of the pixies we've done so far, and I absolutely love it. Now for the eyelashes, we definitely chose the most difficult eyes to add eyelashes to. We should have gone with cab eyes or something, but we ended up taking the glossy black dots off and then super gluing the eyelashes onto them. Now for lips, we wanted to airbrush the lips in place, almost like a little bit of lipstick, like a little bit of makeup on this pixie, and it looks so cute, and we've gone with pink to stick with the colour scheme. And this is just the fanciest little pixie we have ever made. And then we changed to some burnt orange to add some definition and shading into the ears for a little bit of depth and definition. And just look at this puppet. They have the cutest features ever. I can't believe it. But before we finish, we need to spin the Wheel of Chaos, and today it says that we must give them a friend. So we normally make little furry finger puppets to go as the friends, but today we decided to make a fleecy one to go with the skin of the pixie, and we gave them their very own little pink hat and odd eyes. And here is the finished puppet reveal. Here is our brand new council member and their little matching friend. So what do you think? We hope you enjoyed it. Give them a name and a just ridiculously detailed backstory in the comments down below. I really, really love them so much. I feel like this cozy theme has just given me such a burst of inspiration, and all of these last few puppets have just been so much fun. And this puppet definitely fits in with the pixie personality of wanting to be the center of attention. Everybody is looking at them and they know they look good. And I love that for them. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this one. We really hope you enjoyed it. But now, deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, when they find their new home, they'll never forget where they came from, splashing around the waters at Pixie's Pool. We really hope you enjoyed this one, and now they must join the council on the seat next to Alana to help oversee future builds until they find their new home and get to visit their realm one last time. Please remember, if you want to adopt any of the council members or pick up the last few Christmas pre-orders, we are still having a site-wide sale, 20% off everything, so head over there if you would like to pick up your very own puppet. But before we go, I also want to say a massive, massive thank you to all our patrons. You guys are amazing and are literally helping us keep this show on this channel, so thank you so much. And we have some really exciting content coming on our Patreon very, very soon. So thank you, and we'll see you Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks for coming back to join us for another new episode today, and this one is for you, Order 1391. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, we can't wait to get started, and the council are very excitedly singing their carols. So getting started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for the Fatherfoot Woods, which means we're making a burrow brownie today. And we all know and love burrow brownies. They're of magic and light, an almost immortal mythical being appointed to work alongside the guardians and keep the peace amongst the realms on Dartmoor. They live in an underground kingdom, the entrance to which is hidden to the human eye on a raised, grassy platform deep within Fatherfoot Woods. And of course today they're going to be cozy and wintry, but we also need our personality roll. So the dice says that this burrow brownie is going to be mischievous, which is one of my favourite burrow brownies to create ever. So we're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, of course, and then we're going to move on to gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And once the glue is all dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape of the head. And then move on to our S for snowy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and glued into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is the puppet so far. So now, of course, we need some colours, and we have to roll for how many colours this puppet is going to have. And we have 3 colours on this puppet. But then the dice changed their mind, so we actually have double 3 for green and 8 for brown. And I really like earthy toned colours for the burrow brownies because I feel like they are just so perfectly one with nature. So green and brown are perfect for them. We're going to get started by cutting out our materials. So we have this soft brown fur for the body of the puppet, and then this olive green fleece for the skin of the puppet, so the arms, the hands, and the head. Cutting all of that out, and then the arms are going to be sewn up on the sewing machine in one long satisfying shot. And then I'm going to hand sew the seams on the head of the puppet. And while the burrow brownie head shape is one of our more simple ones, I absolutely love its permanent smile. I just think it's so cute. And then we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body for our little happy dance and our colourful reveal. So here is our brown and green brownie so far. But now, of course, they need some eyes. So we have rolled a 6 for dealer's choice. So for this mischievous brownie, I decided that I wanted some cab eyes, and I've gone for the lily pad iris. And a lot of the times, cab eyes are my favourite, so it's always fun when I get to do that for a dealer's choice. Once they're glued in to the eyes, we're going to add some fluffy brown eyelids instead of fleecy ones for a nice little change. And we wanted them kind of mischievous and grumpy and downturned a little bit, so then we're just screwing that onto the puppet's head and ready for our eye reveal. And he looks kind of grumpy and mischievous, but also still cute and smiley, like a burrow brownie, so I'm really happy with him so far. And now it is time for our features. So we have rolled 1 for horns, 11 for tail, and 12 for prop. I definitely wouldn't have chosen horns for a burrow brownie, but the dice know what they're doing. So we're going to get started with one of our standardized features, which is ears. Every burrow brownie comes with ears and nose, and of course a tongue. So we're just sewing up some fleecy green ears before we move on to the EVA carved foam nose, which we're then going to shape and cover in some green fleece as well to match the skin of the puppet, and then I'm just pinning everything in place before I sew it onto the head. And this burrow brownie, even though he's kind of grumpy and kind of cheeky, he's just really, really cute. And then to help bring out the brown a little bit more, we have this really beautiful autumnal brown fleece that we're going to use for the tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. Gluing that in place, and then I'm going to go around and just hand sew everything neatly onto the face. Then, moving on to the next feature, we're going to start with the tail, and we're going to sew up this green fleecy tail, not very long, and then we're going to add on a little tuft of brown fur onto the end of it, doll joint it onto the puppet's body, and that just looks adorable, and that's automatically transformed it into a completely different character again. So we wanted these little mini horns poking out of the top of the puppet's head, and we sprayed them green, which is kind of giving ogre, and I really love it. And then moving on to prop, we really couldn't resist recreating the mischievous little snowball theme that we had going on the other day. This is definitely the kind of puppet that would lure you into a snowball fight and then just pelt you with them. Because they're mischievous and they're rebelling and they want to be the coolest burrow brownie in all of the kingdom. So we gave them this little wintry themed prop, but before we finish, we need a spin on the Wheel of Chaos, and it says that we must give this burrow brownie a piercing. So before we add the piercing, we just wanted to go around and add lots of definition and shading, so to the tip of the nose of the puppet, and the tongue, and around the ears, and everywhere where we wanted to add a little bit of depth and a little bit of colour. And once that's all nice and blended in, I'm going to give this puppet a little earring, a little piercing on its ear. They're hoping Alana doesn't see it because they didn't have permission, but they are up to mischief. So what else do you expect? And then finally, for a little cozy theme, we're going to give them a matching red scarf with farrow. Because it's cold and it's snowy in Fatherford Woods, and it just looks absolutely adorable. It goes so nicely with the colours that we've got on this puppet so far. And I am addicted to giving these puppets scarves at the moment. It's just so cute! I absolutely love this puppet. I love the colours, I love the mischief, I love this character so much, and I really hope you do too, especially Order 1391. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomised puppet. They really cannot wait to meet you, and they promise not to cause too much mischief. Disclaimer, they may cause some, but good luck! So give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. This one was a really, really fun build, and the dice definitely knew what they were doing. So yeah, let us know what you think. But now, of course, they have a very important job to do. Deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must now receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, causing mischief and instigating snowball fights in Fatherford Woods. Thank you again to our very brave customer for trusting us and the dice. They cannot wait to meet you. Here they are wiping some fur off their nose. And we will see you on Friday for another new episode. But before we go, thank you so much to our wonderful patrons. You are literally helping support this show and keep it going. no matter how much this app hates us now, and we really appreciate you, and we couldn't be doing it without you. So thank you so much, and we'll see you on Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. And of course, today is the 1st of December, and so the Burrow-Brownie Kingdom is all decorated, ready for Christmas. And today will be our first Christmas Roll for Puppet, and this one's for you, Order 1388. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Leathertor, which means we're making another ruined giant today. I think only our 3rd ruined giant of all time, so they are of metal and earth, and they are ancient disguised creatures living as half-buried ruins on Leathertor. Their movements can inadvertently cause natural disasters, and they are slow and docile for most of their lives. And then for the personality of this ruined giant, we have good. So they're going to be a very, very good ruined giant, and they're going to have very pure intentions. So we're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, as always, of course, and then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And then once the glue is dry, we're going to press together the edges of the foam to form the shape of the head. And then the next step, of course, is the S for Snowy on the mouth plate, but we were having some difficulties with the amount of glue that we had left. So it's a little bit of a struggle S, but we did get there in the end, and then we're going to glue all of that together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here they are, so far, lumbering onto the set. And now, of course, they need some colours. So first of all, we have to roll for the amount of colours this puppet will have. And we have 2 colours. So then we're going to roll for those colours, and those 2 are 3 for blue and 5 for purple. So I love that colour combination, and we'll definitely be able to bring out like an icy blue to help with the wintry theme. But getting started with this deep purple fleece, that's going to be the main colour of this puppet. But of course, before we lay down any of the fabric, the ruined giant comes with a carved EVA foam lip as standard. So we're just cutting that out and fitting it to shape, and then we're going to score in the right shape so it looks like he's smiling a little bit, and then lots of definition and lots of shape and texture to it, before taping up the fleece in the mouth plate. And then we can add some airbrushing and some colour to the lip, because airbrushing also comes standard with the ruined giant. And I just love this frosty icy blue that we have. It's so wintry, it is so beautiful, and it goes lovely with the purple. And then we're adding in some darker blue to add some shadows into the texture of the lip, and then we're also adding in these little lines and some white pearlescent airbrush as well for this like marbled effect, and it's just beautiful. It looks really, really beautiful. I love it. But now they also have some carved EVA foam shape on the body and the head of the puppet, so that this ruined giant really does look like a granite Tor come to life, which is one of my favorite things. One of my favorite characters I've ever written. It's so cool. Once those are all in place and we're happy with the placement, I'm then going to hand sew up the head, and then moving on to cutting out the fleece for the rest of the body. So we're going to cut out the fleece hands, and of course the arms as well, and we're going to sew up the hands on the sewing machine before sewing in the little arm rod pockets. And then I'm going to sew the hands onto the blocky EVA foam arms, which are the coolest arms we do. Then the arms get doll jointed onto the puppet's body, ready for our happy dance and our colourful reveal. So here is our ruined giant so far. I absolutely love the colours, but now of course they need some eyes. So we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes. So we're going to spray up some of these big bauble eyes with a pale blue airbrush. And when they're finished and dry, they just look pearlescent and shiny and beautiful, and it's such a lovely colour blue. And then we're going to attach those onto the puppet's head. Once they're fixed in place, we're going to add some little black pupils, glue them in, and find the focus. And here is our eye reveal. Absolutely love him so far. He is so fun, but now he needs some features, of course. And he looks pretty excited about that. So we're going to roll for those now. And we have 1 for horns, 2 for ears, and 14 for lips. But the Ruined Giant already came with an EVA foam lip as standard, so we re-rolled that and we have 7 for hair. But getting started with a standardized feature, we're going to sew up this pale blue tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. We're going to sew in some definition, and then we're going to glue that into the puppet's head, and then move on to the next feature. So we really wanted to go for pretty cute features for the ears and nose, because this is a very good puppet. A very good boy, a very helpful character. So we have these cute little button ears, and I'm just going to hand sew them on. I don't know if button ears make sense, but I think you know what I mean? Like teddy bear ears, I suppose. And then for the nose, we're going to carve a really cute EVA foam button nose and cover it with the same purple fleece, and it just looks adorable. And then I'm going to hand sew that onto the puppet's head. The eyes had to come off for this because I could not sew around the nose with the eyes in place, but they do go back on, don't worry. And then we're going to move on to the hair, and so we have this blue fur that we're going to glue into a little wig and spike it up a little bit, and it just looks absolutely adorable. For a little finishing touch, we're going to go around and add lots of definition and shading to all of the EVA foam blocks and the ears as well, and a little bit under the chin. And then it is winter and it is Christmas, so this puppet definitely needed a little touch of tinsel. We have this perfect tinsel that is blue with snowflakes on it. It goes with his color scheme, and it looks like a tie, and it's almost finished, but we need to spin the Wheel of Chaos, and it says that we must double or nothing. We're getting a double feature. So we decided to double up on the hair and give the puppet some body hair as well for a little bit of color continuity, because the purple body was a little bit flat. And we gave him this little bib of fur with some shoulder patches as well, and it almost looks like armor, like fur armor. And it goes perfect with his personality as well, because he is a protector of all the innocent creatures on Dartmoor that get stuck in the snow, or they lose their way, or they're in a cold, icy lake. His job is to come alive from underneath the granite and cuddle all those animals close to his furry, soft, warm chest and protect them. So he is a very good boy. I absolutely love this puppet, and we hope you do too, especially Order 1388. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We really, really hope you love it. Please give us names, suggestions, and detailed backstories in the comments down below. We hope you enjoyed the set updates. If you missed it, the last video are Alana and Pharaoh decorating the kingdom, but now he must, of course, receive his rune, so that no matter where he goes next, he'll never forget where he came from, protecting innocent creatures at Leathertor. Thank you so much for watching. We really hope you enjoyed it. And of course, we will see you again on Monday for a brand new episode of Roll for Puppet. Thank you so much, of course, to our lovely patrons as well, who are helping keep this show alive and are supporting us. Honestly, it means so much to us, and you don't know how much you have changed everything already. We really appreciate you, and we've got some very cool content coming over there soon. So head over there if you'd like to support us, and we'll see you next week. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. And today, this one is for you, Order 1392. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We cannot wait to show you. Alana and Pharaoh are very excited to see what we create today, and they're feeling very much in love in their wintry kingdom, so let's get started. Starting off by rolling for a head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Fogantor Quarry, which means we're making an Owlgon today. And they are of thunder and light, a mysterious and wise creature resembling an owl who lives primarily atop the watching rock of Fogantor Quarry. So that is our puppet base for today, but now of course we need a personality, and we have rolled that this Owlgon is going to be mythical. So that works really well, because I feel like owls are very mythical creatures anyway. So we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. Once the glue is dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape of the skull. We have our S for snowy on the mouth plate, which we then glue together with the mouth plate fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is our mythical Owlgon so far, flying onto set. But now, of course, we need to find out how many colours this Owlgon is going to be wearing. And we have rolled 1 colour today, so that's another monochrome puppet. I think that's our first monochrome Owlgon, and we have rolled 9 for yellow. So a completely yellow Owlgon is coming your way. So as always with an Owlgon, we're doing a mixture of fleece and fur, and we have 2 different shades of yellow fur that we're going to be using on the body, and then yellow fleece for the beak. So we're just sewing up the beak fabric, and then I'm going to get started by cutting out the fur for the head of the puppet. We wanted there to be 1 colour of yellow for the head and the body of the puppet, and then a different colour yellow for the wings, so that they stand out and look mythical. Once the fleece has been sewn, we're then going to glue it in place on the beak of the owl. And then we're going to sew up the fur for the head, and then I'm going to hand sew that to attach it to the fleece. And already it's looking very majestic and very mythical. It's giving me golden owl vibes, which seems very mythical, like just a bright yellow golden owl sitting atop the watching rock. And so to help blend the wings, we're actually going to have the back of the Owlgon with the darker tipped fur as well, so it looks like the wings naturally come out of the back of the puppet. And then the front is going to remain just stark golden yellow. So then I'm cutting out the wings in the fur as well, which we're then going to sew up. And they are then, of course, hand sewn with the arm rod pockets inside, and then we're going to move on to doll jointing them onto the puppet's body. So we can have our first little happy dance and ready for our colourful reveal. And here they are so far. They look absolutely adorable, and I really love the monochrome theme so far, but now we need some eyes. And we have rolled a 2 for dot eyes. And dot eyes can be really cute and really expressive, so we're going to get started by measuring out the eyelid so that we can have the exact right focus for the puppet, screwing on some 45mm blank eyes, get them in the right position, and then we're going to find the focus for the pupils, and we're going to glue on these little black dots. And here is our wide-eyed mythical golden owl so far. I'm absolutely loving this build. But they're not quite finished yet, of course. We need some features. 11 for prop, 6 for wings, and 5 for horns. But of course, an Owlgon comes with wings as standard, so we have to re-roll that one. And we have rolled a 9 for eyelashes. So, getting started by spraying up a pair of these little twisty horns, and we're going to spray them gold to go with the golden mythical owl theme. Then, as a standardized feature, every Owlgon has some airbrush detailing, so we're going to go around and add lots of shading and detailing to the eyelids and around the beak, and we're going to add some nostrils in. And I just love the depth that some airbrushing adds to the Owlgon's features. It is definitely much needed. And then moving on to another standardized feature of a fleecy puppet tongue, and we looked for another shade of yellow that's kind of this more golden yellow. And we're gluing it into the puppet's mouth because every puppet needs a tongue. And then once the horns are dry, we're just going to add them just behind the eyelids and screw them in place, and they look absolutely amazing. And then for the eyelashes, I wanted to try something really different and stay away from the black foam eyelashes that we would normally add, and we actually had some of this glittery star foam paper, and it looks absolutely adorable. And then for the prop, we decided that this Owlgon is definitely in charge of flying around Dartmoor and delivering all of the letters to Santa Claus. So we have this little bag, and I'm just filling some envelopes with some Christmas cards for it to carry. But before we finished, we must spin the Wheel of Chaos, and it says that we must add an extra feature. It's just clinging on to add an extra feature there. And so we decided to add a spiky, fluffy yellow tail for this Owlgon. So we're just sewing it up, and we're adding a doll joint and doll jointing it onto the puppet's body, and we are almost ready for our finished puppet reveal. Here they are, the mythical golden Owlgon of Dartmoor that spends 23.5 hours a day flying around and collecting and delivering Christmas cards before returning to their favourite spot atop the Watching Rock in Foggentor Quarry. So here is the finished puppet. What do you think? We hope you love it. Especially Order 1392. Thank you so much again for trusting us in the dice to make you this randomised puppet. We really hope you love them, and they cannot wait to fly off and meet you. This one was such a fun build and such a fun backstory, so give them a name down in the comments and hopefully help out the new owner. But now they have a very important task to do deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. They must now receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, in Fogantor Quarry. Thank you so much for watching, we really hope you enjoyed this one. And there are still a few Roll for Puppet Christmas listings available if you would like to take your very own Christmas puppet home. And of course, we will see you on Wednesday for a brand new episode. But before we go, we have to say a massive, massive thank you to these lovely people on screen who are keeping this show going and are supporting us. We absolutely would not be able to keep doing it without you. So thank you so much. Your support means so much, and we will see you on Wednesday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thanks so much for joining us for another snowy, wintry, Christmassy episode of Season 2, and this one is for you, Order 1394. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape, and we're going to use our rune dice. And we have rolled the rune for Oakhampton Castle, which means we're making a dragon spirit, and they are of fire and metal. A misunderstood, friendly dragon creature who guards the grounds of the ancient Oakhampton Castle. And it's been a while since we've made a dragon spirit, so I'm really excited to get started. But of course, we also need a personality, and this dragon spirit is going to be mythical. So, as always, we're going to start by drawing around our reticulated foam pattern, and then we're going to move on to cutting it out on the bandsaw. Then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And this is particularly aesthetically pleasing. That was a very good honey sandwich. And then once the glue is dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape of the head. And then we have a very obscure S for Snowy on the mouth plate today, which then gets glued together with the fleece of the mouth plate and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches. And then that all gets glued into the puppet's head, and then we're ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is the dragon spirit so far. I can't believe how many times you've heard me say that exact blurb over and over and over again, and you guys are still watching, so that's amazing. But now, of course, we need to find out how many colours this puppet is going to have. And we have rolled 4 colours, so the maximum amount of colours. And then the 4 dice that we've rolled said that we have a 1 for pink, 2 for green, and 2 8s for white. And in case anyone hasn't noticed, white is a brand new addition to the colour sheets for this season so that we could get some wintry, snowy themed ones. But before we move on to our colours, we have to start with our foam carving that every dragon spirit gets as standard. And so we're just carving the EVA foam belly and also the spikes that go on the top of the puppet's head. Carving them down and blending it all nicely, and once they're at the shape that we're happy with, we're going to glue them onto the foam of the body. And then these are the 2 main colours that we're going to be working with. So we have this really nice muted pink Nyla fleece and also this white F3 fleece, and you can really see the difference between the 2 fleeces here. The Nyla fleece is kind of matte, and then the F3 almost looks glittery and sparkly, but that's perfect for a wintry Christmas puppet. So the head and the body and the arms of the puppet are going to be in the Nyla fleece, which we're going to glue onto the foam, and then the features and the foam carving are going to be covered in the glittery F3. So I just think that looks absolutely beautiful. And I wanted it to look like snow had landed on the top of the dragon's head, and I just think it looks really cute. So I'm sewing the Nyla fleece and the F3 together, and I always love how this foam carving effect makes it look like the spines are kind of erupting from the puppet's head. And we haven't made a dragon in a really long time, so it's nice to make one again. Not since episode 100, I think that was our last dragon. So moving on with more foam work, we have sewn up the hands and the arms of the puppet, and then I'm just putting the foam posable hands inside and then sewing up the arm rod pockets. They're then dull jointed onto the puppet's body, and then for the green we wanted to add little mythical arm tufts. I don't know what word I'm looking for, but then we have our happy dance into our colourful reveal, and here is our puppet so far. It looks like he's wearing mythical furry armour on his shoulders, and he looks adorable, but now he needs some eyes, and we have rolled a 3 for painted eyes. So of course we wanted to bring out a little bit more of that green, and so we're just airbrushing some of our 45mm blank eyes green, and it's a really nice soft green. And then we wanted them to have mythical spiky tufty green eyelids, which we are gluing in place, screwing the eyes on, finding the focus with the black pupils, and here is our eye reveal. That was a lot of words to say at once, so I hope you're still following me, but now of course we need to roll for the features. But this puppet seems a little bit distracted at first, and he's not really getting on with what he's meant to be doing. Oh, he's bowing to the dragon behind him, I see. He's showing respect to his elders. Now for the features roll, we have 12 for claws, 15 for spine, and 20 for dealer's choice. So, of course, getting started with a fleecy, white, glittery puppet tongue, which we're going to glue into the puppet's mouth because every puppet needs a tongue. And then for the spine, we want to accentuate more of the spiky, fluffy, mythical green. And we're just gluing that in place down the entirety of the head, coming from the foam carving and then all the way down the back of the puppet as well. And then a feature that the dragon comes with as standard is a little pair of wings, and so we're cutting that out of the same white F3, which when we started sewing them up and adding in the definition and things, I realized that they looked like little angel's wings, which is just really cute and definitely goes with the mythical theme of this puppet. So he's a little Dartmoor angel, and then we're just sewing those in place and then moving on to the white claws. And then once those are in place, we moved on to our dealer's choice, and I thought it would be really fun for them to have a prop slash fwend, and so we have this little wooden nutcracker fwend that this dragon uses as like one of his knights, I think. Then we're going to go around and add in lots of shading to all of the places where we normally would, so the foam carving, the tongue, things like that. Adding in lots of definition and colour before we do our final spin on the Wheel of Chaos for this episode, and we have rolled a fwend. Even though we gave them a fwend already in the prop. But anyway, the wheel knows what it's doing. So, being as this puppet is a dragon, we thought it'd be really, really fun if the fwend lived inside this egg. Like a dragon egg that it was breaking out from, but because it's mythical, we also wanted to spray it up this shiny gold colour. And so, to bring out a little bit of the green to match with the main puppet, we made this fwend out of this olive green fur, and then we turned it inside out and we added some big glossy pupils, and it's quite a big fwend this time, and it ended up looking like a little spiky Christmas tree, which is just adorable. And then it hides inside the gold egg and it travels with its dragon spirit fwend, and I think that is the cutest little fwend we've ever made. I absolutely love it, and here is the finished puppet reveal. What do you think? We really, really hope you love it. Give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments below. And of course, we really especially hope you love it, Order 1394. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They cannot wait to fly home and meet you, with their two friends apparently, so the dice and the wheel had a plan for today. This was a really, really fun build, and it was really fun to make a dragon again. I've missed making them. And yeah, we really hope you like it. We hope you enjoyed watching it. If you would like your very own Christmassy roll for puppet, there are still a few listings available, and we currently have a sale going on. But for now, they must of course receive their rune deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, so that no matter where they go next, they never forget where they came from, guarding the grounds at Oakhampton Castle. So don't forget to leave your name suggestions and detailed backstory down in the comments. Share this video with someone that you think would love to see it. And now this puppet must wave goodbye to the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, but especially to its dragon elder, that it is very, very happy that it got to meet before it found its new home. And of course, a massive thank you to our patrons who are keeping this show going and showing us so much support. You are absolutely amazing, and we literally couldn't be doing it without you. So thank you so much, and we will see you on Friday for another new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thank you so much for joining us for another special Christmassy snowy episode, and today this one is for you, Order 1397. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you what we make, and let's get started. As always, of course, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice. And today we've rolled the rune for the Potato Caves, which means we're making another Beast of Dartmoor. And we all know and love them by now. They're of the earth, a rarely seen dog-like beast who roams over the bleak landscape of Dartmoor. He returns to the safety of the caves at night. Many claim to catch glimpses of him, but are never quite sure of what they've seen. So today we're making another little beastie, but its personality will be good, which means we're making a good little beastie today, and that's very exciting. But as always, we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, of course. And then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And look at that honey sandwich shot. That was art. That was pure art. Press it all together when the glue is dry, and then move on to our S for snowflake on the mouth plate. Glue that all together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and it all gets glued into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. Oh, I was early then. Our skeleton reveal. There we go. They're looking like a very good beastie so far, but now we need some colours. And first of all, rolling for the number of colours on this puppet, and we have 2. And those 2 colours are a 10 for brown and a 3 for blue. I think the last beastie that we did was also brown and blue, so we're going to try and mix it up with this nice caramel brown and this icy blue for a completely different colour combination. And also I really want to do the icy blue because it's snowy and wintry. So we're going to do a nice mix with the brown fur on the body and the head of the puppet, and then we're going to have the blue fleece on the belly and the paw pads. The beasties are definitely some of my favourites to make because they're just so adorable. So we're going to cut out the fur for most of the body of the puppet, and then we're going to shave down the muzzle of the puppet right over the hoover spout so that it doesn't go everywhere, which is a little bit of a genius technique, I think. And then once that's all shaved down, it looks like this, and it looks absolutely adorable. It's kind of giving like fox or lion at the moment, but I love this caramel colour fur so much. And then we're going to sew the fleece side and the fur side of the hands together on the puppet, and then I'm going to hand sew the arm rod pockets, and then sew the hand onto the arm. Which then, of course, you all know by now, gets doll jointed onto the puppet's body, ready for our little happy dance, and into our colourful reveal. I'm early again. Our colourful reveal. It's been a long week, guys. Please be patient with me. But now, of course, they need some eyes. And we have rolled a 2 for dot eyes. So this puppet was very much giving like teddy bear, and so we decided to really lean into that cute teddy bear aesthetic, and we're giving them these glossy black dot eyes. And it just works so perfectly with this head shape and this colourful fur. It looks like a little teddy bear, and I love it so much. But now, of course, we need our features. So we have rolled a 3 for teeth, 4 for airbrush, and 20 for dealer's choice. But we're going to get started, as always, with a standardized feature, the fleecy puppet tongue, and we're going to do it in the icy pale blue. And I think that's going to be a nice pop of colour between the fur. And then we're going to glue that into the puppet's mouth, and that always looks like surgery, and it just looks really amusing from the side. And then another standardized feature that the beasties come with is this glossy black dog nose, which we're going to glue in place, and that just immediately elevates this puppet. Then we decided he needed a little bit of trimming around his eyes so that he could see better, and just look, tell me that's not teddy bear fur. This is so cute. Moving on to the teeth, we're going to have a strip of EVA foam teeth on the top jaw, and we're just going to delicately glue those in place. And then we're going to move on to the ears, which is another standardized feature for the beastie. And we're going to have these little foam ears that we're going to cover one side again with the icy blue fleece and the other side with the fur, just for a nice color and texture contrast, really. And these look so cute. And then I'm going to, of course, hand sew those onto the puppet's head and just admire it And the next feature that comes standard with a beastie is a little tail, and so we're going to sew up a fairy brown tail with a little patch of fleece on the end, and it just looks absolutely adorable once we've doll jointed it onto the puppet's body. Kind of looks like a fox tail. And then for our dealer's choice, we decided they needed a prop and a friend, really, because they were very much giving us like Bear in the Big Blue House vibes. And this blue is perfect for a little sidekick, and they have matching dot eyes. And I love them so much. I don't know if you can tell, but moving on to the airbrush, we've gone with a darker blue shadow shade that we're going to add all around the belly. We're going to add some shadow on the hands, and then we're going to add some little airbrushed toe beans. Really leaning into the teddy bear aesthetic that this puppet is giving off, and then we're going to add some more shading around the ears and also the tongue of the puppet. Basically anywhere that needed a little bit more definition. And now, of course, we're not quite finished yet. We need a spin on the Wheel of Chaos, and it says dealer's choice again. So we get 2 dealer's choice in this episode, and we decided it needed a pop of color and also a Christmassy feature. And I love this little Christmassy red bow. It looks like a little bow tie on a teddy bear, and I absolutely love it. And then we decided that the friend would need a matching mini bow as well, so we're gluing that in place. And here is the finished puppet reveal. I love them so much. I know I say this every single episode, and I'm sure I'll continue to say this every single episode, but they're so cute. I love them so much, and this was really fun to make. So I hope you enjoyed watching this, especially Order 1397. Thank you so much again. Look at the little toe beans. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They cannot wait to meet you, both of them, the puppet and the friend. They really cannot wait to fly off and meet you very soon. So thank you so much for watching. We really do hope you enjoyed it. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. And if you would like to pick up your very own puppet, then there is still a 20% site-wide sale going on. But now, deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, roaming the bleak landscape of Dartmoor and returning to the safety of the potato caves at night. Don't forget to leave your comments and name suggestions down below, and share this video with someone that you think would love it. And of course, we have to say a massive thank you to our wonderful supporters of this show. Our wonderful patrons. Thank you so much for keeping us going and encouraging us and supporting us. It means a lot. And we'll see you on Monday for another new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. And today is a very exciting episode because it is the 50th episode of Season 2. Which is insane, but this one is for you, Order 1401. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and today we have rolled the rune for the Dewar Stone for only the 2nd time ever. So that is perfect for episode 50. That is something to celebrate. Which means we're making a Dryad Spy today, and they are of nature and light or dark. A light Dryad Spy is a Dryadol, and they're a peaceful vine-like creature who listens to the wind and helps to share information and advice. And then a dark Dryad Spy is a Dryadorn, and they're a greedy moss-like creature who listens to stories and tries to spread lies throughout the land. You never know when they are listening. So we need to flip our coin of fate to find out if we're making a good or a bad Dryad Spy. And here we go. We have landed on the good side of the coin, the yes side, so we're making a good Dryad Spy, a Dryadol. And that is very exciting, so let's get started, as always, by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, and then gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, which is looking delicious today. Then, once that's all dry, we're going to press it together to form the shape. And then we have our S for snowflake on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and then gets glued into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is our Dryad Spy so far. I'm so excited to be making another one again. And now let's get some colours on this puppet. So first of all, rolling for the amount of colours, and we have a 2, and those 2 are an 8 for white and a 4 for red. So before we lay any fabric down, the Dryad Spy does have some texture under the fleece on the body to look like the roots of the tree that it imitates. And then we're going to get started by cutting out this bright red fleece. This is a very Christmassy colour. I'm very excited to see this puppet finished. Honestly, rolling Dryad Spy just put me in such a good mood and made the build feel really exciting. So hopefully the outcome will reflect that as well. I'm really excited to show you guys. So we're going to get started by sewing the body of the puppet on the sewing machine, and then hand sewing the head of the puppet as well, the seam down the front. And here they are so far. They're just permanently smiling. They are so cute and I love it so much. And then we're going to sew up the arms and the hands of the puppet on the sewing machine as well. Then I'm just closing up the arms with the doll joints inside, and then we're going to move on to our white. And a Dryad Spy does come with hair as standard, so we have this wispy, wintry white fur that we're going to cut into a wig and attach to the puppet's head. And then we're going to doll joint the arms onto the body, ready for our little happy dance with the little roots under there, look! Ready for our colourful reveal, and I love this so much. They kind of look like unhinged professor vibes at the moment, but I can't wait to show you how it turns out. So now we need some eyes, and we have rolled 2 for dot eyes. So we tried a couple different things, but we decided the thing that looked the best and the cutest for the Christmassy good theme were these glossy black doll eyes, which we're just attaching in place. Definitely wacky, mythical professor vibes. Really loving them, but now of course we need to roll for our features. And we have a 5 for horns, 2 for ears, and 20 for dealer's choice. But the Dryad Spy does come with ears as standard, so we're going to re-roll that. And then we had a 4 for airbrush, which also comes as standard with the Dryad Spy, so we had to re-roll that again, and now we have an 8 for piercing. But we're going to get started with another standardized feature that the Dryad Spy comes with, which are these vines creeping up the arms of the puppet. But for the wintry and Christmassy theme, we decided to spray them white, so they look a little bit snowy, and then they go with the color scheme as well. So it's all coming together. And another standardized feature are these ears that the Dryad Spy comes with. So we're sewing them up on the sewing machine, and then we're going in and adding lots of definition so that they look like a leaf. Everything on the Dryad Spy is very natural and forest-like and elven. I love these ears so much. They are just really fun, and the Dryad Spy is definitely one of the characters that best represents this universe, I feel like. I love them so much. So anyway, moving on to our airbrush, which also comes standard with the Dryad Spy, and we're going to be adding a little bit more white to the ivy, and then swapping colours and moving on to adding some definition into the lines of the leaves on the ears, and also some definition and shadow to the root feature on the body of the puppet. I love the detail that this puppet comes with. Then sewing up a white F3 fleecy tongue, and then I just took this video because it looked so mythical and dramatic with the lighting in the workshop. And then gluing the tongue into the puppet's head, and the light reflecting on the glittery F3 was making me laugh so much because I just kept thinking, this is the skin of a killer, Bella, that I had to film it up close. But then, moving on to the horns, we have this pair of little short curly white horns coming out from the hair, and it just helps them look more mythical and kind of like a forest creature, which is what we love. And then onto the piercing, we have these little glass heart drop earrings that we're adding to the leafy ears of the puppet, spiking up the hair, and then we are moving on to our dealer's choice. So we decided they needed some accessories. And as the Dryad Spy is meant to be like a tree come to life, like a secret creature in the forest, we decided that for Christmas it should be a decorated tree in the forest, and we have these tiny little Christmas tree-like garlands that we've been dying to use, and so we just draped it all across the puppet's body, and they are magical looking. I am in love with this puppet so much. But of course we're not done. We need to spin our wheel, of chaos, and it says that we must add sparkles and glitter. Which again, it's just really funny because I've been making jokes all day about the skin of the killer and the glittery fleece, and then the wheel is just like, okay, double it, more glitter. So we have this sparkly silver glitter fabric spray, and we're just adding a couple of layers all over the body and the hair of the puppet. It's extra Christmassy, it's extra special, it's perfect for episode 50, and here is the finished puppet. So if you can't tell already, I love this puppet so much, and I really, really hope you do too, especially Order 1401. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this very special puppet. We really, really hope you love it, and I can't wait to meet you. I love the color scheme. I love how they look so, so different to the last Dryad Spy that we did. And now we have officially rolled every single head shape on the rune dice at least twice this season, which I cannot believe we're already 50 episodes in. That is just wild. Thank you so much for watching these videos and enjoying them and making it so that we can keep making them. But now, deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom, they must receive their rune so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, helping to share information and advice hidden within the forests at the Durastone. Thanks for watching. Give them a name and a very detailed backstory down in the comments. There are only 2 Christmas Roll for Puppets left of the year. If you would like your own, head over and grab them before they are gone, because that is it for the rest of the year. Thank you so much for watching. We really hope you enjoyed it, and thank you again, a massive thank you to everyone on screen here for supporting us and giving us hope that we can keep making this silly, silly little puppet show, and we will see you on Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Thank you so much for coming back to join us for another episode, and today this one is for you, Order 1402. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. Now, normally we would roll our rune dice for our head shape, but today we have a special request that this puppet is an animal puppet, so we have chosen the rune for Fogantor Quarry, which means today we're going to be making an Owlgon. And of course, they are of thunder and light, a mysterious and wise creature resembling an owl who lives primarily atop the Watching Rock of Fogantor Quarry. So that is what we're going to be making today, but of course, this Owlgon needs a personality, and the dice says that it will be lawful, so a law-abiding, sensible, protective, morally good creature. So we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, which looked extra delicious today. And then once that's all dried, we're going to press the foam together to form the shape, and then move on to our S for snowy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head and ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is our Owlgon so far. They look like an upstanding citizen, but now, of course, we need some colour on this puppet. And first of all, we're going to roll for the amount of colour, and we have 2. And those 2 colours are 8 for white and 10 for brown. And that's a really interesting and fun colour combination. So we have this white and brown sort of stripy fur, and we finally get a chance to use it. So I am very excited. And of course, on the back of the fur, the stripes look a lot more harsh, but the front of the fur is a lot more natural, and there's like a fade to it and several different colours of brown that all kind of blend together, and it's beautiful. And I think it very much gives Owlgon. So I'm very excited. We're cutting out all of the fur for the body and the head and the wings, sewing most of it together on the sewing machine. And then we have this white fleece beak that I'm going to be sewing together with the fur on the puppet's head. And sometimes it's really difficult to get through the glue, so that's why you saw me using tools there. And then the wings get doll jointed onto the puppet's body, ready for our happy dance and our colourful reveal. And this fabric is really giving like feathery, and I think it looks absolutely beautiful on an owl. But now for our wings, our eyes, we have a 6 for dealer's choice. And so we have chosen some cab eyes to go on this puppet, and we have our cabochon iris in lake, which is a really bright, beautiful blue. And we have some soft beigey brown eyelids to go on, and then we're just going to screw those onto the puppet's head. And here I am shielding your eyes so that TikTok doesn't ban this video for using tools. And then those eyes get screwed onto the puppet's head, ready for our reveal. And so here they are. They look absolutely adorable. I love all of the colours. I love how bright these eyes are. And this character is just so fun already. But of course, now we need to roll for our features. And so we have 2 11s for double prop and 12 for claws. So we had a really fun idea for the first prop. Because this creature is lawful and law-abiding, we actually wanted him to study law, so we gave him a very smart monocle. He's an intellectual, he gives all the law advice on Dartmoor, and of course it helps that this prop is just absolutely adorable. So we're just sewing it to the puppet's face, and then we're moving on to this brown fleecy tongue, because of course every puppet needs a tongue, and we're gluing it into the mouth. And then we're going to move on to our claws. So we're just gluing on some white pointy claws onto each, not finger I suppose, but like segment of the wing on both sides. And then we're going to move on to some airbrushing, because that comes standard with every single Owlgon. We're just adding some really pale warm brown as shading and definition all around the beak of the puppet, and also adding in some nostrils. And then for our second little prop that we wanted to give this puppet, definitely had to go with the Christmassy theme. And we were inspired by the end of Muppets Christmas Carol, when Michael Caine decides to change his ways and become lawful and kind and loving, and it's just the positive end to the film. And we wanted this puppet to have that cozy little red scarf, and I just love it so much, and he looks so smart and so lovely. And before we can finish, of course, we have to spin the Wheel of Chaos, which says that we must add an extra feature. Which works really well, because I know a lot of you love when the Owlgons get tails. So in the same stripy white and brown fabric, we're going to sew up a little tail. And then we're going to add a little bit of stuffing so it has some shape, and then we're going to double joint it onto the back of the puppet's body, and it's just this fluffy, feathery, adorable tail. And I love it so, so much. So here is the reveal. Now this is an Owlgon that you would take advice from, that you would go to for some wisdom and for some support, and they are just lawful and beautiful and Christmassy, and I love them, and I really, really hope you do too, especially order 1402. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They are showing you their tail feathers, and they cannot wait to fly off and meet you very, very soon. So give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments to help their new owner. And thank you for watching. We really hope you enjoyed it, but now they have a very important job to do deep underground in the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. They will receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, atop the watching rock of Fogentor Quarry. We really hope you enjoyed this one. I definitely enjoyed getting to bring this character to life. I love their little monocle and their feathery fur. They are just absolutely fantastic. So thank you for watching, and a massive, massive special thank you to all of the people on screen. Your support means the world to us and means that we can keep making this show, and it just means so much. So thank you. You guys are absolutely the best, and we will see you on Wednesday for another new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. Alana has her party hat on from our Christmas party last night. And today, this one is for you, Order 1405. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape with our rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Pixie's Pool, which means we're making a pixie today. And they are of magic and wind, a mischief-causing, shape-shifting creature who lives around Pixie's Pool. They have no bad intentions towards others, but can be careless, as they love being the center of attention. So that's our character for today, and now we need their personality. So we have rolled that they will be an evil pixie, so maybe they do have some bad intentions towards others. which is going to be an interesting mix with our Christmas theme that we have going on today. But we're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, and then gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And then once all of that glue is dry, we're going to press it all together to form the foam head shape. And then we have our S for Santa on the mouth plate, which then gets glued with the black fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And here is our evil pixie so far. And I think I forgot to mention this, but this is our penultimate episode of season 2 of the whole year, so that's weirdly emotional. But now for our colours, we have rolled that we're going to have 4 colours on this puppet, so definitely causing us some hassle already. But those 4 colours are a 3 for blue, 4 for red, 5 for purple, and 9 for orange. That is a lot of colours, but thankfully most of them do work really well with kind of an evil, mischievous, villainous character. So we're going to actually go with this really cool, fun idea of a split down the middle. So we really wanted to highlight all 4 colours rather than the puppet skin being all one colour and then just the other 3 in features. So half of the puppet is going to be red, half of the puppet is going to be purple. And I think it's going to give us a really, really cool effect. So we're just sewing up that fleece now. I'm hand sewing the head of the puppet with the purple on one side and the red on the other. And then the same for the body as well. And then every little pixie comes with an item of clothing, a little furry waistcoat as standard. So that is going to be in this really lovely dark midnight blue. And then the orange we're going to add as the hair that also comes as standard with a pixie. And we're just going to tack that in place with glue, and then I'm going to go around and sew all of the edges just because it looks so much better and it's a lot more secure. And it looks so fluffy and spiky, I love it. And then we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body, ready for our little happy dance and our colourful reveal. So this puppet is already planning on using his disguise for nefarious intent. And now we need some eyes. So we have rolled a 4 for odd eyes. So we're going to stick with the multicolour theme, and we're going to have one eye that's indigo and one eye that's poppy. And they're going to go on the corresponding side, so the red side and the purple side, in some 40mm cab eyes. Here I am just hiding you from every time we use tools so that we don't get banned, which is super fun. And then we're going to move on to roughly finding the focus and the placement for the eyelids. Then we're going to glue on some red and purple eyelids, and here is the puppet eye reveal. They are very much enjoying their ability to swap sides and completely conceal themselves, and we went with kind of a grumpy, evil, downturned eyelid as well. But now for our features. We have rolled 12 for claws, 10 for spikes, and 13 for tail. So we're going to spray up some little puppet claws in orange to go with the colour scheme, and we're going to leave them to dry whilst I move on to digging around in our tongue bin, which is something you can't say in a lot of jobs. I'm looking in our tongue bin for some orange fabric so that we can sew up a little fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then we're going to glue that in place into the puppet's mouth and then move on to the next feature. That comes as standard with a pixie, which is some little pointy ears. And we're going to, again, have one in purple and one in red, and then I'm just going to hand sew those onto the puppet's head. A lot of hand sewing with a pixie, and then the next feature that comes as standard is a little carved EVA foam puppet nose, which we've really made a rod for our own back with this puppet because everything had to be dual colour, with a line going right down the middle of the puppet's face, and this gave us a lot of extra work today, but then I'm just hand sewing it in place. And it really, like visually, it really is worth it. It was just a lot of extra work. And then we're gluing on the little orange claws, and then moving on to the dual colour tail, which we're going to sew up on the sewing machine, and then we're going to add some stuffing to give it some shape. And then that's going to be doll jointed onto the puppet's body as well. And this one is just so much fun. You can really tell we're having a lot of fun with this one, I think. And once that's attached, the puppet is nearly finished, but we do have a spin on the Wheel of Chaos, which says that we must give them sparkles and glitter, and I feel like this puppet would resent us for this role. Like being evil and trying to be scary and menacing, and then it's just like glitter sparkle spray. So we're just adding a couple layers of that all over the fleece of the puppet. And then quickly before we're done, instead of adding just some 3D printed plastic spikes, we actually wanted to get creative and work the spikes into the hair of the puppet. So we separated the orange hair and made it really spiky, and then added another layer of glitter, and it's probably one of my favorite hairstyles that we've ever given a puppet. And then for a final Christmassy feature, which they definitely also resent us for, we've given them this red little bow. So here is the finished puppet reveal. I know I say this every time, but I love this puppet so much. It was a really fun build, and it is really different, and visually it's just so unique. I absolutely love it. I love the colors on this one. I love the spiky hair that we gave it, and I hope you love it too, especially order 1405. Thank you again so much for trusting us on the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They definitely hate us and they resent us, but we love them, and love outweighs hate. So thank you so much for watching the penultimate Roll for Puppet of 2023. That is insane. But now they have a very important task to do deep underground in the Burrabrandy Kingdom. They now receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, causing havoc at Pixie's Pool. Thank you so much for watching this video and all the videos this year. We really appreciate it. This one was so fun. Give them a name in the comments and a detailed backstory. And of course, a huge, massive thank you to everyone on screen. You mean the absolute world to us. You're giving us so much support. And we literally couldn't be making this show without you now, so thank you so much. And we will see you all on Friday for the final episode. For the final time of 2023, welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the ancient wisdom of Dartmoor and some dice design our next creature. I am so excited to share with you the final puppet that we've made this year. This year has changed a lot of things for us. It's been really wild. So let's make our final council member to sit on the seat next to Alana and Pharaoh, and we're going to start by rolling our head-shaped rune dice, and we have rolled the rune for Oakhampton Castle, so we're going to make a dragon spirit today. And they are of course of fire and metal, a misunderstood friendly dragon creature who guards the grounds of the ancient Oakhampton Castle. And our final puppet of the entire year will have a personality that is mythical. And definitely that is one of my favourite characters to build, so we're going to get started by cutting out the reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, which has seen out the year very faithfully with us. It's been very well behaved recently. And then we're going to glue it all together with the contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey Sandwich. Our final Forbidden Honey Sandwich of 2023. Press it all together once the glue is dry, and then we're going to have our S for Santa on the mouth plate. Our final S for Santa on the mouth plate, which then gets glued into the puppet's head with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches. Our final forbidden ice cream sandwiches, ready for our skeleton puppet reveal. And it is crazy that we have done 118 of these this year. 118 puppet reveals. But now, moving on to our colours, first of all, we've rolled a 4, so it's going to be a very colourful puppet. And those 4 colours are 2 for green, 7 for black, 8 for white, and 10 for brown. So all quite muted and natural colours, which is really cool for the mythical theme. But before we lay any coloured fabric down, we're going to get started with the foam carving that the dragon spirit comes with as standard. They have a little foam carved 6-pack and also a little foam carved sort of strip of spikes that erupt from the puppet's head. And once that's all cut to the right shape, I'm going to move on to the fleece. So I'm going to be laying mostly this kind of mossy, natural green colour on the skin of the puppet, so the head and the arms and the body. And then all of the foam carving we're going to have with fluffy white F3. So there you can see it kind of just erupting from the top of the puppet's head, and it looks snowy and mythical and beautiful. And then I'm just going to sew the seams on the head of the puppet And then on the sewing machine, we're going to sew up the hands and the arms. And then I'm going to sew up the arm rod pockets in the hands of the puppet, which can then be doll jointed onto the puppet's body. But first, we've got to go with the other colours. So a dragon spirit comes with wings as standard, and we decided to have them a little bit different, more mythical than the normal fleece wings that we go with. So we have this fluffy, feathery, black and white fabric that we're sewing up for the wings, and it's just a really nice change and goes well with the colour scheme. So we're just sewing those into place. And then for the brown, we're going to add a lot of texture to the arms of the puppet. We want this to be almost like a warrior. That's his mythical personality, so he is ready for battle. And now we have our little happy dance and ready into our colourful reveal. So here is our mythical warrior dragon spirit so far. I love them so much with their fluffy, feathery wings and their natural colour scheme, but now of course it needs some eyes. So we have rolled 3 for painted eyes. And painted eyes have been really, really popular these last couple of months. I feel like we've rolled painted eyes more than we've rolled anything else. But we're going to spray out a pair of blank 45mm eyes in this kind of pearlescent green colour. And I can't show you using any of the tools to attach the eyes, so you have to just believe me that it's going on behind there. And then we're going to screw the eyes into place. And then, of course, find the focus with some black dot pupils. And now they are ready for their eye reveal. And they're giving very much lizard right now, which I love. Mythical lizard, dragon, wizard, spirit. They are a lot of fun, and mythical puppets are some of my favourites. But now for our features, we have rolled 5 for horns, 17 for extra eyes, and 19 for roll again. So this puppet is mischievous. And our roll again, we have 9 for eyelashes, 11 for prop, and 13 for tail. So not only did this puppet want 4 colours, double eyes, they also wanted double features. So we sprayed up an extra pair of green eyes, and whilst they were drying, we decided to add these mythical, sort of twisted, animal-like horns, almost like antlers, and we sprayed them up in a faded brown colour, which we are then going to let to dry. And here we are adding the extra eyes, and we're screwing them in place. Because this puppet can see all. It is all-knowing, all-seeing, double eyes. Moving on to the tongue, which comes as standard with every puppet. We have this kind of curly, twisted, brown, fleecy tongue that we're going to glue into the puppet's head, sticking out a little bit. Very quirky, very mythical, and I absolutely love them. I feel like the row of extra eyes really helped as well. Adding in the little defined nostrils, and now that the horns are dry, they are ready to be screwed into the puppet's head as well, and they have just elevated this puppet to mythical status, I feel like. I love them so much. They're a really fun horn style. Moving on to the tail, we're sewing up this green pointy dragon tail that we're then doll jointing onto the puppet's body. And for eyelashes, we wanted to go for something a little bit different than the standard black foam, and because this is a mythical, very natural looking puppet, we decided to glue on some fern eyelashes. This is a creature of the forest, a very mythical, magical warrior puppet, and then for the prop, because it is Christmas time, they need these little cute candy canes. I love them so much, and this puppet is not quite finished because we have a spin on the Wheel of Chaos, and the final spin says that we have to give them a weapon. Finally! So we had a really fun idea for the weapon for this puppet. We actually bought this big bag of party poppers at the beginning of December, and we were hoping to incorporate it more into some Christmassy episodes. But this puppet's weapon is tiny mini confetti cannons. And this is just so cute. So we decided to give them a little satchel full of the cannons, but then we also made them this little belt that holds 3 of the cannons and is velcroed around the puppet's body, so they always have ammo. He looks ready to fight, but also to party because it is Christmas and he is the final puppet, so it definitely needed a festive twist. And here is the finished mythical dragon spirit, the final puppet that we will make this year. And I honestly can't believe it. So obviously, you'll be able to tell I love this puppet very, very much, but I have loved every single puppet that we've made on this show, and I've loved the fact that people have enjoyed watching them, and have even adopted them and have wanted them. It's honestly blown my mind. I started this show in January as a little joke, a way to use up some materials that we had left over and some spare time that we had, and it turned into us having no spare time, no materials. It has been such an insane journey. So for the final time, they must receive their rune, so that no matter where they go next, they'll never forget where they came from, guarding the ancient grounds of the Oakhampton Castle. Thank you for watching this and all 118 episodes. We appreciate you so much. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. They join the council seat waiting for their new home, and if you would like to pick up the last puppet of 2023, it will be 23% off on our shop, because I thought it would be a fun little discount for the final puppet of the year so that they can find their forever home. Thank you as always for watching, and I really, really hope you enjoyed seeing this mythical creature being brought to life. And we hope you're having a wonderful end to the year, however you celebrate it, and we will see you in January. And of course, a massive thank you to everyone on screen for supporting us. It honestly means so much, and we could not make this show without you, so thank you so much. You are truly the best.